Hello and welcome to the Hawk's Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Cannon. I do thank you for tuning on in today in our post Super Bowl victory afterglow, which quite frankly is just going to last all off season long. I hope you don't mind. And we are amidst that still 1 week removed here from having won the Super Bowl, the second in the Seattle Seahawks history now, and won in dominant fashion at that. And then we've got a lot of ground to cover here on the Roundup, which is usually just a chance to try to look at some of the news and tidbits that might have slipped between the cracks, and a little bit of a last chance to look at the prior game, which will be the final game of the season. But today we're actually going to have to start this off, and one of the reasons we're beginning today early is that we have so much ground to cover here on the front side, as a lot lined up for the show already out the gate, and then we have breaking news. The Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator search, an exhaustive 1 week long, though we know it was probably a little bit longer than that, as the team knew that Kubiak, the writing was on the wall that he was going to be going to the Raiders to become their new head coach. And so they're going to have to go out there and search and see what they could find and hope they could find something nice. And they came up with tight end and running game coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers, Brian Fleury. He is going to come over and become the new offensive coordinator. This is a little bit of, I think, a curveball for many out there who were trying to kind of narrow in on, is it going to be Uten? Is it going to be Janoku? Is it Pete's that's coming in on this? Which of these, three guys going to be in-house? It seemed almost a foregone conclusion. But this is also why within this one, I've always been a little bit hesitant to try to jump onto one guy that feels like the one they're going to go with, as you just couldn't quite ever get a feel for them exactly narrowing in on one guy. Uten definitely had a lot of signs pointing to him in possibility, and he is going to remain on the staff, as the Seattle Seahawks did block Mr. Uten from having a chance of going. The Raiders were trying to get him to come over to their side as run game specialist and assistant offensive line coach, and they said no, he's going to remain here in that role, that maybe a little bit more improved from a title standpoint, maybe a little bit bump and pay for him. With Brian Fleury, you get a guy that this is going to be the untested, waters side of this, and looking out there and seeing some of the reaction out there from the fan base initially, a lot of worry and concern and wonder, why didn't you go, to more of a better solution? And I can get the thinking with this. I do. As many know here, I've been pounding the table saying, let's go get a tried and true offensive coordinator who's done this before, who knows what he's doing, who is understands what potholes he needs to avoid, how he can set himself up for proper success in situations. It doesn't guarantee success, just better that you don't have to learn the ropes type stuff, which you have to with any kind of a coordinator that's a first-time coordinator. We felt that with Waldron. We certainly felt that with Grubb. This is, though, where you kind of have a little bit of the fly in the ointment of this outlook of a situation. It's one thing to have an outlook and a want for how you want it to be for the guy you're going to pull in here. It's quite another for actually finding that particular guy. It would seem by all accounts here that Arthur Smith wanted to go to Ohio State. So if that was the case, or it potentially just wasn't a fit here in Seattle, and you remove him off the board and you look across the landscape of the NFL and you're trying to find the guy that fits under that guideline, tried and true, called some plays, had success in calling plays, the outlook's very hazy. There are very few. We're not in an era of time right now in the NFL where there's a surplus of offensive minds that are banging on the door to break through to be the next guy. In fact, quite the opposite a little bit. You might say a little bit this is a byproduct of the fact that the defenses have started to rise up in recent seasons, less of those brighter type candidates that are out there. So this is a bit of the first thing at play when getting a little bit discouraged, maybe that they're not getting one of these kind of guys in that fashion. The other part of this is that you're landing in this spot because there's not as many bright candidates, because also those candidates have been taken off the board by the prior 13 hires that have existed across the board. I mean, it's not that many, but you had almost a third of the freaking league here got chopped. And that meant that by the time you get this late in the process with having to flip out coaches, you're going to be stuck. And we knew that this was going to be a little bit of the case. And so you're trying to then go to give Seattle credit on this. And I'm not trying to poo-poo this hire at all. I don't think it's a bad hire. I like one particular aspect of this beyond all else, which is that I understood the in-house aspect of things, but I also thought, this is also, though, not necessarily the feeling of I'm looking out across the nation for the best candidate. And instead is you trying to go for kind of the safe, comfortable choice. And like we've seen those issues that come up from the guy that's the first-time coordinator that's trying to learn how to call plays for the first time in that way, you also had issues with prior Seattle teams of hiring in-house instead of going out there and trying to, beat the concrete to go find the best and the brightest. And this is, to me, more of, at least feels a little bit more closer akin to that, where this was not a guy that was thought of to be the best choice. This is a guy who, when they went through their, it seems, fairly exhaustive, process, as exhaustive as you can get in a 1 week process because the hour's late. You got to get this thing locked in pretty quick because of the timing of this. Then you went with the guy that you really thought was the best through that process, not the guy that you thought was the best going into the process. I think that this hire does show that to me. And so I understand that there'll be some people out there that have some little bit of issues here with it, that it's not that guy. I'm with you on that. I'm right along with you on, say, wanting to see that. But I just think when you got to this time of it, all the guys kind of left. They were kind of gone. And now you're going to have to, kind of reset this. Luckily, there's a lot of in-house talent that seems like it's going to remain when you really break all this down. It does sound like Fleury's got some connection back to Benton, that these guys have a past relationship and that they're close. And he does seem like he's going to stay. Jake Pete's still going to stay. Uden is still going to stay. Now, Robbie Uden is going to, not Robbie, but Andrew Janoku is going to go and be the offensive coordinator here for Kubiak. So you're going to lose a little bit there. But as well on to this, we got a couple of coaches, and we'll get back over to Fleury here in just a second, but a couple of other coaches. Carl Scott's going to remain. He took himself off the name list for the Arizona job. He's just like, Bidwell, I'll wait. No. I'll wait. It's a great job. I'm sure I'd love it. Cardinals, go, Cards, go. Just not the right time, maybe need a year, Arizona. I might need a year. A little bit. I mean, there's just things right now I'm trying to do. I just want to, Super Bowl. I'm chill. It's just not the right fit. It's not the right fit, Arizona. Okay. It's not you. It's me. Okay. It's not about the report cards. It's not about the report cards. Okay. It's just, right now in my progress and process, I'm not at that Arizona Cardinal defensive coordinator level of things, So we are able to keep him along and remain here, at least with a couple of coaches here who will help this staff. The system is also going to remain, which is the nice part of this, where the one thing you did want to potentially see within all this was going to be, can we not make another transition where we've got to, again, keep changing to a wholly new offense every year? Whatever it was that Waldron was running, because it was not McVay's system. It was not really outside zone. It was just his own kind of thing. And then you went to the air raid. And then we went to the outside Shanahan offense, and now you're thinking, okay, maybe we're going to have to go to something else even, a little bit more different now, maybe even similar, but different. You're not going to have to do that with this. He's going to know the system. He's going to operate, and they're going to execute the system the same way. So the players shouldn't have to have a big reset here as far as their learning process, the terminology that's probably used. There's a lot of this that will allow you to kind of continue this on, I think, in the same way with it. As far as his history and recent past goes, he was first started out as a quarterback back in the day in his playing days. Then he was quality coach, first started over onto the defensive side of the ball, got back over to the offensive side of the ball there in 2020. He's been with the San Francisco 49ers since then through 2025. And now what you're going to make into the impact of this, how much you give him as far as credit for this, I mean, that's up to kind of the eyes of the beholder on this one. He also had a little stint there in 2016 where he served as a football research analysis and director of football research with the Dolphins 2017 to 2018. So he does, he's got a recent, pretty rich history being at the NFL level, around the NFL game. He has at least quietly promoted himself through the San Francisco 49er ranks, going from quality control coach to tight end coach, and now even adding in the run game coordinator on top of it. When you look at his work here, George Kittle was already there when he arrived. So has he, better, probably helped him out. Sure. What's the impact of that, though, with him already being there? This is a little bit about the same as far as trying to decipher his impact when you have not only Shanahan, but you've had a couple of Kubiaks on that staff. You've had some other smart offensive minds going through there as kind of the whole of the sum there. And that makes it a little bit tougher to try to untangle him as a guy that wasn't calling plays throughout his time there. But Jake Tongas, tight end this year, developed really nicely for them as an all-around tight end, filling in. He wasn't able to get much out of Cameron Latou, the third rounder that they took out of Alabama a couple of years ago, and he was serving as the tight end coach at that time. But he's got a little bit of history in doing this. He has risen up in the ranks on it. He'll run the same system and scheme. How he is as a play caller, the type of offense he's going to call, we shall see on that. And we're going to just have to learn that fly. I think I'm getting the impression here this is going to be a little bit more of a, beyond just an individual play caller calling the play here, but a bit of the collective helping out on that, an influence of Pete's, an influence of Uten, them coming together on in there, a little bit of Benton mixed on in, and that it'll be a bit of a triumvirate, I guess you could say, going back to the old Roman days. And we'll see if it is how they're going to play it out. But again, this is what you're going to get if you're going to not go with necessarily somebody that you've got that background and knowledge on what they're doing. You can't argue with the results at the end of the day, though, here when it does come to the what the Niners have done offensively, at least, and especially since he's been around there. You can see here, these are their points per game, or they're not the point per game, but the DVOA ranking here for the Niners since 2020 by season, 20th with devastating injuries. That substation hit in 2020 different. 2021 got up to 5th, strong year under Garoppolo. 2022, approximately 2nd to 5th range. 2023, 1st, dominant that year. 2024, 9th to 10th, and last year 2nd in DVOA. So a team that has stayed strong in that spot as far as offensively goes. This is why you run this system. This is why we saw our very smart head coach want to go to Kubiak in the first place, is because this is a system that's really right now not just one that's in vogue in the league, but one that really still does work well against these defenses, the type of fronts they're trying to play, the type of defense they're trying to play, even with the cover 2 shell stuff that's come in here. In fact, it's kind of well suited in a lot of ways to deal with the cover 2 shell stuff. It's not as much like one that gets kind of hampered by that as I think other systems have, like spread style systems that can sometimes get really thrown kind of apart by that kind of scheme in that system and what it's doing. So good hire. As far as for what you had available to you, hopefully he does great. Definitely understand the untested side of this, but this Niner offense is one that works. It should continue to work. I'm not expecting it to get slowed down anytime soon. And this is a man that's going to inherit pretty much probably all fits the plan at this point. Just about every single offensive starter coming back, 2 or 3 for a guy that's going to love tight ends. He's going to come here and he's going to be sitting here looking at it like Scrooge McDuck stares at his vault of gold. I got not 1, I got not 2, I got not 3, I got 4, plus you're throwing me a fullback? Hell yeah. So that's going to definitely appeal to a guy like that. Got a lot. He's got now in the kitchen helping him out here to get this, even more hopefully improved into year 2 with those guys all coming back together, at least from a standpoint of chemistry, continuity stake. That'd be great to see on that, but we'll see with him. As I said, we had a couple of other little coaching spots that was also, again, just these are why we want to kind of do these shows. There's little stuff that can slip through the cracks. Ravens Director of Football Strategy, Assistant Quarterback Coach Daniel Stern is leaving Baltimore to accept a job with the Seattle Seahawks, possibly as their pass game strategist, but he's off to Seattle. So bright mind out there, well-regarded mind out there with Baltimore, obviously not at a high level or done a lot, but you're just adding to the brain power of the staff at this point and what you're doing. And we come back to a lot of us will get caught up, or a lot of people will get caught up on the OC hire here. Not a typical OC hire when you're going to still hold on to so much of the in-house coaches and you're not letting them go. And so that's going to allow for a little bit of that continuity to continue as you kind of add in around the sides of it. And over on the defensive side, you added a huge, huge addition here a couple of days ago when Zach Orr, who was inside, is going to come as an inside linebackers coach here to the Seattle Seahawks. He was the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens last year. And he was a guy that was given the defensive coordinator job as much as anything there by the Baltimore Ravens because they wanted to keep him from going with Mike to Seattle. They wanted to keep him from becoming the defensive coordinator with Mike, and where he wouldn't necessarily be calling the plays, but he'd be serving in lockstep. And this is a guy that seems by all accounts to be just shoulder to shoulder guy with Mike and how his outlook is of the game and how he coaches. And these guys are very tight, and that you give Mike now another very smart defensive mind in the room to help him out. Make no mistake about the Baltimore Ravens last year with that defense. It wasn't operating at its best, but there were also some reasons for that. Number one, the offense was not in good shape for a lot of the year. Lamar was broken down. That meant the defense is going to be put out there a lot onto the football field. There's no denying that the talent's not the same place as it was a couple of years ago when you had certain guys out there that they no longer have, be it Patrick Queen or Jadeveon Clowney, even a Geno Stone and what he brought to that defense. Say nothing of the loss of Matt Abuki, one of the better 3 techs in the league, who they almost lost from the jump this year. So don't just look at necessarily him as a DC and say, well, he flamed out as a DC, so he's been very good. This guy's really, really smart, really, really good at what he does. And he's going to help this staff out with his addition in here. So you do lose something here with Kubiak. That's no doubt about that. That's going to, sting a little bit here, no doubt in that manner. But it's overall not going to be one that I would expect, that this is going to, hold the team back into the future as far as us not being able to take another step forward. He might flame out. This is the risk you're going to take at this time, have to make this call. But again, just for the people that I think are going to kind of maybe complain about this, and I'm not asking for the blind trust in the organization, but just merely to understand the perspective of where the organization's at and where the hour is at for where they have to make this hire, and that this is one of those first world problems of winning a Super Bowl and losing a coach right afterwards, is that it's just a predicament, and it's not one that there's any easy out. There's no just guy, great offensive coordinator mind sitting on the couch, feet up, smoking a cigar, just going, if I just had a grade A job opportunity right now, just to call plays and just sit there and just let it rip, I'd do it. No, there's nobody out there like that. You're stuck with what you got available to you, and you got to just kind of pick through that. A couple donations. I don't want to let them go before we get into some of our segments as well into the show. Poppin' Bottles. Thank you for the $5 donation. What are we thinking about the OC hire, Brando? I think it's as good as anything out there. As far as just kind of the bullet points of it, I think that there was not an A hire out there. There was not a Kubiak hire out there. You got Kubiak partially because you could hire him early in the process. Kubiak would have been an OC somewhere else last offseason if we didn't hire him. But he came here to us. There wasn't that guy. There wasn't that caliber necessarily, or at least the tried and true, what you're getting kind of guy with him. But with that said, because you got to be this late, I think it's as good as what you could hope to have. The fact you can retain a lot of the staff and a lot of the smart minds on the staff that helped to make last year happen, that you still get to keep maybe the best offensive line coach we've had here going back to Howard Mudd. I'm talking past the Carroll era. I'm not throwing disrespect to Cable out there. Shout out to you, Tom. You did a hell of a job with what you trained him at that time, but this guy may be even better. We might find him, just saying, putting it out there on the table without throwing shade. So you get to keep him. You got Jake Peets, who's known as also being a bright mind, that you've interviewed yourself for the OC job. So it's just not your typical, you've got to hire a guy, now he's got to assemble his staff. Now he's got to assemble his staff at the late hour of this time of year. I think that this is where it's one where you've kind of found a happy middle ground for a situation that you're kind of don't have necessarily any easy outs with. It's hard to know much about this guy as far as outside taking a couple clips that I've seen him talk about communication and common language being so key to what he wants in his approach. It seems like a pretty similar to Kubiak, and he's pretty, he's not dressing a lot up. He's not trying to be colorful. He's kind of right to the point on stuff, but he does seem to speak pretty direct at things. And that's certainly something that you could understand why that would appeal to Mike McDonald, but hard to say as much of what outside of just keeping the continuity of the outside zone scheme, he's going to bring. The results of the Niners offense has been great with him there through the 5-year period, but then how much was his handling in there is not the play caller, is not the OC assisting the play caller who's the head coach, or some of these other guys that are in even lower rated roles that are still very bright offensive minds who went on themselves to be offensive coordinators, and now in Clint Kubiak's case, a head coach. But Saul, I'm okay with it. I was going to be okay with what they had to do at their direction at this point. If the price to pay for a Super Bowl is we got to get caught with our pants down on an OC hire on a given year, It's a price I'll have to pay. Drop trowel. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do with that popping bottles. But thank you for the $5, man. Solid. I like to, I'll just say one last thing, just to reiterate. I do like too that this is an outside hire that just wasn't you hitting the automatic button. Like, what can we do that's just the easiest choice and solution? First, this gives me a little bit more feeling of you actually having gone through some candidates, and really it wasn't just a lip service situation where you're like, yeah, we're gonna be exhaustive. We're gonna go through everybody. Sure, yeah. No, we will. Totally. No, we're gonna talk to a lot of people. Sometimes, and then they come back and they always, they hire the straightforward guy and like, yeah, did you really? Were you really? But it does feel like on this one, this was kind of a little bit of a left fielder. And that does lead me to believe that they were trying, and this is a little bit of a testament what they've done with Kubiak and what they did with McDonald, with Schneider, where you went through and you've been at your best on these last couple of hires with really being exhaustive in your process of who you end up landing on. But thank you, Poppin. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Mark, it's good to see you in the house, bro. Missed you at the parade, B. Still can't believe it. Super Bowl champs 2 years in with a head coach, Mike McDonald. Super Bowl teas on the way. Hey, let's go, Mark. Let's go. I ordered up 2 of the Sam Darnold, Ernest Jones. I found the Ernest Jones shirt online, and I've ordered up 2 of them. We'll see how they come out. And it was a little sketchy. You know what I mean? I've been checking my credit card right and left. Refresh. Make sure extra charge doesn't come in on this one, but it's worth it for the shirt. So I likewise am just starting to kind of, pick my way through some of the Super Bowl merch myself. But I'm about to dive in full cannonball style here in a second on that, Mark. That's for sure. Sorry I missed you at the parade. Was able to catch a couple of our folks in the community out and about out there. Really great to be out in Seattle and just drink it all in, the spectacle, and players were really enjoying themselves. The energy was so cool. And somebody told me that there was you go to Philadelphia Super Bowl parade, I think like a year ago, they had like 54 arrests or something like that at that parade. 0 arrests in this parade. I think it just, you talk about Seattle in a unifying spirit or something that makes things a little bit different about the area we're at from other parts of the country. And we all want to puff our chest out and say, well, my place of the country is better than your place of the country. But it's not as much that. It's much of just appreciation for, you hear about that on one side of things, and then you are out there in the midst, and there's no energy out there that's like dark or like, this is like something sketchy is about to happen, and nobody was arrested on the day. And meanwhile, you got people out there, early in the morning out there having beers in the pub and walking about and just Seahawks chants, and it was great. It was everything that I hoped it would be, and being able to go out there and just kind of be a part of it and just enjoy it, be a fan. That's the last few weeks. I've just found myself just floating in the pool in that way. Just kind of enjoying being a fan of this team. Much, definitely helping, still talking Hawks to you guys and all that, but just really, really soaking this time period up this season. Thank you, Mark. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 as well, man. It's good to see you too. I wonder, I get the worry, but if Pete's Benton and Allen stays, it will help him with the plays, but it develops Barner and Arroyo. Someone has to call plays. Yeah, someone has to call plays. And, that's where I take a more than just a silver lining in the situation, to your point. And this is just not the typical OC hire where you're bringing the guy in and now he's got to slowly, hopefully build and assemble a staff. And if that was the case, and that's what we're trying to do, that'd be, I think, a lot different. But those 3 name guys that you mentioned are not just 3 flippant names that we toss out there that are just, well, they were just guys that were staffs, here on the staff. And no, these are guys that are a hell of a collective to help him out as he comes on in here. And a lot of this is going to be driven too by the fact that you're going to have a veteran quarterback. I don't have to have an OC that's sitting there in the midst of having to slow develop a young quarterback through the early portions of his career while he's learning to play call. He's going to have a great offensive line that should be even more improved next year, and you should be able to roll all starters back next year. Again, just almost all starters back on each side of the ball, a stacked offense all across the board. I'm not saying it's set up to be foolproof, but I will say that it's going to be helpful what he's inheriting, what he gets to come into, and we'll see how it goes. But I think that there's going to be a lot that goes into this. And Mike is also a guy that, as we heard about from Kubiak and what he talked about as far as the accountability, McDonald held the prior offense too. And if you didn't get a chance, check out Kubiak's post press conference with the Raiders when he was announced as head coach, talking just about that, about how Mike has more of a unique style as that head coach of being a little bit more in on that. Okay, explain your process to me, why you did this here and why this was done there and what's going on here. A little bit less of, hey, I mind the defensive side of the fence, you mind the offensive side of the fence, and we won't have no problems. Less of that and more of, no, I'm not a dumbass. I can figure out what's going over there on the offensive side of the ball, and I can figure out when you're not cooking it right. And so that's also a bit of the part of this too. It all plays together. So I'm okay with it as well. And you would hope a guy like this, as I say, it's him looking at that vault of gold with the tight ends you have in here. AJ Barner, already established, top 10 tight end, bare minimum, maybe more. You got Arroyo as the weapon X type tight end that every team is now searching for in the draft at the front line. I mean, over and over again, and more than a couple of them taken in the last second round alone. Then you've got I can't remember his name right now, but the kid who came in, played some tight end and fullback, Forrest Callerup. He looks solid. You got the extension on Saubert and Oots. Yeah, you're pretty loaded to bear there for that. And that's really a good time to be doing this. Is there's a lot of teams that we saw this year driving back to base defense. When they saw 12 personnel, they go base. They go base. That means more often than not, you're looking at a 3-4 front. When you get to that 3-4 front, now you can get back to mismatch driving the tight end position specifically, because you're going to get some targets at times with a will linebacker in space, for instance. Will linebacker who may be in there, and what he does best is maybe defending the run, and he doesn't like being in coverage much. Or you end up with a tight end or a Royal move tight end on a strong safety type who's really there to be a run defender. And now you can mismatch. It gets less of having those extra cornerback bodies that you have on the field when you go to nickel or you go to dime. And so this is where the game's going right now too. Bit of a part of this. Part not to be overlooked necessarily. Thomas with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, Thomas. Appreciate you for that. It's telling that the internal hires didn't get hired, but I trust McDonald and Schneider. Grant Cohn did downplay the hire. Yeah, I mean, well, with Grant, I mean, Grant does great work. So I don't want to say anything like I'm but he doesn't exactly love up upon the 49er organization a little bit from a standpoint of really throwing a ton of support behind what they always do over there. There's sometimes he'll seemingly kind of begrudgingly, but I don't know if he's a big believer in what they're doing in general over there, kind of across the board. But I get it. I'd understand anybody that looks at this and says, it doesn't do a lot. But I think that whoever that they would try to propose Thomas to you, that they would say that would be the alternative, that's where you've kind of got them at that point as far as, okay, who am I calling up? Am I pulling Mike Holmgren off of his Harley on a Pacific Northwest spring day, saying, come on back, Mike, come on. We'll pay you $10 million. I'm rich. No, we'll pay you 15. I'm rich. I mean, you're kind of in that position at that point where it's like, well, there's just nobody out there. Ohio State's given $6 million to Arthur Smith. I think that made Arthur go like, yeah, I'll go sit in college for $6 million. Go win a natty and with Jalen Salen. And then we'll come back to the pros next year and get another big fatty contract over there or something. I think Smith's already part. I think now that I think about it, they're already making money. So I don't know. There just wasn't anybody out there. I looked through the names. I looked through the options. We all scoured it. We knew this was coming for weeks on end ahead of time. There just wasn't the guy out there. Would have been great if you could have gone into like Mike, John, McDaniel and said, hey, why don't you just chill, bud? Why don't you maybe not take the Charger job? Harbaugh, McDaniel. Couldn't do it. You got what you got at this point, Tom, as far as I'm concerned with it. So, but I can understand people being criticizing the hire in that way, but I have to hear what your alternative is. What are we doing? Mike McCarthy got a job this offseason as a head coach. I mean, that's how many those head coaching jobs, say nothing of OC jobs existed out there before you got around to hiring. It's impactful. Warhammer guy, it's good to see you in the house, man. Thank you for the $5 donation. It was great to meet you at the parade day, Brando. You too as well. It was great to chop it up with you guys out there. Thank you for jumping in and saying what's up. Thanks for being so accommodating. Looking forward to your offseason coverage. Future of this team is bright. Well, we were going to have a variety of different little segments today that we're going to cover on the channel, forward and back, right to left. And one of those is going to be not just basking in the glory of a Super Bowl victory, but getting to also just live in the fact that this offseason is so well suited for the Seattle Seahawks team to make a lot of noise if that's what they want to do. There's some impactful parts to this that we'll discuss and get into in this show, but thank you, man, for getting out there, and it was great to meet you. It was just awesome just being able to hang out with my people down there, be amongst just a bunch of fans in Seahawks gear. It's as I live outside the area, having that opportunity is just, it was so nice. Just put a smile on my face all day long. But hell of a day, hell of a parade, hell of a city. Hell of a city. Let's just say that. But thank you, Warhammer guy. Appreciate the dono. And the future of the team is very bright. I think you also bought me a drink. There's a couple drinks in at that point, so the memory isn't always super sharp on that one. But I do want to say I want to say I'm pretty sure you brought me a drink. It's like 99% sure. 99% sure, plus a little bit of fog. Thank you, the Warhammer. You're awesome, bro. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 as well. The plan, bring in Fleury as an untested OC. Try to mitigate it by surrounding him with experienced coaches. He's worked under Shanahan, and that's a plus. I believe you nailed it on the head, man. I can't add a lot. I know you proposed it as a question, but it really is just, it is the statement of the situation. You grabbed the untested OC because there was not the tried and true OC out there that was sitting there on the market saying, pick me, pick me. You didn't walk into the rescue and the little puppy just came. There's no guy out there like that. You're gonna have to now try to go out in the streets and go find that puppy that's under the dumpster. You're gonna have to grab the gloves, try to coax him out. And that's what we've done right now. So hopefully it works on that, but I think you're right. You're going to mitigate a lot of this by having both the continuity of the prior that gets to continue here, the continuity of the prior, of the scheme that's going to remain inexact. You're not going to have to change out. And then the continuity as well with just having guys around him that can help out and guiding him along. Hey, can this guy do this really well? No, we learned last year going through this guy's off on that. You want to keep him to this kind of stuff. Not to mention, again, I think being more of a collective when it comes to how they come to even calling plays, playing and play out. I can see very much how the NFL works more to a model in the future offensively where it is more about kind of this collection of guys that come in as they come to the play call rather than just being the de facto mastermind guy who's just sitting there just kind of feeling it, what are they doing in coverage? Okay, they're going to blitz, but a little bit more of, hey, they're fronting here to this side over here, blah, 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 I'm getting this from that. And there's already that communication that goes on as it is now, but maybe a little bit more of getting out just outside the communication of your defensive line coach being like, oh, they're shock setting us, and your secondary coach saying, oh, they're running deep on us right now. We got to more of it getting beyond that. Now it's the individual coaches maybe getting a little bit more to like, all right, I'm seeing this. Here's the play call I'd say on this. Here's the play call I'd say on that. Getting a little bit more refined than it used to be or has been, I think, in that sort of communication process that kind of spins around as you're trying to get to the play call itself on the field. But I think you bring up a lot of pluses. You did the best you could in these waters for what they were, and we'll see what he's got. I think the thing with Mike McDonald, if you're just really, and I don't think you're down on this, but if you find yourself as a person that's down on this particular hire, and the understanding that, well, look, if he's not going to sit on something that's not working, and if that's the case, he's going to be perfectly fine pivoting fast if he needs to. And sometimes, as we saw with Kubiak, not sometimes, but as he did with Kubiak, pivoting to a smart option. So not the worst place to necessarily be. Maybe not exactly the ideal of what we'd like to be going into this process, but not the worst of position either. And he's going to be set up for a lot of success here, Martin, to your bottom line on that point, because of that prior existence of these head coaches who are well-regarded head coaches that know their job, especially having an offensive line head coach that knows what he's doing to the nth degree, that in itself is just a huge X factor to you being a good offensive coordinator, is knowing that that's just taken care of. You don't have to wonder if you've got the right guy there on that spot, as we often have found ourselves in many a recent years. Thomas Cox, thank you for another $2 donation. Thomas, you're awesome, bro. As always, though. What's your opinion of Humphrey? That would be Marlon Humphrey at the parade. Very interesting, huh, folks? Kind of you want to talk about the good vibes. You want to talk about the permutations of these vibes just rippling like the sonic boom on their jerseys across the nation. How does that show itself up? Shows itself up in the sight of those vets, played this sport for a long time, never tasted glory. They want to taste glory. They trust in what you're doing, and no bigger way to bring that to the stage to a player, no bigger selling point, no bigger trump card that you can lay down onto the table than to say, we just won the Super Bowl. You chasing rings, baby? Take a look at this one right here. Take a look at that right there on my hand. And I know I didn't have a ring on my hand, but just think about a ring being on my foot. Just play along. Come on. Players across me are like, yeah, buddy, right there. Right there. You see that year? You see what year that says on the side there? Oh, 2025. Wow. Let's see. Where's my calendar at? 1 year? Oh, last year. Well, oh, that's cute. Dallas told you they're going to go for it this year. Is that what they said to you? It's good. I know. Oh, yeah. Chargers got a lot of money. They said the line for sure is getting taken care of this year. For sure they're going to protect Herbert. Yeah, sure. So could this be the start of a bit of a domino process this offseason, potentially, where you have a team that is connected in a way that if you're an outside player watching this team and seeing the way that these guys rocked with each other this year, that it was, yeah, you won because of having great talent and great coaching, but you won as well within all of these pieces that were so important individually. One of those standout pieces was the fact that this team was completely in that brotherhood of spirit across the board, and not just the starters or the stars, but throughout this whole team, it was there. And it was, if you're watching that from the outside, you've been playing on teams that have a little bit of disjointedness or clicks going on in the locker room, or players not as connected to the process of that. And you truly do want to win. And you've been in this league a long time, and you've already made a lot of money. And that's just the one thing you do want. Well, now you can get these kind of players. And Marlon Humphrey is a guy that some people will come and go, well, you had a horrible year last year. Well, look, I just talked about how that Baltimore Ravens defense was not as strong. It wasn't rushing the passer anywhere near what it needed to be doing to protect its corners on the back end. And if you have bad pass rush, I'll show you susceptible cornerbacks. I'll show you cornerbacks having down years. If you go back the prior year, 2024, he played really good. So he's a guy that knows this defense right and left. He's not yet still turned 30 years old. He's like 29 and change. So he's still a guy that easily could come back and have a bounce back year, completely fits into the system, 6 feet tall. So he's not going to be one of the mighty Mike kind of cornerbacks that you might worry about putting out there if you lose Woolen with some of the size that he can bring. And he'll come in cheap. What's it going to cost you? $6 million on a 1 year deal? Or you sign him to a multi-year deal and spread some of the money out in a certain fashion? As well as the Benny on this one comes into the potential, as we'll talk about getting into this offseason of Seattle playing the compensatory game here a little bit. I'm not saying it needs to be a centerpiece of what they do, but just can be a happy fallout from these vets wanting to come to Seattle in full. Because you sign a JSN, you sign a Cross, their extensions, you sign JSN to the contract extension, you sign Witherspoon to the contract extension. Let's say you figure out a way to get the Walker deal done. Maybe Shaheed comes back in on the right kind of contract at that point. You have a couple of these vets like Marlon Humphrey that are released that you're bringing on kind of 1 year flyers. Now suddenly you've kind of eaten your cap space a bit, but then now all the free agents you lose only count in the compensatory system to basically back to a benefit into your pocket, meaning that everything you lose comes back to you by that compensatory system. So Job, Woolen, Kobe Bryant, Boye Mafe. These guys move on. You're now going to get, some returns back on the other side of it in this way. That's one of the happy faults when you pick up a player like Humphrey, because he's a release. He's not a street free agent. So he doesn't cost against that. So I can't see any bad part to it, but very funny and cool that, he's already basically, it's like, this seems like something that to me feels telegraphed when you've got the guy literally already participating in your Super Bowl parade. I mean, that to me is just like, Baltimore, when are you going to release me? Come on, let's go. I want to get out to Seattle. I need to get out with Mike. Come on. Never heard about it before, but it definitely endears me to Humphrey. And he's a dog out on the football field. That's an Alabama cornerback right there. And not the Trayvon Diggs style. More that Surtain style, more that like he's been through them old school Nick Saban type practices, Those like, we will carve you up into a man kind of practices. So I like him. Good player, comes in cheap. No downside to the deal in doing it. And you got enough cap space. Ain't gonna ding your cap space in the least, Thomas. Peter Van Gen, thank you for the $5 donation. You all are tremendous as ever. Really appreciate you for that. For a team that just won the Super Bowl, we're young, rich in resources, with very few free agents. Our window looks like it's just starting to open. Indeed it is. This offseason can be... I'm sorry, folks. I'm going to be gassing you all up. So if the hope is that Brandon's going to keep his feet on the ground this offseason, you need to put that thing to bed, because my ass is already in the clouds. And it's going to be very hard not to do so when you look at their cap situation. And it just comes from a variety of different parameters that are so wild to see coming off of a Super Bowl. You have $80 million of dead money. On top of this being the third youngest roster in football last year, you just sat on all that dead money to clear the books for this very season. This was the year of injection. This was the year of nuclear fusion. This was the year that you go back to the moon. That's how John had set the stage here. But this all now happened a year early. And so now you come into it with all of this cap space, no dead money on the books. And then even beyond that, very important part to this, you have so many deals at any one point in time that are on the books right now that you could go out and base to bonus them SOBs. You could void those years out on the back end. You could just spread the bonus out through the rest of the deals. So it's all of those factors at play that allow you to add whatever you want to add on this team. You get worried about this team losing this guy or that. They don't have the money to do this. They got to do this, but they don't have the money to do that if they do this. No. Can't see any of that. Can't see any of that. So, and just as a reminder, find yourself in here as an outside fan coming in on this community. Please be respectful in our chat. That's our respect. Don't attack the person, please. We sometimes get outsiders coming in here just want to come in toxic. So please do not do that. If you find yourself doing it, not naming names, you find yourself in the moment, might be disrespectful, might be an ale. Okay. We stop that right now. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Just helps the discussion and discourse. So back over to your donation, Peter. We've got a ton of money to spend. You got a ton of contracts you can restructure. Your future cap space is not sitting in anything that could be considered bad or unworkable into the future beyond that. You got no dead money on the books. And yeah, you are down a couple of picks in this draft, being your fourth and fifth round pick. That's to be sure. You are just sitting overall across the board in an amazing place, including having a quarterback that's not breaking the bank and that you're not going to put on a contract extension this offseason. People are wondering about that. That's not going to happen this offseason. You got him on the 3-year deal for just this potentiality where he performs and outperforms even his deal. And you don't, okay, we took our risk on you on the 3-year flyer with the one, okay, we get the bennies now here into year 2 on this. So it's a team that is situated right now in a way, in my opinion, that I think has them in a better position than where they found themselves coming off the Super Bowl last time. Others could make a very strong argument that they were stronger last time with it in 2013, but I think that this team is in a better place as much because the financials are just situated better here for John to be able to add on top, not just have to maintain, but be able to actually improve upon when it comes to this roster. I'm just saying on that. But thank you, Peter. Appreciate you. I'm going to be gassing you guys up this offseason, and you guys know I'm not doing it blind. I'm doing it because of just those reasons I gave, where it's just undeniable what you've situated yourself to do. And you didn't do this just because, you didn't do John. Yes, John was smart for doing this. He's smart for putting it up. But again, it's back to where John was like, yeah, I'm positioning this so that when we hit 26, that'll be, that's the go time, baby. That's go time. You hit it a year early, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Jay Melfair, thank you for the $5 donation. Jay, I'm happy he's Kubiak-ish offensive coach. The Kittle looks nice too. Interesting to see what the other coaches do retention-wise. Yeah, he is rocking a little bit of the George Kittle look, I'm going to make my players so good. I'm going to adopt his look. I'm going to get into his skin. I'm going to feel his skin. It's a little Silence of the Lambs-ish, But hey, whatever it takes, man. Chasing edges. You know what I mean? And that is where it is. Kubiak-ish coach. He's going to run this system. It comes back to outside zone. That's what you like to be running. There's some good reasons for this. For where just thinking from the term of, yes, it's a system that's had effectiveness for many years now and through many different places, and it's proliferating the NFL too. But it's also a system that is one that works really well because of where the NFL is at, specifically defensive wise. Because the NFL is in this real transitory state where you went from defenses getting lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter to now they're on the fly trying to get back to heavier. And now you have offenses adjusting off of that. And now they're trying to pivot. And that's the beautiful tug of war back and forth that you get between offense and defense league wide every single year in the NFL. And that's why this also works as a kind of coaching hire. I like that they're not going to a whole new system. And I think he's a guy that seems like he's going to fit right in here. Again, I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I'd heard before I went live that he has connection with Benton too as well. So those guys have that prior relationship that could be very helpful here in addition to all that. But thank you, Jay Melfair. Appreciate the $5 donation, man. Slobby1, thank you for the $5 as well. I'm upset I didn't get the opportunity to meet you at the parade. Also, thoughts on John's comments about K9. I'm guessing that you mean on the comments is where John got on the stage and he said he tried to negotiate with me a little bit before I got on here on the stage. It was a little bit weird. There's also a moment that somebody caught John on stage there and you can lip read him and he's obviously saying, I'm already effed up, which I ain't drawing any judgment because like John, I had already myself been imbibing at that point. So we're not throwing any stones in this glass house, but I think he was just in that playful, happy mood. He's just kind of off. They were all kind of going off the cuff because they had already kind of started the process. And so I think it's good to hear that K9 wants to be back. I think K9 seems like he's going to be back. I think you get a little bit more feel as much as ever now and listening to K9 talk here the past, few weeks as he's become more the man. He's doing a little bit more of the interview stuff. He's a guy that just has a personality too that I think is built and fit to stay in the Pacific Northwest. And I think this team's not going to let him go no matter no how, no way. I think that there's a way where the contract negotiations can be a little bit tough on this one, where I'm sure K9's people are pushing more into Saquon Barkley money and John's people want to push down more into Dalvin Cookish money. And there's a little bit of a gulf between those two. And so how do you get to the happy ground between that? Can they get the happy ground of that? How does the franchise tag factor into that? It's a couple different things to kind of balance there, but I think both sides are going to want to get this done. I think that you can't look at this offense going into next year with the loss with Charbonnet and him coming off the ACL, McIntosh coming off the ACL. Don't know what's going to happen in the wide receiver position with Shaheed. You look at the draft, and John's got to be looking at like I am with this, where you can find some running backs in this draft. You're not going to find a guy of the caliber of K9. You're just not. And maybe Love, but Love is going to be gone by the time you select. So that's kind of off the board just in general terms. So you got to kind of go, okay, well, do we want to take a step backwards at that now? Is that worthwhile to do that? Can we add on to the team to then mitigate that loss? That's where it comes down to me of just saying, well, no, you can't. You got to find a way to get it done. That's why, again, I think the franchise tag becomes the ultimate. No, we're not. That's where we'll lock the door. Now, how are you going to get out? Now what? Throw the key away. What now, Ken? 2006, 26. Here we go. But I thought it was good. It shows they're talking. Shows not a foregone conclusion that he's out the door, something like that, as we kind of were getting the vibe of from Woolen, even like 20 minutes after the game. So, in that respect, it's good to see. Thomas Cox, thank you sorry, missed you, Slobby one out there at the parade. I will be back, should be back here for training camp if all goes well. So we're going to be getting a syndicate meetup out there, and hopefully there should be more of a chance to do maybe a bit more of a formal thing. Hard part too is just there were so many people down there, and getting through the masses was a little bit sticky. But we will figure something out into the future, I promise you. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. I saw on X a podcast, people said Seattle stop pretending they're the 85 Bears. Well, another cool thing, we're going to be one of those things we'll be touching on a little bit here today is a little bit of the, where you would put Seattle from a historical standpoint of, all-time NFL teams. And, the Chicago Bears are definitely one of those teams that people would talk about. I think that this team has a really strong case as far as where they should be presented and looked at as far as their all-time ranking goes. As far as NFL teams in history, all-time Super Bowl winners. And there was a great ESPN article that was written about this. We'll be getting into it when we get into some of our segments here, Thomas, pretty soon, actually. So hang on in here with me on that. But there, we're getting into, maybe now's as good a time as any, Thomas. You prefaced up good for me. Let's jump into just a little bit of this article if we can here. I got Don as well with a big old donation out there. Don, you are the man out there with that monster dono. I'll be getting right to you on that in just a sec. But just wanted to present this, and there'll be a couple other items I want to show. But, this article I thought was pretty interesting because it presented where these all-time best teams ranked. So you can go through this and see, we're going to go through all these, of course, but, you got like 2012 Baltimore Ravens that beat the 49ers team. This is by DVOA, by the way, so DVOA percentage. They had them as the 53rd ranked best team, 80 Raiders, 52nd, because they've gone back on the old tape, has DVOA, or gone back through old statistics on this to kind of put this stuff together, to quantitatively kind of come up with this stuff. 2018 Patriots were at 51, so you guys get the general idea. 2015 Broncos, 15-4. Kind of go through these, and as we go down the line here, you got the Chiefs in 23. 1969 Chiefs here at 42. At the Eagles team at 41. So you kind of just go through this. You get these are kind of the weaker to stronger ones. 2021 Rams 35. And we start to go down here. And the higher percentage point you are DVOA wise, the stronger of a team that you are. And so we get into some of the upper crust teams here. The Tom Brady, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, really great unit all around. 22nd ranked, 78 Steelers, 21st. You got the 97 Broncos with Elway there at the end. They were a 20th ranked team, so we're in the top 10. 94 Steve Young led Niners are 18th on this list. The 99 Rams, greatest show on turf. They're ranked 16th. You got the all-time Tampa Bay Buccaneer defense, but remember that offense maybe wasn't as strong. 15th. You got your Seattle Seahawks, 2013. They are 13th ranked. 12th would have been better. Wouldn't have been more fitting if it was 12th. But 2013 Seattle Seahawks at 39.55% were ranked the 13th highest all-time DVOA team. And so not to prolong this anymore, but when you go down in through here and we get down to these bottom ones here, you got your Seattle Seahawks from this year, third all-time according to a DVOA at 46.4%. This placement for the 2025 Seahawks team will certainly shock most fans, as there was never the public sentiment that the Seahawks were one of the best teams in NFL history. But they were, according to DVOA. In fact, both Seahawks and the division rival Rams finished the regular season amongst the top 10 teams since 1978. Seattle finished with a historically strong defense, special teams, to go with an above average offense. It also played the 8th toughest schedule in the league by DVOA. And its 3 losses came by a combined 9 points. Seattle's 41-6 victory over the number 6 seeded 49ers in the divisional round was the strongest single game of the season played by any team. Then came a 31-27 NFC championship with over the number 5 seeded Rams. Finally, the Seahawks dispatched the Patriots to win Super Bowl 60 and claim their second title. There's a big DVOA gap between the 2025 Seahawks and our top 2 teams. Only one non-Super Bowl champion would fall into this space. The 2007 Patriots at 50.8%. The last 2 teams are clearly top teams of the Super Bowl era. Okay, so the last couple teams are right below Seattle. This is why I wanted to do this right now rather than as a segment later, Thomas, is that your donation's well placed, because right below them, according to DVOA, is the Chicago Bears at 52.3%, the 85 Bears, and then the Washington, at that time, Redskins at 53.9% in 1991, a real underrated team led by Joe Gibbs. So are we a little bit off from them percentage point wise? Are we below them on that list? That's fair. Is it fair to talk about this team as a collective in that same place? I think it is, Thomas. I think that this is one to me that's presented as, we go through a couple of other things that I think are also, a bit of what, builds this up, especially how strong the special teams unit has and was this year, and what Dixon did this season and what Jason Myers did this season on top of your return game. But I think if you want to use that as a metric, I think it's a pretty strong metric to really pointing to the fact that this team was this great. I think a lot of times in NFL history, we look at great teams and we're more looking at a side of the ball that was great more than we're actually looking at the whole team as being great. And that's where you can forget maybe about the fact like, oh, that special teams winner actually had a craptastic special teams unit. Its offense just overcame everything. Kind of like how the Rams were trying to run this year. But we had actually a phenomenal defense and a phenomenal special teams. And then, as it said in the article there, an above average offense. And you put that collection together, that's not typically what you're going to get in a Super Bowl, is all of that together. And that's what really made them, in my opinion, great. And why I think that they're not going to be as well regarded, I think, historically as much as they should, because they came up out of nowhere, because it didn't happen as something that had been building up to for a 3 or 4 year period to allow people the amount of time to kind of take note of what was happening. But that's what the DVOA stats. So to me, kind of a cool one, because it gives you an opportunity to remember some of these teams that might be forgotten. And the fact that they had that Washington team there on this, a team that just absolutely blew the doors off of the Buffalo Bills in that Super Bowl, I think it's also cool because that's another team that gets forgotten a little bit about, but was really, really that good. They had that many players on it that were that, legit. Plenty of Hall of Famers on that squad, in addition to being just a great team across the board. And so if you really measure this by team and not just by sides of the ball and really look at that whole thing, that's where to me it fits that, they can get mad about it, but you're drawing with the 85 Bears and you're talking about the phenomenal defense and a decent enough offense. Like Walter Payton probably wasn't at his exact prime in 85 anymore. Still a good back, but was he the difference maker he once was? Was that an offense that was going to, light the world on fire with what they did? No, I mean, it was good. It was fine. Special teams was fine. It was all right. Got the job done. Thank you, though. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for another $5 donation here. And actually, Peter, let me come back to you here really quick because we got to give Don the love here. We got to give Don the love. Don Mata just came in with a $500 donation. Folks, did you hear me? I said $500. Oh my. Don, you are awesome. I really appreciate you for that. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Woo. Don, you are the man. He says, man of my word, Hawks made me a thousandaire, and you deserve some of it. Love my Hawks. Love you, B, and all my Hawks content creators. What a season. The goal is back to back. The new OC is complete unknown, but I have faith in the system. I believe in Mike. Hashtag Go Hawks. Well, congratulations to you, Don, on the win in their side of that bet of yours or your picks on that. Hopefully a lot of those folks were able to do that this year in a couple different ways. Should have done at the start of the year, should have done before that Super Bowl because you knew how that thing was going to go. You knew the way it was going to go. But Don, you are a man of your word. You said if you hit your thing, you're going to throw my way. Man, you're very kind for doing it. That is an unbelievable amount to drop on my butt. Thank you for that. Just again, as I always say, thank you is never enough. I really, really do appreciate you. Congratulations for that win. Hopefully, again, Vegas sells us short next year too. You know what I mean? Hopefully they come in again, just like with some like, it's bound to be a step back year, 10 wins, or something like that. Just the way that they tend to do when you look at them year in and year out. But 1,000 air. Well, that's the kind of you. 1,000 air. That's a kind chunk for still 1,000 air, because that's not necessarily a ton. But congrats on the big win, bro. Really kind of you, man. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for the $500 donation. You've been very kind on your big old donos in the past. On top of that, so really, really appreciate you, man. You've been tremendous here for a long, long period of time, Don. And the goal is now back to back, man. It's the one part that's going to be just an interesting part to see what John does here, because I think there's going to be so much of a drive inside him here to be like, I set the stage for this to be the year of injection, and I'm damn well going to do that. And that's also something that gets a little bit balanced back with the potential of, okay, but what about, the fact of the new ownership and what do you want the new owner to come into as far as clean books go? And do I got to balance that a little bit on this? Is maybe the new owner already in the background and fully aware of what John's doing? But if John wanted to go Gonzo, if John wanted to go Howie Roseman, Eagle Void style, I don't think he would. I think that's a little over the top. But if he just even wanted to kind of pull some of the chapters out of that particular book, he could. He's got the means to do so. He's got the background knowledge on how to do it right this time, if you want to be aggressive in that way. But that's very kind of you, man. Shout out to you, Don. You're unbelievable, bro. And back-to-back is certainly possible. OC is definitely unknown. There's no two ways about it. There's no way to dress that up. That is what it is. And it was going to be probably what it was no matter what route you went at this stage of the game. But he does know the system. You are going to continue to run the system. You got the players returning in the system. You got coaches that know these players and know this system who are also returning, in addition to the adding on of Fleury, blah, 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 Brian. So it should be interesting to see how this all does play out this offseason. It's going to make the offseason that much more interesting because you have actual flexibility. So often I think Don would get Super Bowl winners coming off the win, and they're like, well, we're going to have to pay this guy, we're going to have to pay our quarterback, and then we can maybe pay this guy, and then we're done. We just got to hope everybody kind of can develop in-house and we can have a good draft picking at the back of the draft. You're not going to be in that same kind of place. You got guys you sign, and then you're going to still have money coming up out the pockets. Like you after this one bet. Much love to you out there, Don. Thank you, man, for all you do here for the channel, all your support. $500. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Dog. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Man, thank you is not enough for a $500 drop. I'll tell you that. Man, thank you so much. Let me get above here. Peter, I don't want to miss you on this. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, how good is this hire for Barner? Shh. How good is this for the whole damn team? I'm stoked for the 2026 season. Just dropped a $100 Super Bowl bet. Let's have it go. Ooh. Oh, Billy. Dropping a hundo already blind off that, just blind dropping it off the offseason. I don't need an offseason. In John I trust. I don't think I've ever seen a bigger example of in John I trust than dropping a $100 Super Bowl bet right now. Peter coming in here feeling it. I dig that about you, Peter. I dig that. And yeah, you have to feel like this is definitely going to help the tight end position here. And you want to do a good amount of featuring tight ends. And I think that this was already the team's innate drive throughout this last season, is to try to work more of this in. And it's been a process, much like kind of mastering the outside zone system this year. It's been a process, but it does seem like this is the direction they've been wanting to go into, and that they feel like this is where, you look at the arrows of the NFL going to what's going to be the next thing now offensively you can do to attack this defensive stuff here that's given offenses so many fits. It's given the spreads concepts fits that, now when they go into base and they go 3-4 and we go with our two tight ends, hell, I now I can't run like I was able to run when we had a more and lighter nickel personnel. Because teams have been wanting, 2022, you have a lot of teams out there that would go nickel like we do, but they've got the 5'9" corner out there, and nickel, not Nick Giant Emanwari out there playing like a linebacker. And so there was just a lot of counting on the fact that those teams are going to pass against that kind of personnel front. So now the counter comes back to, can I isolate those linebackers, those safeties in space with these tight ends? And you got the manner to do it while still having also the blockers in house. He gets the best of both worlds. Saubert, Callerup, two really nice blockers. AJ Barner, really nice blocker. And then you've got the pass catchers in Barner and Arroyo to make it work to that side of it. So love it, man. Love it. Very good hire, you would think, for these tight ends. I would expect. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Mark B, did you see the rumor that Jay Jetta wants to play with Sam or Burrow? Interesting. Word on the street is that the Vikings have made a call out there to Cincinnati and that they're already trying to see what Cincinnati might take to get Burrow. And so, if I was saying a team right now that seems like the early lead dog to maybe make the most aggressive push for Burrow, it kind of seems like a little bit on the surface of it, like maybe it would be the Vikings to do it. Now, how would they pull that off? What would it take? You can only wonder on this one a little bit on how that would all go if it would go down that way. But I don't know what, the thing with that contract is I just don't know how movable it is at the current moment from their position. And yeah, it would be pretty unbelievable to have those two guys out on the outside with that, but you can't think the Vikings are going to want to let them go. Vikings are negative $40 million of dead money as well right now. Over the cap, they're sitting. And yeah, he's got... Yeah, there's a lot of... Just looking at the Jefferson contract right now. He signed in 2024. So there has been some of the bonus money off the books. They still got $23 million of dead money that they'd have to eat. So they like basically don't. It's not a lot of savings to be had. It's not really in a movable place, the contract right now from his standpoint. He's got to hope that the easier pathway from a Viking standpoint, I guess, Mark, is to say you go and you get the quarterback, be it Burrow or some other quarterback out there that you look to find as reinforcement in case that it's not working with McCarthy. I think it'd be very hard to move that contract right now. Technically speaking, they could do it, but I think it would have been easier for them to do it if they had more money they could save on the deal versus kind of just having it be a wash. And now you have this hole that you have to fill, and then that's them kind of giving up on 2026 if that's what they're doing, right? Because nothing you're going to get back in return is going to solidify your receiver position, better as a return move there. So hard to see Seattle making that run in that direction to me, Mark, but it'd be fun. I'm not saying no. I'll say that. Sign me up for Justin Jefferson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba receiving core. I'm okay with that. You could certainly deal with the cost of him on your books with him having the bonus money off, at that point and still sign Jackson from that standpoint of it. But I just don't think there's any real feasible way on that one. Peter, thank you for another $5 donation. Been a Seahawks fan since 1985. Ernest Jones is my new all-time favorite Seahawk now. Not the greatest, just my favorite. Attitude and leadership. Ernest Jones is an amazing find. I am going to kind of wonder if he ends up turning into kind of our Charles Haley, this guy that, not from the standpoint if he has anything, Haley was a little bit of loose cannon, but not from that standpoint, more from the standpoint of you have a foe that lets this guy go that they had no business letting go. And he's just, he's awesome. And it's not that he's the best at this or the best at that, or that he does this, but that he's He's just out there making plays every Sunday. He's got great leadership. His attitude's been just awesome since he's arrived. He's the perfect addition to this defense. He's been an all-pro on top of it, just those other things, like all that and an all-pro in his performance. The guy's supposed to be weak in coverage, but he's making plays in coverage all over the place. He's tough as nails. He's part of that, spearheaded point of this defense that's got to lead with that nasty edge, that hardened, I'm not going to, we're coming after you all day long. We're going to be physical. We're going to be violent. We're going to be mean about it all day long. It's him out there in training camp swinging on the Packer player in the inter squad game with all the Seahawks joining in, but he's in there at the centerpiece swinging on the offensive lineman. It's like, that's my inside linebacker right there, right? That's me. Like that's my guy right there. He's been an amazing addition. And the fact that we got him for almost nothing from the Titans was just another one of those moves from John Schneider where you just shake your head and go, how do you get a player like this? How the Rams is such a smart organization let a guy like this go? And, I think you get into a lot of things in this NFL at times about like risk reward, and there's this knee thing here, or there's this and it's like, can you measure heart? Because can you measure want? Can you measure the fact that this type of mentality is not easily found across the board in players? And when you do find it, you want to make sure you add it to your squad, because it's gonna go throughout the whole team in that way, or through that whole defense in that way, especially from the middle linebacker position, which just naturally is a leader on the squad. Yeah, he's been growing. One of the ones that's growing to be one of my favorites as well, and it's been just awesome watching him in the system. The defense turned around when Ernest Jones walked in the door. You stopped the run the moment he walked in. And from there on, no one else ran the ball. It's like 30 straight games now of no 100-yard rushers, folks. 30 straight games or something like that without a 100-yard rusher. It isn't merely just like, well, we've been pretty solid. Like that's a phenomenal stat. I don't know if we've had 30 straight other games throughout the NFL, throughout the Seattle Seahawks history, where you haven't given up a 100-yard rusher or anything close to that. And then he's been good in coverage as well, in addition to that. And he's a great leader. Yeah, he's been outstanding. Understandable, Peter. Very understandable. Real key part to this defense finding its footing like it has. And he's been one of those guys that also is one of the frontline guys out there as far as guiding these younger guys along, be it the Drake Thomases or Tyrese Knight just within the position or within the defense as a whole. How are you not going to listen to that guy when he speaks, right? Appreciate you, though. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for another $5. You're very kind. Very, very kind. My 6-day cruise finishes in LA on February 13th. Might have to go watch our Hawks go back to back in SoFi, a.k.a. Hawks House. Don't tell me it's too early, Brando. Hey, man, we got one of our other guys already getting Super Bowl tickets. Yeah, so, hey, I ain't mad. Go get it, man. Go get it. And boy, I can only imagine how incredible it would be to get another Super Bowl victory then in the Rams house after we already got Hawks House as it is, or, Hawks Nest South as we call it, or Levi Northwest as some others like to call it. Now we get to add that to the bunch. I'm with it. That'd be very satisfying. Very satisfying to your experience, and not a bad way to punctuate your cruise. Not a bad finish to the cruise as well. Huh? So I'd love to see it. Never too early. I've been a man of realism on this channel for many years. I've been a man of keeping my feet firmly footed on the ground. Not letting myself get carried away with this roster, this team, but we're on the back of a Super Bowl. I'm not going to stop. I'm not stopping anytime soon. Got rightful reason to feel that confidence, Peter. Can't feel confidence now. When can you feel confidence, right? IOW, thank you for the $2 donation. We're running the West Coast offense. IG, I trust John Schneider at this point. Yeah, that's correct. And specifically, it's the Shanahan West Coast offense. So it's not just West Coast, but it's also down to the exact detail of the Shanahan outside zone West Coast offense, which is the iteration that Kubiak ran as well. And every one of those systems is going to have a little bit of some slight differences and variances built within, because every coach has their own little, evolutions they want to add on to it, but it is still tit for tat, by and large, the same offense. You're going from one to the other. It's not apples, oranges, it's apples and same apple from the same pasture. Not even one of those like, well, that's a Middle Eastern apple. That's why it's got a little bit of the brown. And then this one's a Pacific. No, they're all same orchard. Just a couple trees apart. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation. Keon, if you were to rank signing our own free agents from most likely to least likely, what is it? How much cap will be left, and who do you have eyes on from the outside? Whew, it's a good question. A lot built in there. From free agents most to least likely, I think that we're most likely to sign Kenneth Walker. I think you're second most likely to sign Shaheed. I think you're third most likely to sign Josh Jobe. Fourth most likely to sign Kobe Bryant. And fifth most likely to sign Woolen. Those are pretty much the free agents of real note. I don't think there's anybody else you're really all that concerned with. You got restricted guys, your Drake Thomases and Akatas, but they're going to stay. But that would be the way that I would stack those five guys up. I think Bryant's just going to get too expensive, and I think Woolen's going to get probably a little too expensive. But if Job can come in at the right price at 3, then I can see that happening. If you sign those guys, the Walker deal is hard to say. You're probably looking at a good, if you're at $73 million, you're probably looking at a good, $10 million of it's going to probably come out of Walker's first year hit. So you're at $63 million there. Shaheed's hard to kind of pin in what he's going to exactly make. I kind of think he should be around 13 million per or something in that too as well. So he's kind of about, let's just call about the same hit as what you'd have with a Walker pretty much. So you go 73, 63, 53 million. You then need to sign JSN, and you need to sign Witherspoon to new contract extensions this offseason. So you're going to need to keep, even if you don't sign those immediately, you're going to need to keep that money open. But the collection of their first year cap hit on those deals shouldn't be substantial. So it's somewhere in the neighborhood of takes you from 53 million to probably something like you're left with $35 million. You've signed Walker, you've signed Shaheed, you've signed Witherspoon, you've signed JSN. And then you have that money left over at that point to do what you want to kind of go do. That's still a lot of cash, Keon. 35 million would still be a lot more cash than, there's 11 teams walking into this offseason right now that are sitting on just dead money. So still having 35 million to spend, you can go do whatever you want to do. And remember too, in addition to this, it's not just then the 35 million you have left to spend. It's the fact that you can go through and you can restructure the Sam Darnold, the DeMarcus Lawrence, the Cooper Kupp. You can base to bonus any of those deals as you'd like to do, because you're not sitting on any dead money. It's all at a 0 point as it is. So you base to bonus Cooper Kupp's money and just turn into void or whatever. It's not really going to hurt. It's not going to make you suffer for years on end to take that direction of it. Give me 1 second here, folks. As far as on the outside, I think the Humphrey signing makes a lot of sense to me, Keon. I think I'd like to live with looking at a little bit more of the guys that I see if I can find some ring chasing guys and then see if I can make a trade. I think the first round pick is one where really at this point, it's not just about Crosby or not. It's about that first round pick and where you're selecting. I don't think you're going to see John liking the value there, number one. I think John also recognized in the past, it's not a very bountiful place to select in the draft, period. It hasn't been a strong spot for the Seattle Seahawks at times picking in that spot. There's a litany of guys that we can go through if you go from basically into the 20s of the first round into the top of the second round. There's kind of a graveyard of guys in that spot there where John's had some troubles in finding the right guy at the right value at the right spot there. And so it's one where if there's a trade out there, maybe for another guy out there that's more legitimate, more ready to hit the ground running, that's more one that John's more willing to do this particular draft. Maybe it'd be a Trent McDuffie. I'm not a trade that I'd necessarily look to make with him out there with the Chiefs. That's not necessarily one that I would jump on, but something like that, a guy that could kind of emerge as that in that way, Crosby's also on the board for sure. But when it comes to free agency, I would say that there's not a lot out there in free agency that jumps out to me when I've looked through free agency as guys that you would want to go and grab. There's going to be guys that I think are going to get overpaid that you don't want to touch from that perspective. And John doesn't tend to touch from that perspective in the phase one guys. I haven't seen a lot of guys there where there's a lot of necessarily value where maybe you sign the guy and you go, okay, here's this name of this guy. It's like, well, he's fine, but he's not going to do a lot. He's just kind of a supplemental part at best. It's a very weak free agent class overall, Keon. So I haven't really kind of pinpointed on a lot of guys so far within free agency. Admittedly, I haven't done my full deep dive in on it yet, Keon, but there hasn't been somebody that's necessarily jumped free. And again, I'd look a little bit more of that Marlon Humphrey kind of guy to where, is there a guy that's being released that I can go pluck for a 1-year contract who's going to come in and I get him for a discount, who still has a lot left in the tank. I'm getting the bang for buck, right? Rather than a lot of what free agency tends to be where you're banging the buck and you're overpaying for past performance, or you're not going to get in future what you are paying for down on paper. It's kind of one of those things. And I want to make sure that we're trying to avoid that as much as we possibly can. But if there's, some of these releases out there that could come down the line, and the thing to pay attention to with this, as I said, is to kind of watch with like right here, Keon, where, you look at these teams and look at all those teams in the red here on Over the Cap. So I mentioned you could go to all those signings, right? From Shaheed to Walker to JSN to Witherspoon, all that gets done. You're sitting at $35 million, which would put you right here where the Colts find themselves coming into this offseason. Approximately 15th in the NFL in cap space, even at that point of signing those extensions. And then look at all of the teams in bad moneyville. The Chiefs, $55 million in the negative. Vikings, $40 million in the negative. Cowboys, $30 million in the negative. Dolphins, $17.4 million in the negative. Bills, $12.345 million in the negative. Jaguars, $11.659 million in the negative. And there's a lot of teams. This ain't one or two or three teams here. This is almost a third of the league is walking in this offseason now. Chiefs have got a clear cap, and they can do certain things. That is very easy. You can base to bonus Mahomes' contract, right? He's at $45 million, which is the deal right here. So there's obviously levers that these guys can pull, but it speaks to the fact they're not going to have a lot of stuff they can do to go out there and be super proactive, and that there's going to be guys that are going to get cut from some of these teams. Maybe still a very good player, maybe a player that you're willing to jump upon that isn't presented right now as an obvious choice, Keon, but is one that as we get a little bit deeper into this process, it's like, okay, yeah, that's right there up the alleyway of what I'm talking about. Because especially it doesn't cost you up against the compensatory system, still can give you the kind of player that fits to what you need. And I think some of that's going to happen with all of these teams kind of in the negative like we're seeing. I think there's going to be I think we're going to get a couple of ring chasers. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Nothing at all. I'll have some more names for you, Keon, here in a couple weeks as I get into a bit more of the free agency, looking for the value signings especially, because the big guys aren't going to be out there, I don't think, but maybe we can find some value stuff. 206 Nate, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are just unbelievable again, and all your support here to the channel. Haven't been able to get through all the donos, but you guys are just amazing. I don't know if you saw, but George Kittle tweeted out that he is sad to see Fleury go. High praise from the best tight end in it. Exciting hire with tons of potential. Yeah, it seems like he in many ways, for lack of a better term, blew them away in this process, and that this was the guy that really emerged for them in kind of the late hour. And if you're doing a really exhaustive process, that's going to be kind of a byproduct of doing it that way. Versus walking in with the name already in hand that you want to bring in and have him do it. But he seems well regarded there with San Francisco. He's part of a group there that, variance in talent at times, variance in where the injury situation is at times, variance in sometimes how the quarterback position is held up as far as health-wise, and yet has still found, since he's been there at 25, and not to give him all the credit, or some like he gets this huge credit, but that he's been a part of that has found a way to still be a very good offense throughout that time period. And there's a lot of good within this, hopefully a lot of potential, like you say, with what he brings, and he's being set up for a lot of success. There's times you're set up to just go in and fail. I think in a lot of ways with Kubiak, he's not exactly been walking into a situation where it's like, ooh, he's going downhill from the jump on this one. It's more like, ooh, hold on, Kubes. But this is one where this guy gets to come in and he gets to really, have a chance to really have a lot of success with the talent in this house, with great defense. It's going to give him the ball back a bunch, great special teams unit, not to mention a very talented offense that should only get better and is going to basically return everybody. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate all your support. Bunch of donos today from you, Peter. You're awesome. Thank you for that, bro. Peter says, I'm hoping the new OC does well. Just afraid that he'll be swiped next year for a head coaching position. Being a tight end coach, that won't happen. It's true. It's the problem at play is that you are going to risk this, and there's just no way around. There's no like, well, but well, there's no but. It does not help you to have to constantly worry about your coach being taken to being hired as a head coach, and then having to replace every year. And that's where, to me, when you have a smart head coach and you have a smart hiring process, you can mitigate some of this. When you are just kind of left in a scrambling state and you make kind of the easy decision rather than go through and try to find the hard truth of what you need to do, that's to me where it can go wrong. And what I like about Mike is that he will embrace the hard truth of what he needs to do. What do they say? Through and not around is one of the terms that they like to say out there. And I think that they live this way. I think that's why you didn't go with Grubb for another year. I know in retrospect with Grubb, it seems like, well, yeah, we had to fire him. Duh. It needed to happen. Yeah. But it was one where a lot of fans were saying, how can you fire a guy after only 1 year with a new offense? And you haven't gotten him his personnel, and that's kind of unfair. And how could you do that? It's like, well, because the coach recognized what wasn't working and pivoted when he realized it. And when he had the opportunity to do an exhaustive search at the start of an offseason where he could really go through the best and the brightest of candidates, he was able to go get the best and the brightest of all of the offensive coordinator candidates that were out there. And that's where, to me on this one, where if it's success, I think it speaks to that process being great. If it doesn't go right, Mike's not going to sit on it and be like, well, sunk cost. I put all this into this already. I got to keep staying with it. I think he's going to be a guy that would pivot fast if it wasn't something that was working, especially understanding he's giving this guy a lot to be set up to be successful instantaneously here. You're part of a well-oiled machine that just won the Super Bowl. Yeah, we'll give you some time to learn this thing, but we're giving you brain power and help. We're giving you continuity. We're giving you the same scheme that you get to put in that you brought in here that was here prior to you coming in. So a lot here set for you to be able to get this in the groove and get this cooking up. So yeah, it'll be a problem, I think. Hopefully a problem we run into a lot. And it's one that there's no way around. Hell, even McVay, who's the guy that calls the plays, he's running into this. He loses LaFleur this offseason to a head coaching job. LaFleur's never even called really the plays. Absent maybe a game here or a game there, or a quarter here or a quarter there. And that was supposed to be one of the things that protects you as the offensive head coach, right? Well, if I call the plays, then it's no big deal to lose. I'm thinking McVay's going, it's kind of a big deal. We're losing LaFleur. That one kind of hurts. I mean, listen to Shanahan talking about the other Kubiak and the possibility of somebody grabbing him to make him a play caller somewhere else. It's like, he's part of the play calling here. We're not letting him go. I mean, Shanahan was just telling you, like, he's basically lifting the middle finger, like, yeah, how about no? I'm not doing that. So it hurts them too. And it is part of what you run into, I think, Peter, when you are this successful. But if you have a good process for bringing in the right coach, you can mitigate this. And that's really it's one point I'll hammer a bunch on this, because it's one where we haven't always gone right in the past. And I've seen how it's gone wrong when you've taken the opposite approach to that. Nate Pad 90, thank you for the $5 donation. This hire means we use tight ends more, B. I'd love to see Arroyo and Barno used to help JSN and Cup and etc. Yeah, so you got it's like the evolution of man. If we take the evolution of 2000 teens football and where it was going, you start out with the Robert Griffin years is where it kind of mark into a new part of football coming into play. And that being the drive now to more shotgun, RPO type stuff, quarterbacks used as runners. From there, the quarterbacks used as runners thing started to get kind of solved as you went through 14, 15, 16. Like, teams got better at defending the RPO stuff. But the spread concepts from college were also really taking hold. And that was allowing you to really spread defenses out and really work playmakers in there, really go deep with your wide receiver room to where like your fourth wide receiver was going to whoop on their fourth corner kind of situation. And so this got defenses in a tough predicament. Defenses were able to find a way to change that, but with the cover two shell and the fluctuating coverages post snap, to not give the easy reads and looks that you would get from spread concepts and spread formations, which would have defenses would have tells back in the old days that would let them know, offenses know of what kind of coverage you're getting in that. But once you spin the coverages and once you live in kind of cover two, it makes it a little bit tougher on those quarterbacks. And so you then have the transition from that of the cover two shell now to the offenses going back to more of the base looks. We get more of 21 personnel, 12 personnel, 13 personnel, 2 tight end, 13, 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, full back, this stuff getting back into the offense because, okay, they're building their defenses to be light and to live in nickel and dime. They don't have the personnel then that they built to deal with heavier looks. So if we go into 12 personnel or something like that, they're going to have guys that are just kind of back in roster guys they're bringing out there at the linebacker position. And for instance, is the extra linebacker to try to deal with that running game. And within that as well then becomes, okay, now defense goes heavier to deal with the run. And they try to get better at dealing with the run with the kind of personnel they're looking to track to now counter this. This is what's happening like literally year by year right now, folks, by the way. And so they try to now get a little bit better with the heavier guys. And like, okay, now we'll get linebackers now, inside off-ball linebackers, more 230, 35-ish. Get a little bit of these bigger guys out there that can handle those guys at the second level and dispense those blocks and still go make the tackle. And now offenses go, okay, well, maybe you got that, beefier inside off-ball linebacker. Now what we'll do is we'll have that tight end that we can find that hopefully can block just about every bit as well as a typical tight end could, but now he'll be able to run a route like a wide receiver. And how are you going to counter that now? Well, can I draw some mismatches to you with that linebacker in space? So this is where it feels like offenses are now, Nate, kind of pivoting to from that evolution that's gone on since kind of the 2010s a little bit here. And I don't know what defenses do now to kind of counter that back aside from, you have defenses having to find, kind of those Swiss Army knife players like Imanwari that are able to take away kind of two things in one. I can dominate the run game, but I can still be a grade A cover man as that sort of bigger nickelish kind of guy out in space. Which just makes that pick that much more phenomenal because we know these guys just don't grow on trees. They don't just come out in every single draft. They come along but once in a while. And so, I think tight ends are definitely going to continue to rise forward. Teams are telling you this by how they're drafting as well recently. The last draft, Arroyo and Ferguson really didn't have the kind of tape or the kind of production in college that spoke to you and said, these guys should be second-round picks. It was as much about their upside and what they had in the athleticism and explosiveness that led the Rams and the Seahawks to run with them. But Fannin also going in the round and Mason Taylor also going the second round. There was it was a really good tight end class. It was, but it was a lot of guys also drafted at the high end portion of where they would have projectively gone from the draft standpoint because of teams really chasing after this carrot right now. It seems to be where the NFL is telling you the game's going. Oh, we got a man Sanchez in the house. Thank you for 40 long months as a Hawks Nest member. You are awesome for that, Sanchez. I'll remember this season as the time the Panthers lined up in victory to lose faster, dominate, and humiliate the opponent. Unbelievable. Indeed, I put a little clip up today, Sanchez, of if you get a chance, check out my shorts channel. I put up a clip of players and coaches that we played against this year, and it's at the end of the game's winding down, and you're getting a little bit of the feel of their body language. There was one of Dave Canales that was pretty funny where he's called the victory formation to your point. So Sanchez's point, you literally had them beaten down so badly, the Panthers at that point, there was time left on the clock, but they came out in the victory formation, just so running the clock out on themselves, basically. And there's not a bigger example of dominating opponent at that point. I can't think of anything else, but they caught Canales over on the sideline as he's staring down and he's just made this call and the camera zooms right in on him. And he kind of looks up and gives the camera a dirty look. And I got a little catch of it in the short that I did, but do check that out, folks. And you really you soul snatched this year at times from some of these teams where you just left them feeling like they had no way, no manner. And look, we felt this with playing Mike McDonald's defense with the Ravens a couple of years ago on the road in Baltimore. The players talked about it, but we could feel it coming out of the game, where you just walked out of that game going, we had no chance offensively. We didn't have anything close to an answer offensively. Like, we randomly got something good to happen here and randomly good got something to happen here. But outside of that, like, they absolutely just closed us completely down. And that's what his defense does when it's at its best like that. And it's hard in this NFL, in this modern age, as good as offenses are across the board, it is damn hard to do that. It is not just something, we'll just put some good talent together and you can, you got to have the scheme and the talent working in alignment on that to make that go. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $2 donation, Thomas. Doesn't Seattle get compensatory pick for Kubiak? No. The compensatory picks are only for minority hires in regards to coaches getting minority picks back. So, no, you just lose them. They just get them for free, basically. But they don't touch our outin'. Keep your hands off our outin'. Keep your dirty silver and black fingers off our Justin Outin. Quit touching him. He's ours. Keon Lund, thank you for another $5 donation. Our run game improved when Polamalu left. Why'd we get better? Was that a gentle firing, a PR resignation, or what they reported as a family thing? Hard to say on this, Keon, because I don't have the information. I've gotten nothing that's really pointed to something that's tangibly said, well, it was definitely this or that. I would tend to lean on more of a causation factor being at play. I know Bryce Coots has mentioned that he feels like maybe they allowed Walker to do a little bit more standing tall prior to the play as far as his stance goes. And maybe there was a little bit more freeing up these guys on what you're trying to have them do. I mean, one thing that's clear, Polamalu was here last year, so he was part of a staff offensively that was still remaining from the prior, and maybe didn't fit exactly with that whole dynamic in there as well. All this is kind of hard to say, to be sure with you, but I think to my eyes, what I saw from the run game was, rather than there being something that was a preventative factor from the running backs in how they were running the rock, I just think that what happened was that you just continue to get better at blocking the system as the year wore along. And that's what you expected, because it was a run blocking system that's not just go up there and beat your man on the line and win every time. It's landing blocks with precision and timing, landing with the right leverage in the right spot, pin blocks, reach blocks, pulling out in space and having a time to, another guy hitting his block at the right moment. It's a lot of these little parts that have to hit just kind of correct, as much as you just have to, dominate your man in front of you. And that takes time to learn when you've gone from it being more of that in the prior systems, in my opinion. So I more chop it up to that, Keon, but it's possible. I wouldn't say it, I can't say for sure that I know one way or the other there. It's definitely, we could learn that he was a little bit restrictive in allowing the run game to really take off in the way it needed to. But hard to say without the information on that one. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Thoughts on potentially getting Linderbaum? Well, certainly you like the fact that you have a Mike McDonald familiarity with Linderbaum, having been with the Baltimore Ravens when he was there. He is going to command a mighty dollar. There's a lot of people that will tell you that this particular Shanahan system really runs at its best when you have upper level play from the center position. And what that means is that not just a guy that can double team 24/7, but a guy that can win one-on-one, and that he can operate at times like a guard from the center position in his ability, where, guys, what I'm talking about, where sometimes you have a center that's like a center from the position as far as what they bring. And Sundell really came forward in his play. I'm perfectly fine running back with Sundell next year. I think with Linderbaum, you have a guy that has a very strong argument of being maybe the top or 2-3 best center in the sport. The Baltimore Ravens are in a place right now where they've got to get some things probably figured out in that football team that go beyond spending top dollar on the center position. So yeah, it's a little bit strange necessarily that maybe the Ravens aren't paying Linderbaum, but Ravens only got $22 million of cap space. Do you want to match the Creed Humphrey contract for that right now? And that's basically your one signing you can make from their standpoint. I mean, I was just mentioning the Seahawks cap. and how you can sign all these guys and still have $35 million of money. Like, they walk into the Ravens with just $22 million of cap space as it is. And so I think they have to get a Travis Jones deal done, if I'm not mistaken. So it just kind of comes down to, they're not necessarily in that great place where they just can feel like they could sign whoever they wanted. This might be a little bit of them, not losing him because they're okay with losing him, but because they just don't have a pathway of really being able to pay him. I do wonder if there's not going to be a team out there that will break that market for Linderbaum that, will supersede what you're willing to pay. This is kind of like what I would file under the Crosby column, where I'd love to get Crosby too. But it seems like with word out on the street to everybody that Crosby's available, you're going to get literally a wagon train of teams lining up to try to get that guy. And that just means that the cost is going to go through absolutely the crazy roof. And if it does with Linderbaum, where Sundle's at already, versus taking that money and maybe putting it elsewhere, that is where it gets a little bit tough for me. But the team has been high on Linderbaum in the past. I think that they tried to trade back up into the first round at one point a couple of years ago to go and get him in the first round. So they were fond of him at that time and probably remain so. But he's going to cost a mighty dollar. And you do still have Sundell here, who you can make an argument is only going to get better next year. Thomas, thank you for the $2 donation. I saw a top 10 quarterback right now, and Darnold is 11. Yeah, I definitely would put him in the top 10 at this point. I think that, especially now you've got the playoff experience, which was the one thing that people had where they tried to not, place him. You want to put Stafford, Allen, even Drake May now trying to say that I'm runner up on the MVP or not. I don't know. I feel like even Darnold might even be a little bit better there. Lamar's taking a step back, and doesn't look like the same player now. It's like if we're taking the snapshot truly of where guys are at right now, I still think he's top 10. You want to go Stafford and Burrow, Allen. You throw Patrick Mahomes in there. I wouldn't take Goff over him. I think you have a hard time. You can say you want to take Herbert over him, but he's now done more than Herbert to prove. He's done more than Trevor Lawrence. He's done more than Brock Purdy. Dak Prescott's got statistically, but what has he really done that's outside of, he's got a lot of empty stats on there. He can't even get his own fan base to even line up for him. Maybe Jordan Love in there. I can't see him being even 11. 10 would be kind of, to me, that's the floor on it to me. And I think you make a strong argument he's up and around 8 or so, where it would stand for me right now. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate all of your support, bro. Sanchez coming in with another 20. I said a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Sanchez. Let's go. Very, very kind of you, man. I know he's your boy, but I lost all respect for Jake after his video. The Rams are toxic as F, and the organizational immaturity has bled to the content creators. McVay is an offensive genius, but he's a puerile, and Puka is proof. Well, Puka's definitely having a weird offseason. Let's first cover, that on that part of it. And I think that the thing you can't underrate, I think, on this that I look at a little bit, and I think that is really a factor that the Los Angeles fan base is dealing with. And I think Jake's dealing with this too, and it's not negative to them on this. I think it's completely an understandable reaction, actually, that they're happening. Now, the way that they're reacting to it, maybe Sanchez isn't the best of it, right? Like still talking about the 2-point conversion, for instance, and still having that be a thing that's at the front of their mind. And we've talked about why this is, because sometimes when you sit there and you just turn over these things like this and you become obsessed with them, you don't really look towards the future and turn it over as much into what you need to do in the future to overcome the problems that stopped you in the recent past. And Puka's been like that with what he spoke and how he's talked and his approach to it. Some of that has been very strange, there with him on that. But I also do wonder I do say to this as well, that when you have so much at stake like they do, coming into the season as far as expectation. This is that thing where it comes back to where's the pressure, Sanchez? You know, who's under pressure? Like, we were never under pressure this playoffs. We played wild and free because nobody expected anything out of us. Even as we walk in the Super Bowl as quote unquote the favorites, there's still plenty of people out there that would tell you that we were simply going to lose because of the Patriot mystique or because of some 1 yard line play from 10 years ago. And they came in this as far and away the team that was looked at that should be the Super Bowl favorite this year. That this was in a lot of ways, maybe even as they're going to look at it, maybe even as they kind of sense in their own heart a bit of the make or break for them. That this was their strongest opportunity to go and make that season happen. That you lose back-to-back in 2 conference championship games, it's very hard to climb all the way back up that mountain a third time to get yourself even the conference championship, say nothing of the Super Bowl. And I think that they sensed this, Sanchez. I'm giving them credit on this because I think that they sensed it true, that right after that overtime game, they could kind of all sense it. And I think that that was part of why you had their reaction so much in turmoil in that game. So trying to look for, I know we say the word cope. I have a lack of better word, but that's the word I got to use. So looking for that cope to not make it the thing that it felt like, I think, for them in that moment. What did it feel like? That's it. We lost our pathway in the number 1 seed. We lost the first round bye. We got to go through Seattle to get the Super Bowl. That's it. And I think that that's when you're facing that, but you still know there's season left, you know, but there's still that opportunity. And I think you're right about it all kind of rippled down from the players to the fans on this a little bit. And I think that they're trying to kind of get over that now and try to figure out what does this mean? And how do we turn this over? How do we now conquer this? How do we, you know, and well, I think we've been there a little bit before when we got down to the end of the LOB time and the Rams started to come up and emerge with McVay. You're like, ooh, this is looking like a tough solution here. We don't look like we have the answers anymore to the test. And that's maybe what a little bit of what they're feeling here is on this, is that you're going from that run of everything's, your stuff don't stink and you can do no wrong. And every year to like, ooh, now it's the path just got significantly tougher. And ooh, we just watched this rival come in and take it from us and then go win the title on top of it. It's not an easy thing to have to watch. I can only imagine. But I think that they're just going through that process, man. To give them some credit on Sanchez, I get what you're saying. But I think to give them some credit, I think they're just kind of going through the process in different stages of grief, if you were. And they're at the negotiation stage right now. But it'll eventually fully set in. Eventually it'll be like, okay, how do we figure this thing out? You know, how do we get it figured out? But boy, I'll tell you what too, Sanchez, in regards to your point on Puka as well, he's going to reset the wide receiver contracts out there. Your Ram team here, you're looking at that. Do you feel good about that right now with what you're seeing here from him? The Rams got some money to spend. They do have $46 million, but he's going to take a big old chunk. He's going to pay easily over $40 million. I bet there's some reservations in that building in regards to giving out that contract. I bet that there's some people in that front office mildly toying with the possibility of what could we get if we were to think about maybe moving him instead. I wonder, Sanchez. You know what I mean? I wonder. For a team that got cold blood on Cooper, who was the good soldier, who did no wrong. Not like they bailed on their share of wide receivers over the years. Brandon Cooks, Robert Woods. I'm just saying, something to keep an eye on this offseason a little bit there in regards to that situation. Sanchez, you're the man though, man. Thank you for the $20 donation and all of your support here throughout the years. Good to see you in the house tonight, bro. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. We broke the Rams and the Pats. It's what Mike McDonald does. And when he takes you apart so epically, so purposefully, so detailed across the board, it leads you feeling like you're left with almost without hope. It's what made us say at the end of that Ravens-Seahawks game from a couple years ago, it's like they had 14 guys on defense. How are they duplicating players on the defense mid-play? What's our duplicating button? Is it what's Control C? But indeed, that's back. It's great timing on your point, right back to what Sanchez was talking about above you there, HHG, where that's where I really I guess Sanchez back to the point, kind of HHG's kind of catching and touching on exactly what I'm thinking on this, which is just that like, you're not wrong in your outlook of how you're seeing their reaction. But to me, if we kind of dove into some of the between the lines of their reaction here, I come down to there's like a feeling of like, did you break these teams on this? Did you break a team? Maybe not as much the Pats because they're young in this and they're like, well, no one thought we should be here either. But did you break this team with the expectations, with the wonder of like, maybe this was our best year? Do they look at it and go, man, getting through another whole season of keeping Matt upright and not having him get a major injury that he missed just a couple of times here or there over the past couple of years, partly because he's just so damn tough. But toughness only takes you so long as you get older and older. So definitely have a bit of that feeling done in HHG. Warhammer, thank you for the $2 donation. It's funny how confident Raider fans were for Benton. Yeah, Ben had bounced around a lot throughout his career, and he was one of those guys where maybe a lot more understandable when you go, look, I'm going to go and stay here. You know, like, oh, do you want to move your family again to a job that's not likely to be something that's going to be long for this world, for a job opportunity where you're going to have to work with almost nothing on an offensive line and start from square one? You know, like what's the upside there, you know, other than just, well, you got a great relationship with me. You and me are great pals. Like I got a 5-stack line returning. I got backups in a couple spots too, as well. I'm developing. I got a Super Bowl winning squad. You know, why don't you call? No, I'm good. You love to see it. But it's part of what's made this easier for me to be able to accept Kubiak going is you're not losing your whole staff with him, where he's taking everybody and he's leaving you the ice cube trays. You know, all the furniture, no TV left in the house, just a couple of ice cube trays in the fridge. It's not going to be that. It's good to see. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for 45 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that long time support and dedication, man. I put $5,000 on the over at 7.5 wins, hopped on it early before it went to 8.5. How do we feel about our offensive line going forward? Bradford and Sundell got better. They did indeed. My outlook on this is John can do a lot of damage this offseason. In a lot, he can do it with a sniper approach where it's like he's got a bullet that just contains a lot of blast power and, you know, hollow point and all that good stuff because he can take that money and really put it in that spot. When you look at the center and the right guard position, there's a Linderbaum we just talked about above that's tremendously expensive that will take a chunk of your money, take a chunk of this great amount of money you got to spend to bring in here. How significantly does he improve the position versus what you can have in Sundell with another year returned in this line? Is that the real most worthwhile way of doing this? Because you have an ability to attack and attack big. The question is not whether you can attack big, but the question is, where do you attack? Do you look for a lockdown corner out there? Do you look to make a run at a Crosby? Do you try to find a difference maker wide receiver? Just go in every different direction we could on this. And so when I look at the offensive line right now, I think that there's a very big pull here to say, look, yeah, we can maybe draft another guy, but do we have to go draft a guy to go be a starter, or do we draft a guy to bring a guy into the mix? And to me, it's you draft a guy to bring a guy into the mix. And I think with Sundell and Bradford, you have two guys that are very cheap on this offensive line that has a little bit more you spending some money in other places. You got two tackles making decent money now. You got Gray's able on a not an expensive, but on at least, you know, a relatively decent deal as far as a first round pick goes in the middle of the first round. So you're able to load balance the offensive line right, in my opinion. Load balance the offense right, in my opinion, in order to spend in other places bigger, you know? And so I think that if there is an upgrade that presents itself, if the team really loves Linderbaum, Jeffrey, I certainly could see them making that run to him because Mike does have a little bit of that connection to him where he knows what he's getting from him here. He wouldn't be just being like, yeah, I like him as a player, but he's like, look, this guy does this in the locker room and he's operating this way and he's a difference maker on the field and bump it a bump it a bump it a bump. He goes through all the litany to John. You got that kind of insider information. This is like what you had with DeMarcus Lawrence as far as what Aiden Dirty was able to tell the team as well. It's kind of the nice part when you have that connection around the league that you make these kind of signings and it's not blind in that way, but you know what you're getting. But I would completely understand them standing pat because, look, Bradford's not great. Could you upgrade the position and stand to do that? Sure you could, and I'm open to doing it. Are there clear guys out there that stand out to me as guys that absolutely are going to give you an improvement over Bradford right now? No, there isn't. Not in free agency, not via trade, and I don't think so in this draft either. So you can want in one hand, right? But like wish in the other and see which happens first. Like it's that's not how that saying went, by the way. I just butchered that. But you guys know what I meant with it, which is just that there's just because you want it doesn't mean it's going to be available in the draft or that it's going to be available in free agency. And John was proven pretty right last free agency by not going out there and running at Will Fries or going for Taven Jenkins or trying to go after some of these guys that, people were wanting. You got on the right side of it in his outlook. And he has the thing with John, even though it has been frustrating, even for me personally with the approach to offensive line in recent years, it's at least been nice to watch him in the past couple of years put that investment in the offensive line, because you short sold it for so long, whereas you finally put the top 10 pick in there with Cross and the third round pick with Lucas. And then you paid both those guys after the rookie deal, which had been another thing that had been missing from the Seahawks team for years. And then you put a first round pick on Gray Zabel last year. And, you have gotten functional answers there with Bradford and with Sundell. That's enough to satiate me a little bit, especially coming off a Super Bowl win. So I'm okay with making moves, but it doesn't have to be to me a priority or a high priority at that, especially if it can come from you making a bigger sniper shot for a different position to make a bigger bang at that position. Hopefully I explained that right. It was a little convoluted there. Peter, go Hawks. Thank you for the $20 donation, Peter. Oh! So very kind of you, brother. I appreciate you so much. The Ernest Jones mic moment at the Super Bowl ceremony in Lumen was the most epic of all the speakers. That moment will live forever in Seahawks history. I'm betting 80% of the crowd said it at the same time as him. #classic. It was a great moment, and nothing is more pure representation than Ernest that moment of mentality, attitude in a good way, in the right kind of attitude. You got to have your defense built like this. You got to have them carved from this kind of tree, with this kind of wood, this kind of mahogany. And it's got a little bit of an edge to it. It's got a little bit of I'm baddest man on this field. And the connection of this team through the whole team and not just one side of the ball to the other side of the ball and them operating individually, but they're also a team. But this did feel purely, fully as a team all the way through in their interconnectedness and his backing of Sam and, his backing of this team and the way that he walked in as the leader here in this locker room and the way that we needed, when your middle linebacker like that can be this kind of leader too. I mean, this is the ideal. This is what you hope you can find when you're out there drafting. This is what you talk about as a centerpiece point to the middle linebackers when you're looking at the prospects and trying to figure out what their upside is going to be. Guy out there making plays, or is this going to be a leader on your defense? Is he going to hold the guys to account? Is he going to hold them to the standard? Is he going to be a grade A communicator? And in Ernest's case, it's check, 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 check. Yes, 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 yes. Fantastic moment, man. It was really great to see. And that moment is as well back in week 11, press conference. If you don't like, Sam's had us in every single game. If you don't like that, if you ain't rocking with us, then F you. And it was coming from his heart. And some people go, oh, he wasn't. I don't think he's trying to manufacture that moment. I was thinking that's just what he was emotionally feeling as he was going, what he knew was aware of out there in the discussion and what was being talked about. And when you have faith in each other, when it's not just a couple guys having a faith in a couple others, or some of the guys having faith, but when you have universally a whole team that has faith in itself like this one does, and that ultimately the true conviction, not false conviction, but they really feel it, and they feel it because they've earned it, because they operate and they attack it day by day to make it happen. That's how you get a Super Bowl champion. And I certainly think that Ernest Jones is going to live in fame here in Seattle forever. And it was a great moment on that stage, speaking the truth as he did there. And it was that kind of mentality that, helped them take the top. It's back that we all we need. We don't need anybody else. We don't need your national perspective. We don't need your national props. You can have all your questioning of our quarterback. You can have it all. We don't care. Like Mike McDonald said, we don't care. These aren't just little tacit sayings that they throw out there. If you watch and listen to them and see how they go about their business, this is how they live that life this year. Press conference to press conference, practice to practice, all the way back into training camp, hell, all the way back to OTAs. It sounds maybe pap to you a little bit. Maybe sounds like, oh, yeah, it's just what a player says. But it's really how they've gone about their business. And it's part of what can give you a great amount of hope as we go in the future for the potentiality of repeating. We're getting back to Super Bowls again in the future years. Thank you, though, Peter. Appreciate your support, brother. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. And I got that shirt coming, by the way, Peter. I'm going to hopefully get that the next week here. Lord's Disciple, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, just joined. What are your thoughts on this OC? Seems like a weird hire, but guess he impressed in the interview. What's the vision from here for the team? Yeah, it's a little bit of an outside the box hire, and that you didn't go in house, which was people were expecting, but you were going to go untested no matter what, Lord's Disciple. So you weren't going to get the guy that was going to be the Kubiak-like hire equivalent. That guy wasn't out there or available. You're keeping a lot of your coaches in house already. So, you've got Outen and Benton and Pete's, just to name a few, that are going to remain here on the staff, which will very much help him. He's going to continue to do the same outside zone system. He's a Kubiak acolyte, so you're getting the outside zone system as a centerpiece of what he does. Not a lot I can give you as far as anything outside of that, because of course he's never called plays before. He's never been an offensive coordinator before. So what does his Shanahan system look like in difference to Shanahan? What does he do to evolve it? Does it more of a tight end featuring kind of offense? Because he's been a tight ends coach. These are all just kind of more questions I can't answer at this point. But it's as good as hires you're going to find out here on the market. There just wasn't the guy that you could go pound the table for that was going to be this was going to be amazing hire that would want to come here instead, that was going to be so much better. You were going to have to go untested kind of no matter what. And it does seem like with this one being the late hour one of a hire, that this wasn't the guy that was rumored to be connected tightly. It does kind of seem like the team tried to exhaustively really go through the ABCDs of their process to make sure that they could really land the best guy. And that does encourage me as far as this hire goes, at least in that respect. But hard to give you a lot as far as this guy and what he's exactly going to bring to the table, getting down to details and stuff, You guys are so kind here. Thank you, Dogzilla, with another $50 donation. Oh my gosh. Thank you for that, man. You are very, very kind, brother. Very, very kind. As I know you've donated many, many times before in the past. He says a 1/10 contribution, the one by Don Mata. Anyone care to help match, please? Brando has been the best Seahawks YouTube creator. Oh man, that is very kind of you, man. Very kind. I salute you, brother. Kind of you to say. You and Don both coming in with some big old monster donations. No pun intended there, Dogzilla. No pun intended there on that one. But that's very kind of you, man. This has been a tremendously rewarding year, and you guys are amazing in your support. You're very kind in all you guys do for this channel. You let me do this 24/7, where even as now we roll into the off season, I don't have to be like, well, close this down, go back to a day job till we can get back to training camp, and I can start this thing back up again. I get to just run this 24/7, and I was having myself a ball last night, Dogzilla, just going through the reactions from Hawk coaches or from the opposition coaches last night, cutting up that short here that I dropped today. It's just so much fun to just be thinking about whatever I can create for you guys and whatever we can do, just talk about Hawks and just dive into this team, especially getting to dive into a Super Bowl winning squad and a team with a very bright future ahead of that Super Bowl championship. So that in itself has been the reward in so many ways, but you guys allow me to do it. You, with this just tremendous support, you dropped donos so much before. Really, really thank you for that. You're very, very kind, and very kind for sending that, man. Thank you so much. $50, man. Thank you. You guys are just, again, I know I said a lot, man. Unbelievable. I just don't have a better word to use than that. Just, it is unbelievable, and it is very, very kind. We're going to have a hell of an offseason, Dogzilla. We got a lot lined up here. We'll be covering the draft, covering free agency. We got a charity stream we'll be getting up at one point or another as well. So we're going to be cooking this thing up. We're going to have some fun this offseason. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation. Do you have anything to say about my quarterback, my defense, or the city of Seattle? Hawk you. Let's effing go. Time to repeat in SoFi Stadium. Let's go, Peter. Thank you for another $5, man. And indeed, he's got his team back. These guys got each other's back. There's no cracks. There's no dings, chips in the armor. You know, that was the thing with the Love Legion of Boom, but it was always one that was like, you felt like the steam was pushing out, always on the edge of about to explode a little bit at times. Whereas this team just feels coldly, coolly, intensely, absolutely 100% positively together in every way. And let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go, Ernest. What a great deal. What a great contract. What a great player. Sloby1, thank you for the $2 donation. Do players do autographs during training camp? Yeah, they do. Every day of training camp after the training camp period ends, the players will go over to down to the lower rung of the berm, and they'll go over there and they'll sign some autographs, take some pictures in there really quickly. Even Mike Vidal's done it. So they're very kind about that with their time. You know, those guys are tired after practice. Sloby1, you know, they're beat, but I highly recommend checking out training camp. It's no doubt going to be really packed this year, but it's always a ton of fun. They do a good job to Seattle of having things like, you know, popsicles out there for you to when it's super hot to keep you cool, water. They got some food out there. I was at the season ticket holder. One of you guys was kind enough to give me your season ticket holder thing last year, so I got to go for that. And they were like giving out cool shirts, and they do a nice job of it out there. They make it very worthwhile. It's very easy to get in and out on the buses. Highly recommend it. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, Jeffrey. Says, got my Super Bowl hat in the mail already. Let's go, man. Let's go. I haven't quite done a shopping spree yet, Jeffrey, but I know it's going to be coming here at some point. I'm already looking for GSN Super Bowl jersey, and I'm already eyeballing it, you know. Jose, thank you for the $2 donation, Jose. Are we keeping Locke or rolling with Milroe at quarterback too? I would estimate that you're probably rolling with all three quarterbacks still going into next year, Jose. If I was to make a guess at this, like the most likely thing to happen, I'd say that would be the most likely thing. I think that there is a possibility that Milroe becomes a bit of a commodity this offseason because of the weakness of this draft, and that there'll be so many teams maybe looking for an answer out there, and that maybe you are able to pull something back for him. I'm not saying this is likely to happen. Like I said, the likely is that you run with all three of them, but there is a possibility. You never know in this market that needs quarterbacks. If somebody doesn't go like, well, why don't we just throw a late second round pick back for Milroe then? So we'll see how that would go, but I would estimate you're probably running back with all three of them, and that this decision that you're talking about is really one that will come after next offseason, where now you look at yourself and you go, okay, what do we think about where Milroe's at in his development after 2 years? Is he ready to ascend to QB2? Is there a team out there after 2 years that's interested in him because he has ascended a little bit? He has gotten better. It's kind of a decision more for down the road, I would say. Part of this being that Locke's so cheap on his contract, Darnold's so cheap on his contract, you're not impelled financially from this to feel like you have to do this to free up space. It's kind of a nice problem to have three decent quarterbacks on your roster like this. Senior baby, tiny baby goats, thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate you for that. Very, very kind, buddy. The class of this organization and the culture, character of this team is something grand. I can't get over how happy JSN looked and how much he vocalized the love for his teammates. You touch upon it well. It's a little bit of what I'm trying to kind of as well sort of capture, and it's something that isn't always easy, I think, to try to fully articulate, because it's kind of a spirit thing as much as anything else. And when you get into some of that, it's very sort of touchy-feely. It's less about like individually itemizing it's this and that, and it's this and it's that. It's that, as I said, you could feel 10 years ago a little bit even from that Super Bowl winning squad where there'd be a little bit of the intensity and a little bit of the, white knuckledness of what would go on. Whereas this team, it just feels like things are a little more in control. And then it does feel like that the love is fully genuine throughout this whole roster, and that these players really do love to be here and they love playing with one another. And you heard it in how the players talked about right after the Super Bowl that they're going to miss, even going back to practice next week, and now it's over. And Mike was referencing that. And both, when you're hearing it both from the players and the coaches, that through a long NFL season, playing as long a possible NFL season as you could, instead of you hearing exhaustion across the board, instead of you hearing guys go, man, that took every last bit, I'm just going to take the next month and do nothing. Instead of that, the spirit you heard was like, I just love this locker room, and this sucks. This ends now, because this was just so awesome and amazing. And part of this is also a testament back to the roster that John Schneider has built, and the kind of players that, he's looked to foster within this culture, all about ball, and that they're built for this in this way, not just talented guys, but the type of guys that could be wired, hopefully, to where they could operate with this type of attitude within the nature of both success, but the team itself too. So it is a very classy organization. I mean, how many shots did we see at the end of the playoffs of guys going over there, and JSN going over to Devontae Adams and tell him to keep his head up, or Kenneth Walker tracking down Christian McCaffrey as he's just about to leave the field, telling him how much respect he has for him. And, not guys sitting there ready to, how can I go talk my stuff? How can I go, dump some dirt on these guys' grave, talking about Cancun or something, but instead they're going over there, and different guys being individually very respectful and cool to the opposition even afterwards. It's kind of just how they've carried themselves. They've got their own manner and their own way about it, while still being hardened as you're going to get, while still being as intense as you could get, while still being badasses. And it's such a cool mixture, isn't it? Tiny baby goats, and one you don't see very often. Well said on your part. Very well said on your part. And thank you for the $20 donation. That's very kind of you. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $10 donation. Can I just say, in a league built on parity, the only guarantee is that the Jets are going to suck. Their poor product is now multi-generational. It's time to take the Jets behind the barn and old yeller 'em. Yeah, it isn't looking good for them anytime soon out there. I'll say this, they've got at least the one crack of light that you get for them, Jeffrey, that I think starts to give me a little bit of hope for them. And it's been many years, and that ownership isn't changing anytime soon. And we know that when you have bad ownership, you might even have cracks of light come through your window, but the owner's going to come through very shortly and shut those blinds fast. But if he can just stay out of the way of things, they still probably are going to end up needing to find a coach. But you've got $79, almost $80 million of money to spend this offseason as far as cap space go. You also got multiple first-round picks. So 2 first-round picks there for Sauce Gardner. That was a fleecing. You got a first-round pick for Quentin Williams. They've done a good job here now of doing the thing I always say, Jeffrey, which is recognize where you are as a team and recognize when you're not ready to contend. And if you are actually in rebuild mode, what you should be doing is accumulating as many draft picks as you possibly can, stacking them up. And that's so often what we see teams not do, is they'll operate like they're in the mode of ascension rather than the mode of rebuilding. And so at least from that standpoint, you got to begin somewhere. They've started to begin at the base level of doing that part that's right. But now, Jeffrey, here comes the part of how are you going to do the picks? How are you going to approach the quarterback position in the future? What are you going to do with the head coach? That comes back to, again, it doesn't necessarily look super bright and great for them as it stands right now, but they do have at least the means to start to get this ship out of the harbor. But eventually you also got to start adding on smart decision-making around your personnel decision, around who you have coaching, and around your coaches developing the young personnel you're drafting. So just a couple of those franchises in the league, Jeffrey. You never know. They'll eventually get it right, you think? Maybe. Probably not. But it'd be fun to watch what they do this offseason. Peter, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm renaming Levi and SoFi Stadium CFI and CFI. CFI and CFI. That works for me, man. As I say, we get the right to name it. If we get to raise a Super Bowl trophy in your house, it's now our naming rights. I don't care what whoever paid for it. It should be null and void in the contract at that point. Upper left, 206. Thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Welcome aboard. We're going to be getting a call-in show here for members of the channel as well. Upper left, take a look at your community post. I just posted out the PFF scores for the Seahawks players for the season and where they ranked at. So I got that posted out to you guys just this week. If you have a chance, go over there and take a look at your community post as we've got that posted on up there. But upper left, thank you for jumping aboard. Welcome aboard, man. And appreciate you for that. We get another call-in show as well for members of the channel here in about probably next week. We'll be getting it lined up here for you guys. Maybe Wednesday or something. We'll do a call-in show. Hey, Pumpkin. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $5 donation. Addis, how are we feeling on this hire? It's interesting. I'll say this. Have a better feeling that this will be better than Grubb and Waldron. Yeah, I think that this will be I think I've got a lot of confidence to say that this is going to be a better hire than Grubb and Waldron. I feel pretty good about that. In Ryan Grubb, you had a guy who never called plays at the NFL level, and this guy hasn't either, but that was also with the air raid system, which is really a system that I think just works best at the college level. I'm still not convinced a really fully pure air raid works at the NFL level. It just doesn't. And then Waldron, another guy, just didn't really have much of he didn't have that Shanahan West Coast spine that he really leaned on the back of. He was kind of just doing his own thing. And I don't know if he was just making it up as he went along, but this was also what followed him when he went to Chicago. Like, Bear fans would tell you, like, this doesn't look like McVay's offense. I don't know what this is. Whereas at least with this guy, he's coming in and on paper, he should be, and it's going to be hard for him to kind of stray from this because he's not like Grubb bringing in his own staff. He has some of the staff he inherited, which is going to keep that train on the tracks to running the Shanahan outside zone scheme. So I feel good about it. There was never going to be a home run hire to be had here. That was the reality of this. I think some Hawk fans have operated a little bit like this is in a vacuum, like it's the beginning of the offseason day one and you have a endless conveyor belt line of grade A choices to pick from. That was not the case here. You had to make the best in what is kind of, quite frankly, just kind of a bad situation. We got to have an offensive coach for a Super Bowl made roster, but we're having to hire that about 3 weeks late into the process, which means all the good guys are off the board. All the grade A hires are off the board. Doesn't mean this one can't be successful. Just means that you got to take that into account when you look at this hire as to why it's happening and why this name and why you land at this one. So hopefully he can be really good. And I do think that he's going to keep, I just don't think that this is going to necessarily have the kind of fail rate of a guy like Grubb for those prior reasons. You know, the staff that gets to remain, the system that gets to remain, the talent of offense that he inherits versus what Grubb was inheriting walking in the door. It all is, I think, going to make this a little bit more helpful. But thank you, Addis. Appreciate you for that. Alan, thank you for 21 months as a Hawks Nest member. Seattle the best. We the best game. We the best. We're the best team in the NFL. DJ Khalid voice. We the best football team. It's my best DJ Khalid voice, man. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate you for almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member, man. Seattle is the best. We get to say it all off season, Alan. All off season. Nobody can say nothing about it. They just have to sit there and take it. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. What's your thoughts on replacing Bryant and Woolen and maybe getting stronger with our edge rotation? Replace Mafe, Nwosu, both? You've probably got Bryant's replacement in-house just naturally with what you have here in Tayakata. I think the team's going to feel perfectly fine with rolling with that option if that's the way they got to go. I think that they'll find a safety option as well. Like, they're not just going to go, okay, it's Akata, a bust. But then you're going to probably find another option out there to kind of compete with him. And is that in the draft? Is that a low price free agency that maybe Mike McDonald has some familiarity with? Hard to say on that one, Peter, I would say. I don't have a lot of worry about necessarily replacing Brian in the respect of I think it's some star position that's going to be really hard for us to find an answer for. I think you can find some answers. I think Mike McDonald's defense is pretty safety friendly overall. And you're really looking for just a guy that can be versatile. So I think you're going to find that there. With Woolen, you've got Marlon Humphrey was at the parade a couple of days ago. So it would seem like if you're looking for the Woolen replacement or the Josh Jobe replacement, bam, you got Marlon Humphrey, probably going to be released by the Ravens. I would estimate that he's probably the guy that's going to be brought in-house to get that done. I don't know what's going to happen with Josh Jobe. You're probably going to pick a cornerback in addition if you lose Josh Jobe. But if you have Humphrey come in here with a guy that you take in the draft, you're going to be fine then at cornerback at that spot. Could they maybe make a trade and make a big swing for a corner out there? Maybe. There's really not a lot of guys out there in the league right now that are going to be grade A corners that are going to be on the open market and available to go and be traded for. As far as making the edge rotation stronger, these are all really great questions, Peter. So I don't want to like pick these questions apart, but I just offer that it's very hard to make an answer on any of these questions because there's not, okay, Maffei's going to go in free agency. You're not going to re-sign him because I just think you're going to try to get better. But who is the answer that you're going to replace him with? Well, it's not a grade A free agent class as far as edge group goes. Can you go and make a trade for a guy? I mean, maybe. I think what you're looking at is that you're probably going to have to rotate a little bit on this one as far as, I think just kind of, unfortunately with all of these, I don't have really just great answers on all of them. I don't. Maffei's going to go. Does Nwosu go? You can save some money on Nwosu, but if you're already losing Maffei, maybe you want to keep Nwosu. Maybe you only want to add one extra edge to keep the 4 group up if you can go do that. But maybe also you're looking at Uchenna Nwosu going, he's not the same player because he hasn't looked like the same player through the back half of the year. But then he did have the 5-game, 6-game run where he had a sack in every single game. Well, maybe you're looking at the end of the year where you're going, well, he got him back to finally full strength. So now maybe he's finally fully over the injury. Some of these questions are questions that inherently have a lot built into them that I don't know about as far as from the team goes. And so it's kind of just a blind guess where I'm just sort of rolling the dice, Peter, saying, well, I don't know, maybe that. I would think I think you would ideally move on from Maffei and Nwosu for what you're not going to pay Maffei what he's going to get on the open market. And Nwosu is very expensive for a guy that's not giving you the kind of production off the edge that you'd like to get at that kind of price. Is there a readily available option out there as a replacement for both of those two guys if you go too deep? Not necessarily. And when it comes to Woolen, I do think the Marlon Humphrey one makes a lot of sense with them being at the Super Bowl recently. But, I don't really know which direction they're going to go there with the cornerback. If you re-sign Job and you bring in Marlon Humphrey, you're fine, right? I mean, so it kind of some of this depends upon a little bit of where they stand on Job. Some of this depends upon what Job's going to get on the open market. Some of it gets really hard to predict on this because I can't just look at Job as a purely free agent and what he would cost in recent years and what he'd be due to be paid. But it's also going to be based upon a little bit of the fact that he's going to have the Super Bowl bump, like Woolen's going to have the Super Bowl bump, like Maffei's going to have the Super Bowl bump. You're on a roster that went to the Super Bowl and won it. You're going to make more money. And that's going to make you probably at times a little bit more expensive, especially if you're already on the edge of wanting to pay a guy or not, to go and, I don't think I want to do it. These are great questions, man. I wish I had better answers for you on that. But all of those are a little bit of a question right now. We don't know which way the team is exactly going to move here. And it's really these are really blind predictions in a lot of ways until we get a little bit more of a feeling for what they're looking to do approach-wise. I think ideally, to your answers on all this, that's what you're going to look to do. You're going to have to replace those guys. You're going to want to look to get stronger on the edge rotation. But versus what you want to do versus what you can do in actuality, that's where, to me, there could be a little bit of some difficulty on making that go, where it's not just this is what I want to purposely do, but then what can we actually get done? And that's where I wonder a little bit about that potential of being able to pull that off. Man, you guys are incredibly kind. We got the donos still just stacking up. Thank you for all of these, you guys. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm definitely going to try as I can to catch up on these guys as I'm definitely behind. So if I go a little bit quicker on the donos, we got a lot on those and I still got a little bit of show I want to cover on this today. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Charles Haley would let it go anytime, anywhere. Indeed he would. 1 second. Charles Haley would let it go anytime, anywhere. Yes, he would. Charles Haley was a wild man, and comparison would not certainly try to present that to being like earnest like that in that way, but just in, a rival of yours letting a guy go like that just doesn't make, any sense on that. Shadowbot, thank you for the $5 donation. Did it for Paul. Made me so happy seeing Joey holding the trophy up. Let's go. Thank you, Shadowbot. Indeed, Paul, hopefully from somewhere looking down, very, very happy, smiling, nodding, certainly very proud of his sister. How could he not be, right? Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. 3 weeks from today, my baby girl's birthday. Set the clocks ahead, and free agency basically starts. League year is 3/11, but moves start early. Before that, we got the combine. Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a very, very, very fast off season for Seattle Seahawks fans. So prepare yourself. You normally have a lot of time, a lot of months, a lot of moments where you're just kind of sitting there chilling and Going, man, how long until football starts? It's maybe not going to be as much of that this year. You're going to basically blink and you're to one thing, then you blink to the next thing, then you blink to the final thing, and you're like, wow, season's right here, right now. So, well itemized there by Randall. You're going to have free agency turn around here very, very soon. There's the official start of the league new year, but then there's always stuff going on a couple days before that. And I got the combine coming up. We already have the Senior Bowl in the back door here as far as that happening. And so it's going to start ramping up here, some of the draft coverage and stuff like that. No time to breathe, Randall. No time to breathe when your team is championship based. Dick Hammer, thank you for the $2 donation. Love the emoji. He says, Ernest Jones to the Ring of Honor. Who says no? Who says no? You go get a championship like he does, and he can finish off his career in Seattle and get a nice good run of a couple of years here, even of similar performance to what he's posted out here of the rip. I ain't saying no. Can't underrate that guy's impact. There's been a lot of people that you've been able to bring in over the past couple of years since McDonald's come in to help this team out and improve things, like your DeMarcus Lawrence. But maybe Ernest is the most important out of all of them when it's all said and done. It's all said and done. Thank you, though, Dick Hammer. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $10 donation. Wu-Tang, seems like we're basically running most of it back. Early take, but who besides the Rams in the NFC West can stop us? And they're about to pay Paluka Nukua. Who's got it better than us? Nobody has got it better than your Seattle Seahawks. That is absolutely for true. There's going to be some good teams here into this next year, I think, in the NFC. Number one, the NFC was already the stronger conference this past year, in my opinion. I would also say that when you look at the NFC this upcoming year, you're going to see a couple of teams that probably get pretty aggressive and looking to take that next step into solidly placing themselves into the contender mode, and not simply a good team, not simply a playoff team. The Detroit Lions really could be one of those centerpiece teams to try to go make a run at Aiden Hutchinson. Max Crosby. And Max Crosby and Aiden Hutchinson is a combination on that defense coming off the edge with what they've got on that offense, and how they're building that up still and keeping that fairly strong to that side of the ball. Their secondary can sometimes be a little bit of a tough, but they've got bodies back there, and a couple guys develop right. They could be in really good shape. Brian Branch comes back off that injury. I think they could be very tough. Chicago Bears, if they can get their defense a little bit righter, a little bit less leaning on just simply getting the turnovers and picks, I think they're going to be into it. I think the Green Bay Packers getting back Micah Parsons makes them dangerous once again. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, if they can get some actual edge help, and then they get back their Kalijah Cansey from his season, basically almost season-ending injury as he had it, they've got to make some moves and kind of solidify some things themselves. But Emeka Egbuka comes back in there. Our receiving core can turn around maybe a little bit. I could see Tampa Bay being a problem as we get into next year. And, Eagles, Howie Roseman's probably going to get aggressive this offseason. So it's, I think that there are a couple teams out there, Wu-Tang, that I would say, look, it's going to be probably a tougher gauntlet of getting through the NFC than it was this year. You having the Green Bay Packers lose Micah Parsons when they lost him. Green Bay, Chicago Bears having a defense kind of holding them back as they did. The Eagles having a down year off the back of the Super Bowl win. Tampa Bay never quite finding their right footing, even though they had a lot of talent to kind of be able to take that next step this year. And the Lions just getting beat up and battered as the year wore along set things up nicely for you as you went in the playoffs. First, where you were at from a health-wise standpoint, versus where you were at from how you were playing, how good you were playing standpoint. Upper left, 206. Thank you for the $5 donation. And I just, bottom of my heart, guys, thank you guys for all of your donations. I think I've spent the last 2 hours just reading donos alone. You guys are amazing and all of that. Upper left, you are very kind. Says, Brandon, you're a real one. Thanks for a shout out for joining you. Thank you. And go Hawks. Well, absolutely, man. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel, and thank you for the donation. Definitely looking to keep expanding those membership benefits out throughout this off season. We'll be getting as much as I can get over there cooked over to you guys. You guys really set the foundation here with those memberships. I've been able to do this channel, and very kind of you to double dip, man. Both join as a member and also donate to the channel. That is very, very kind of you. You guys have been, as you guys were throughout this year, absolutely wonderful, and all of your support here to this channel and everything you guys do for me. You guys have my back every time I go live, and it's much appreciated, but it's also, always blows me away in addition to that, where I'm just like, wow, you guys are just, unbelievable in your support. Thank you, man. And go Hawks. It's going to be a hell of an off season. We're going to have some fun this off season. I'll tell you that. Ethan Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. Ethan says, parade was a blast, Brando. It was good to see you in the house as well. I got to chop it up with Ethan out there. Your choice, OC with scheme familiarity, but no play calling, or someone who has called plays, but a totally different scheme. It's a good question. And I'm not going to mean to sit on the fence on this one, but it would really depend upon who exactly we're talking about with the totally different scheme. I mean, Arthur Smith runs an outside zone scheme by and large, but does he run exactly the Mike Shanahan offense per se? Not necessarily. So if it was that type of guy, then you would find me leaning in the direction of saying totally different scheme. But it could be a different OC too. Like if you were to then say Ethan Cliff Kingsbury, well, here's a guy that's called plays. Here's a guy that's called plays with success. Here's a wholly different scheme, but that's a guy that I would not take over scheme familiarity with no play calling. So that's why I would say to Ethan, it would have to be more of a specific, who are we talking? Who's that actual OC who runs the different scheme and who's had the prior success? What kind of scheme is he running that we're changing to? Because you could, if I just did the blanket, okay, call plays had success, but a different scheme thing, I could come to a Cliff Kingsbury as an answer. And we both know that wouldn't be the right answer at all. That would be the wrong answer. So, hard to kind of pivot that one exactly. If it's an Arthur Smith, I'd go that direction. But if it's a Kingsbury, I'm going back to the former of your question, being that I would lean to more of the scheme familiarity at that point versus changing it over for a scheme that I'm both getting an offensive coordinator I'm not sure about, though he's had a successful track record. And then I've got to also change the scheme and also to a scheme that's maybe not exactly NFL friendly. See, it's where definitely that one, you need the full context of who we're talking rather than just generalize this or generalize that. I'd say it gets hard to kind of just give a stamp of a yes or no on that in just those terms. But Ethan, I had a great time, man, chopping up with you out there at the parade, bro. Hope you're doing well. IOW, thank you for the $2 donation. We go quality or quantity at the edge this offseason? It's a great question. I mean, it's right there with Peter above. I would offer to you on this where it's a great question as to what do you do with this? And I swear to you guys, I'm not trying to like dodge the question here a little bit, but you have a situation here where this is not necessarily a defense that's driven by edge star power. It's driven by power edges that do certain things within their role. Set the hard edge. Be a physical beast. Dominate physically. Size, length is appreciated. These are the things that are more like we have a type we're looking for. It doesn't mean star power can't fit within that, but it does make it complicated, I think, from the team's perspective of, is the star power player available to us? Likely not. Well, that would seem to drive you a little bit more into maybe the quantity realm where you flip out, again, coming back to a little bit of Peter's question above on this, you go back to maybe of, okay, we're flipping out a Mafe and Nwosu. We're flipping out Nwafa and Mosu, and maybe now that becomes, who we're flipping that out for becomes Arnold Ebiketie and some other guy like that, where it's Kyle Van Noy or something, where, well, you're just adding the two qualities now on top of Hall, on top of DeMarcus Lawrence, and you're going, okay, there's our 4 stack right there, and those guys will rotate through, and they'll do their hard edges, and we'll get just enough out of the edge rush, and we'll still be able to be an elite defense. Because I think some of this that is baked in is the theory of, to be the elite defense, you have to then have the elite edges. Well, I think in Mike McDonald's defense, he might counter and say, I can be an elite defense without having the elite edges. I might now need other guys to be elite in other spots to counter that, but maybe I just need really good edges. So this is a bit of a question in my own mind. Back to your donation and back to Peter Van Gent above. This is also sitting in my brain as to a bit of I'm unsure. I'm unsure and I don't have a strong opinion on it. I want to see the team make a run at a Max Crosby. If you can't make a run at Max Crosby, what are the other couple of moves that I look to go make? And some of this just is that there's a real limitation as far as the edges that exist out there in this sport. You could go blow by blow through these teams where Chiefs aren't giving you an edge, Vikings aren't giving you an edge, Cowboys aren't going to give you an edge. You can look at Bradley Chubb with the Dolphins, but how much do you want to go after that injury-prone, now aging player who's also not been the most productive? Jaguars aren't going to give you, I don't think, Trayvon Walker. Lions aren't looking to offload edge. Saints aren't going to give you anybody that stands out. Bears don't got anything. They're not going to let anybody go. Texans aren't going to let anybody go. Packers don't got anybody to offer. Aren't going to let anybody go. Browns aren't going to let anybody go or don't have anybody to offer. Panthers the same. Eagles, Jalen Phillips, I think, is a free agent. That'd be another one of those kind of flop out one for the other kind of situations for me. Ravens don't have anything outside of Kyle Van Noy. They might look at it, which I think he's still under contract. Buccaneers, they're looking for edge help. Falcons just drafted their edge help, and they still might be looking for edge help now that we know that James Pierce might be suspended for a good amount of time. Broncos don't have anybody that they're going to be able to offer you that you can get from them. Colts, no. Cardinals, no. Patriots, no. 49ers, hell no. Steelers, Old Watt, Highsmith, and Nick Erbing? Trey Hendrickson could be out there maybe. But how much do you want to make a run at Trey Hendrickson at his age at this point if you're the Seahawks? This is where the market supply is very low. And that would, so if I guess we get around the bush on this one to finally answering your and Peter's question on this, you probably end up getting around more to quantity than you do quality on this. But you can certainly understand the drive behind John making a run at quality with a guy like Crosby, because he's looking at the alternatives otherwise and he's going, I'm just getting by. I'm just going to have a guy that's just a jag out there. And I'm hopeful that he might tap into a little bit more than that jag status, but that's probably about as much as I'm likely to get out of this guy, and I know it. And I don't think that's going to make John particularly very, very comfortable. But it's going to be an interesting position to see how they attack on that. IOW. Thank you for the donation. 1 second here. I'm going to get a little bit of coffee. We're right back. All right. Whew. Got through the donos here. Let's take a look at some things here now as we get through. And again, thank you guys, all of you guys, for all the donuts. It took me a couple hours to get through all those with it. Let's make our way through here some of our items and things I want to talk about a little bit here bit today, and just kind of touch a few different things here. Has to do with a bit of the roundup. Got our team, of course, winning our Super Bowl here. Got a, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see this here, but John replicating a little bit of his 2013 world championship belt. Look at the smile by John, by the way. Look at a guy living his best life right now. You don't think that he feels good about this win? Such a good shot. Seahawks also able to add on to their little predator wall as this has been going on throughout the season. We finally got it fully topped out. I need to get this replica for my backdrop, by the way. I don't know how it's going to be done, and look at the spear go right through the top of the Patriot helmet there. Isn't that cool? Right at the top. But you stacked them all here throughout the course of the year. All those helmets all on the wall. Such a great representation there, what the team was able to pull off this season. Want to talk about as well here just a little bit. Guy that had a great game here this past Sunday, a week ago. A guy that we've talked a lot about, in Kenneth Walker here in recent years. And Walker's a guy that's been a bit up and down for many Seahawks fans as far as their outlook of him and where they think, does he have vision problems? He can't find the hole. He's got all the ability to break tackles and he's super fast, but if he can't find the hole, then what's the point? He's never kind of been able to get both the right blocking and the right scheme to best maximize him. He's always a guy with all of this top-end talent, and I mean top-end talent. It's just that when you do not have a running back that has either the blocking in front of him or the scheme to make it work, you're not going to see that guy at his best. And we've seen so many representations and examples of this throughout the league over the past few years that have really proven the analytic folks right. And what I wanted to make as far as a point about this today when talking about Walker is the understanding that this is priority free agent number one, and that there's no way you can let this guy walk out the door. This is a difference maker in what he brings to the offense now that you have the other parts of your house in the right order to better maximize his success. You get all 5 of your starting offensive linemen returning with backups. Maybe you're even able to improve upon the position. You have your quarterback returning. You're going to have you should have most of your wide receivers returning with the exception of maybe a Shaheed. You got 4 tight ends. Your blocking should be on point. You got a fullback in house. He hasn't always had a good fullback here. He's got a great fullback right now. And now he's learned this system through his first year to really now have the kind of system that can really allow a running back to take off in as we've seen again, many representations in the past with this system with a variety of different running backs. First half of the year for Kenneth Walker, 136 carries, 606 yards. Not bad at all still, 4.5 yard per carry average. He had 14 catches for 127 yards. That's through the first 10 games of the year. Okay, so not just the first half of the schedule, but the first 10 games of the season. When you take him through the back 10 basically of the season, through the back last half of that season, including the playoffs, you get 150 carries, 734 yards, a 4.9 yard per carry average, 25 catches, and 259 yards receiving. You got the best version of Kenneth Walker that you had ever gotten here in Seattle. And it hasn't been a bad run for Kenneth, by the way. It's not like he's been purely bad or that he hasn't been really good for you. You look at him here through 4 seasons with your Seattle Seahawks. He now has over 3,500 yards rushing with 29 touchdowns on the ground. He's got over 1,000 yards receiving in addition to that. You saw it 4.6 yards per carry last year. He matched his best year of his career in that first season there in 2022. He was really good. Of course, as well, Walker was the highest rated running back for you, not just for you, but for the entire NFL this season at 91.5. And as you can see on this PFF grade, he's been pretty well graded throughout his career, but also take note of the fact his grade has gotten a little bit better year by year by year. 76.9 to 83.5 to 88.5 to 91.5 this year, his first year in an outside zone system. Still only 25 years old, so he's not yet hit that mark where essentially he's going to be over the top here and just about to run off that cliff. He should still have a couple of year production. To me, it makes a lot of sense to find the 3-year contract extension here and to give him decent money on this. But I think that what you're also getting with Walker in this deal and signing to an extension right now is not only you having a player that's going to sustain himself and that shouldn't fall off a cliff or run into a wall in some near point here in the future, but should be a guy that allows you here as we get into the future to be able to be at his best version he's been throughout your time here. Would not surprise me in the least if we're now going to be able to see Walker over the next couple of years as 5-point carry average Walker. That now as this thing gets a little bit better, as he gets a little bit more mastery of this system, as those offensive linemen get another year to work together and more holes get more open consistently more often, now you're going to get that best version of Walker, and it will make that money spent well worth it. Because the thing with the difference-making running backs is we go back to inherently where all of this debate and argument begins with running backs. Does the star running back make the system? Does he make it go? Can he go out there and go find grade A yardage out there, even if his offensive line isn't the best, even if he doesn't have the best quarterback play, even if he doesn't have the right system in place, even if he has a kind of a crap defense that has the offense constantly behind? The answer is no. No. He has to have those factors working in his favor. And then the key of that is then not only do you not get a productive running back, you can get a star running back. You can get upper level production that everybody else out there is chasing right and left. And that's right there to me on the doorstep for the Seattle Seahawks with Kenneth Walker right now as we head into this offseason. The time is right to make this move, to spend this money, to make him that first priority free agent, because you're bringing back into the mix and you are going to, I think, get that best version. And that's a difference maker we're going to need in this offense to constantly make sure we're keeping those defenses honest when they want to start to drift into those cover two shells, when they want to drift into some of that bracket coverage to JSN over the top. Not so fast. Let's bring up those safeties in the box to help out that running game. So I just think it's got to be a priority this offseason. Just wanted to take note of the fact that he was absolutely fantastic down the home stretch when you needed him to be in the playoffs. He was a difference maker. He won the MVP, and there was a variety of just great runs that really, I thought, showed off in many ways some of the leaps he's taken in his game. And we're not going to go through a lot of these because we've already gotten kind of long a little bit here in this one. But you could just go run by run to me and find a variety of moments where you could feel the patience. You could feel where there'd be timings like this on this run where he knew he needed to get to the edge quick, where he could read essentially like right here, my tight end has gotten the edge. So he instantly can read right from here. Okay, is this a read he makes early in his career? Maybe not as much. Does he maybe take his time a little bit on this run and show patience on this run where he needs to be urgent? Maybe as a younger player. But here he can read, I've gotten my tight end's destroyed the edge. He's eliminated the edge here. He's opened that door up for me to go take it. And then put your foot in the ground and go take the edge. I thought the Super Bowl did just a great job with him over and over again of featuring what he was starting to do in his game through the back half of the schedule, where it's not only about PFF grades, it's also about learning the system and what he needs to do and how he needs to run it. Here, again, sense of urgency. I got to get out to the edge. I got to get out the edge with some speed and quickness. You get the special making skill that he has here, which is an ability to essentially bounce past the blocker and Zabel, who's getting pushed into the backfield, but then the acceleration to still get to that edge. This is why the system works so well for him, because he actually has that speed to get out to that edge before a defense can get out there. And of course, he broke this play down. I can't show the whole play because I'm limited by how long I can show some of these plays. But of course, he busted this off for a big play. He was able to stay in bounds, really bust this off, I think 30-yard run on this play. But the acceleration on multiple spots you get to see, and that's why he fits the scheme so well and why I don't want to let him go. Because it's not always easy to find these backs that can fit this so uniquely like he can. A couple others here I want to show you from this game. Here, how about some patience? So I've shown you some urgency here. It's not been all zone this year. There's a lot of gap concepts from Seattle in this last year. Here, using the patience. See how you almost like you would as a Madden player here getting the ball. You're trying to force the defensive lineman into the left shoulder of Sundell. So you see how the defensive lineman, he's got leverage basically to where Walker's going to run this play. Can I pull him back to my left? So can I pull him back to my left? See that? So he sells the left, gets the defensive tackle to kind of lean that way, and that's all he needs. The second he senses the lean, now he gets back to pressing the hole for where he wanted to go. Intended to go there the whole way, but the growth of Walker is setting up the hole for where he wants it to be. And then explode. All the way down the field. Fantastic play here from Walker. But again, the patience also on display in this game. Of course, many of you guys seeing the Le'Veon Bell play that gets talked about where we're like, man, that looked like Le'Veon Bell. And that was in this game as well. And this is one where he's tackled, but again, how many backs in the backfield just get by this first tackler where Saubert completely loses his block immediately here and can lose a guy in a flash. Ends up getting tackled close to the line of scrimmage because you didn't block this up at all well. But he was good in this game, finishing runs, running hard, more than earned the Super Bowl MVP. I mean, he made it very much an easy choice to say this guy's the Super Bowl MVP. How about reverse field? This is pure Walker stuff, right? A few running backs in the sport that can do this. Starting left, you're going to come all the way back right, outrun everybody to the corner and the edge. This isn't just him running through big old holes. Look, there's two guys standing. Literally two guys as he's supposed to go to where the hole is. Look at him standing right there. He's got to reverse this all the way back along. Wonderful cut. Great play. Well earned MVP from Walker, and hopefully they can come to a deal. If they can't, I'm franchising him. Breaking tackles. I mean, how hard, and this is the kind of tackle where it's like Milton Williams, strong guy, has him dead to rights in the hole here. Able to rip his ankle out of the tackle and keep going forward. Finishing runs. You got it all from him in this game. Just got it all from him. Very impressive. All right, let's keep it going here. Let's keep it on moving here, folks. And next thing I want to cover is let's take a look at some of the PFF scores here from the game, shall we? Let's check them out. And we'll start out looking at the offense here from the Super Bowl. These scores against the Pats. How about Abraham Lucas and the kind of year that he had this year? 72 total snaps for your Seahawks. Absolute warrior out there every single game for you this season. Over the knee injury, rewarded the contract at the start of the year, over that hump fully. This is a guy that's so satisfying. I mean, I talk about so many satisfying elements to watching this team that have been so rewarding, and one of them has been that Abraham is a guy that before the Seattle Seahawks drafted him, not when we drafted him, but before they drafted him, this is a guy that I put a first-round grade on. Not a blue-chip grade, not a top 15 grade, but a first-round grade on. I thought he'd put that kind of tape out there at Wazoo, and he's really showed you this year why I put that grade on him. Just a good all-around player. He's both good a run blocker and a good pass protector. You can think about no moments this year where you're like, man, Abraham's getting abused over there today. Abraham's having a hard day today. Every day he showed up. Every day he got the job done. Best performing player for you in the Super Bowl by PFF's rating. Well-deserved on his part. A.J. Barner as well. Good across the board. Blocking, catching, whatever you need him to do, he was there for you. Charles Cross, you got your two pillars. Your third highest graded guy at 76.9. Kenneth Walker at 75.5. Understandable grade on that one. I think he had maybe a dropout in space that they probably knocking him for a little bit on that. Zabel, 5. How about that? 3 of your top 5 offensive linemen, your highest graded guys in the Super Bowl. Not too shabby. Zabel out there getting Milton Williams with a pancake right off the rip. I mean, a pancake right off the rip.
He took us in the house and served us pancakes.
Mill Williams steps right up onto him, gets up into his face. He says, I'm ready to die today. You know, you love his attitude out there. Saubert getting it done as a blocker as well. He's on his extension. He's coming back. Cooper lead the way for you in catches in this game, which was cool to see. On the bottom side of it, Elijah Arroyo still trying to find something that's going to work for him as far as the role within this offense. You got an offseason now to kind of figure it out. I will still maintain that I'm not sure he's going to come tremendously forward as a run blocker into the future. I think you're going to have to kind of take the good with the bad in his game on that side of it. This year has shown a lot of that to you when you have asked him to run block. He's had maybe moments here or there that have been decent, and maybe there's a lot of room for him to grow in that way, but I think where he's going to make his money is as a pass catcher. Josh Jones only out there for 3 reps. Don't take too much from that. Sundell not super well graded in this game. Bobo 16 reps. Okay, fine. Jackson didn't have maybe his best game out there. And then Anthony Bradford with his 13.4 pass blocking grade. But he can move people off the line of scrimmage. He can do that, and with an offense that's going to try to run the ball more, they're going to try to pass. That's going to find some value. On the defensive side of the ball, Riley Mills. He only played 5 snaps. Looked like he might have almost blown a hammy on one of those plays where he was trying to chase down Drake May, but 92.3 grade for him, and that kid looked like a monster on that sack. Kobe Bryant, 79 grade. Great to put up that kind of grade. Great to put up that kind of game for a game where you're looking to be a free agent and get very highly paid this offseason, which I'm expecting he's going to. Well graded across the line. 71.2 is a run defense grade. 83 is a graded tackler and 72.6 in coverage. very nice job by Kobe in this one. Byron Murphy is going to be my underrated hero of the week from the Super Bowl, 76.1 grade, like Kobe, well graded all across the board in this game and what he's asked to do. How about Boye Mafe as well, putting up a really solid game for what was going to be maybe his last one here in Seattle, and a guy that will probably actually make a decent contract in free agent. Not going to break the bank, but I think there's a lot of teams I could see get kind of hot to trot on his services for what he brings to play. Mike Moore's three snaps out there. Don't take too much from that. Josh Jobs had a really solid game out there on his 61 snaps. When you go down to the bottom of things here, Julian Love, not super well graded. Don't know where they're really pulling a lot of that from necessarily. He had an interception in this game after all. Another near interception as well. Jaron Reed with a 49.3, Uchenna Nwosu a 52.2. That's where we come back to a little bit of where does the team stand on Uchenna. And Peter Van Gent and IOW, with great questions there on that one. But these are ones that are things that I'm still kind of turning over myself and trying to consider a little bit as far as like, what is their opinion going to be with Uchenna? You can save some money this year by moving off of him. You know, you can create, looking at it right now, so Uchenna's 11. You're able to save a little bit of dough here by moving off of him in this direction if that's the hope to do this, especially if you post June 1st him. I think he's got still 2 years left on his deal. Or no, it's the last year of his deal, huh? Yeah, it's the last year of his deal. So it's like you're in that spot where you can absolutely, if you really wanted to, cut him through here. Can you put that money better spent in other places? I mean, it's kind of I think it's a valid question to ask. And part of it is who you're replacing him with. Do you want to upend a bit of the chemistry on the team with that a bit? I struggle with that one myself. DeMarcus Lawrence, Woolen, also not super well graded. I thought Drake Thomas played a pretty steady game, and Ernest Jones as well, but they didn't necessarily love them all the way around in what they're doing. I think some of these come from some of the empty calorie yardage, empty plays there at the end of that, where you were playing a little bit more of a preventative style of defense. Special teams unit, Drake Thomas, Gunnar O'Toole, Jake Bobo, Brady Russell were your highest graded guys out there on special teams. Myers, I don't know why they got him in there at 60, 48.3 on the kickoff. They didn't like his kickoffs, I guess. But take that what you will with the special teams unit. Of course, Dixon, I don't know why they get his grade where it is, but I like to flash these even though I don't understand the special teams grades. They don't always make a lot of sense for why they went that way with them. But those are your PFF grades from the game itself. Let's take a little bit look at my underrated hero of the week. And that is going to be one aforementioned Byron Murphy. And Murphy in this game was just all over the place, in my opinion, and isn't getting enough. This is why I want to do this underrated hero of the week segment as I do, because it's for these kind of guys that, do what Byron's done. And, this was a team that was all about defensively, not necessarily who can be the flashiest guy, who can be the star. It's, my stupid thing right here. Sorry. It's a defense that's had the buy-in where you have guys that are being good soldiers, I guess, quote unquote, for this, but they're being good soldiers in the way that rather than me making sure I can have my star shining brightest, and if I can get my star shining brightest, I can become really well paid for that. That's my ultimate goal. That's the most important thing for me. Can I put that on the back burner for the collective of this team to do what's best for the team, for the play in the moment, for us to get ultimately the team-based success being the guiding light, the guiding star? And this is a very hard thing, I think, to get across to players. It's part of one of the underrated things Mike McDonald has done to get these players to buy in. And there's no better representation of that than Byron Murphy. A guy that in college played some nose tackle, but was really a 3-tech and really should be that in what he does, play in and play out, because he could be a monstrously impactful 3-tech. But instead, since he's come to Seattle, he's by and large remained in that nose tackle position where he essentially has to take on double teams time in and time out. And I've maintained there will come a day where he eventually will slide over to that 3-tech role, and he will be allowed to go unleashed, unbridled. He'll be able to go crazy. And that's where you'll ultimately get the most productive return of Byron. But what's been exceptional about him is that he actually brought you some grade A kind of returns this year as a pass rusher with the pressures, with the sack numbers, while being a monster against the run, fighting those double teams, playing and play out. And think about that. You're a player that I could go out there and put you at 3-tech and you get double-digit sacks every year. Double-digit sacks from a defensive tackle position is going to pay you $20, $25 million per year. Or we're going to have you slide in and take on double teams, which is going to reduce down some of that production, which eventually could limit you in what you're able to be paid when we get a couple years down the line and you're a free agent. This is no small thing that Byron Murphy has taken on this role and accepted it. It's no small thing that he's not squawked about it. After all, this isn't some 5th-round pick that came to the team trying to hold on to the team. This is a 1st-round pick with pedigree. 2nd defensive player drafted in his draft. Every right and reason to speak up and say, hey, I kind of want to be featured where I'm going to look at my best to where I can be highest paid. NFL lives are short. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to get to play this game, but this guy's taken this on and he took it on in this game. And then as he showed throughout this year, the phenomenal part of it is that he could be great as a run defender in this game, but he could still give you sacks. And that when you do give him moments of having singled up times, you can see the tantalizing future that is up ahead for him. And this is a play that shows this. You have him in one-on-one up against Wilson. He swings him back and forth. He eventually tracks him down. Boye Mafe, a part of the helping factor here, coming off the edge on the other side. Riley Mills eating the double team on this rep, but Murphy getting the sack when it's all said and done. When he eventually gets the one-on-ones, and even here he's technically in kind of a, you'd call it 3-eye, 3 inside, because he's kind of inside the shoulder of the guard. So he's still even here kind of in a nose tacklish role. Riley's more in the 3-tech here, but nice little pass rush. Great effort on his part. You can see him swinging around and controlling the rep through the whole way. I mean, Drake comes through either way, his left or his right here. He's ready for him, right? Drake tries to step up here. Drake tries to go to the right front side of the pocket. So he gives you some pass rush. 2 sacks in this game. Here's with the pure bull rush. This isn't a sack, but I just want you guys to take note of this. I just want to show this play because you want to know how strong Byron Murphy is. Watch what he does from the center. You want to look dead center of your screen here, 91. Watch what he does to these 2 men. Like, it's just for a moment, but he's taking with one hand one guy and walking him back, and he's taking the other guy with the other hand and walking him back. 2 grown-ass men, NFL football players, and they're not pushing him. They're not getting him to a stalemate. They're not stopping him. He's walking them back with one arm on each guy. And it's for just a moment because Drake throws the ball away because he's starting to pressure and he's threatening to split it. You see, from Drake's perspective on this looks like Byron's very close to splitting the double team. But watch the strength. He's walking 2 guys back. That's a strong-ass dude. That's all I'm saying. It's a strong-ass dude to be able to do that. As I said, he did have another sack in this game. Here's the second one on this. Again, getting a one-on-one opportunity. Love this one where he gets a little bit of load up here. So it's a sack where he eventually can trace or track this down. So what makes him tough as a pass rusher because he can get lateral and he can bend around on you. He can cover a lot more space than your typical defensive tackle. And you can see kind of loads up with his feet here. See how he kind of loads it up there? Gets the guy committed, swings it back and forth. And then you really feel from this the great ability for them to play the loop game. This isn't a stunt. As much as it's just kind of a read it on the fly, you've got Leonard Williams slanting hard and then Murphy swinging around him. But boy, they do a good job of disguising this. This just feels like a pure pass rush off the rip that eventually becomes that loop. And these guys have been working together for a couple of years now, so they just got grade A chemistry together as they work this. Leonard wiping right through, and then Byron able to swing around. Just creating chaos up front with these 2. So 2 sacks in this game from Murphy. Solid again in this game as a pass rusher. Couple sacks for you. Creates pressure in a few different moments. But this is my underrated hero of not only the game, but let's give him credit for just underrated hero. Another pressure moment here from him in a one-on-one situation. You give him one-on-ones in the future, he's just going to tear these guys apart. I'm telling you. Center kind of gives a hand out there for a moment, but once the center doesn't buy into actually giving the double team help, he whoops his man. Wilson had a long day at the office. That kid should be a center. He really should. But this underrated hero aspect of things to Byron doesn't just go to this game, but goes to this season. because your Seattle Seahawks defense starts with its ability to run light fronts, to live in nickel. And it can only live in nickel if it's got the dogs up front that can control the action, that can take on the extra bodies down there and not get blown off the ball. And if he's not that willing soldier to be that nose tackle centerpiece on this defense, to be the start of that wall, you don't get to being able to live in nickel. You got to go into base defense now. That's how you're going to have to live your life. And so I think with Byron, he deserves a big tip of the hat for taking this on, for not being, mad about it coming off last year where so many people there were a lot of people out there questioning him as a potential bust even. And he wasn't. He was being the good soldier like he was this year. But the kid's future is still very, very bright. And he had an amazing game there against the Patriots, all around really good. And of course, again, part of the reason that you've had, 30 straight games without allowing a 100-yard rusher, which has just been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. All right, let's keep it going with a couple of big hits here from this with the biggest hit of the week.
The biggest hit of the week.
Got two big hits of the week here. Usually we have struggled to sometimes find one, but I actually located two of them in this game. And let's go with the first one, which is Kobe Bryant. And this is the good one. This isn't going to be my hit of the week, but this was the runner-up. Uchenna Nwosu creating some pressure over the top. And then Kobe Bryant coming in, laying some wood here. You can see here even Drake May kind of shades the later interception in this game where he just kind of throws it up as he climbs up in the pocket. He completes this ball, but not a good habit from Drake May. They climb up in the pocket. I don't have my feet set. Let me throw it up into the middle of the football field move. Not a good move. Nice hit here though by Kobe. He lays a good little whack here. So that one's good. That's our runner-up though. So that one was solid, but not quite enough to kind of win out on my hit of the week here. We got to give it to Ernest Jones. And this one's got a couple of cool things going on. Something I love about the Seahawks defense, there's always a couple of cool things at once going on. It's not usually just one thing. First cool thing that's going on this play before we get to the hit, watch Devin Witherspoon from the left-hand side of your screen with one of the more violent swim moves you'll ever see in your life. I mean, he rips this. He's like, it's a 2-yard lateral cut swim move on Campbell. Absolutely phenomenal. And he created pressure throughout this game. But I mean, Drake doesn't get this ball off where he does here. He's going to get lit up by Devin. Just, you talk about playing at a different speed than anybody else. Like, that's Devin Witherspoon. Just, you watch the tape on him. You're unbelievable how you can take your track times and your GPSs. Just, I'm watching the tape. The guy just plays at a different speed. But then Ernest Jones also, one of the things he's done as a coverage guy and a skill that he has in coverage is the hip flip move that he's done. And we've seen him do this a couple of different times in games against the Cardinals and Texans this year, where he can start in coverage going this way and time it to where he's going in that way just to get the quarterback feeling that's where his zone drop is going to. But then he's disguising his zone drop and he'll flip his hips and then run like hell back the other direction. So watch Ernest Jones on this play as he sets this play up with Drake May, where he starts one and then bounce back the other, feeling the eyes the whole way. So bounce back. He's created interceptions and multiple interceptions with your Seattle Seahawks doing this very move. It really throws off those quarterbacks because they like to feel where that first drift's occurring. They like to say in their mind, okay, that's where his spot drop is. That's where he's going to do his landmark. Instead, he'll flip his hips back and come back the other way. And boy, he lays a nice little, looks like kind of a kidney shot here to Kayshon Boutte, who takes a second there to kind of figure his way out there. But a hell of a play by Ernest Jones. Hell of a play by Devin Witherspoon to create the pressure. When you have defensive success, it's not on the back of a single superstar, but you see a collection of good things happening on a particular play to make it happen. And that was the case here on this one. Ernest can lay the wood when he wants from time to time, but this little methodology he has in coverage with that sort of, changing direction from start to finish in that way, that's not a normal thing inside linebackers just do everywhere. Fred Warner's a guy that can kind of do it. You need a certain level of athleticism to be able to flip your hips, change direction like that quick, to cover that kind of ground. Hell of a hit there by Ernest. Hell of a hit. Good game from him. Big time leader on this team, and did a great job. Did a great job there. Yeah, Boutte took a minute after that hit by Mr. Jones. All right, we'll get here to our last segment here on this one, which is going to be looking at our play call of the week. And then we'll bounce over to you guys a little bit in the chat. Might not do a deep chat as we're already well over 3 hours today on the show. But let's get on here to the couple play calls I wanted to just feature here. Just 2 play calls. And I think you guys can know which one I'm going to go with here. These are easy ones. And that's going to be a couple of these Devin Witherspoon specials, slot blitz stuff that we saw. I just showed you the one there where he was violent on that move and getting inside and really attacking with the swim. But it's really about disguise, the play calls of the week this week. Seahawks didn't blitz a lot throughout the course of the year. I think you caught the Patriots really unaware that you would be willing to do it. I think they had decided already coming in this game that you wouldn't run much of the blitz against May. Patriots hadn't been necessarily bad against the blitz. So a lot of reason to believe that you were going to kind of avoid doing that. And really the blitzes worked at their best because they were unpredictable when you ran them. It wasn't about down and distance. And it was also because of the timing and the nature you ran them. And so what you've done here on a play like this is you already stacked the box up. So you have 6 defenders up on the line of scrimmage. Your corners are in their coverage. Your safeties are in 2 high shell. And you've got Devin Witherspoon up at the top of your screen in the slot look. So from the Patriots standpoint here, this tells them on their front that we've got to slide the protection over to be able to account for Emanwari, Hall, and Ernest Jones to that side of the field with Byron Murphy essentially heads up over the center. If you look at that, you've got your 3 linemen from the center to the left, plus Ramondre Stevenson in the backfield. So you've got 4 for 4 then, but then you've only got the 2 for 2 to the other side if you slide the protection that way. So you've got to get the Patriots to buy in to slide the protection to the left or to have the protection to the left help there so that you can create the free rusher from Devin Witherspoon's side. And this is a little bit what you do here. It's not a complete protection blow necessarily because they keep the tight end here to help themselves out and give them that extra guy to account for the numbers. So the Patriots actually have a chipper. And a lot of, I think the blitzing was anticipating that the Patriots were going to actually just have their tight end run routes in this game. It was not as much about them staying in and chipping. But what happens here is because Witherspoon comes in at the angle he comes in here so narrow, you're able to kind of catch Moses where he's sort of waiting for the chip to come back. So this whole time here, Morgan Moses, the right tackle, is waiting for the chip off of DeMarcus Lawrence to come and be fed back to him. So you hit the chip, I get into position, we're controlling DeMarcus Lawrence on this rep. He's not anticipating Devin Witherspoon coming downhill at 100 miles an hour. But the reason you don't have the extra blockers over there to do that is because you've already basically, put the resources to that left-hand side, that offensive line, and yet Seattle's still able to drop Ernest out of there to take away the middle of the field route read if Drake's trying to find a hot route there. So the Patriots end up, if you look at their left guard here, Wilson, look just to Campbell, the left tackle's right there. Their left guard ends up in no man's land blocking nobody. So you end up with getting your guy with a real freed up ability to get to rush here because it's not that Morgan Moses really blows this block on Witherspoon. It's that he's really there to take on Lawrence. He's trying on the fly to pick up Witherspoon, but that's why he doesn't touch him here. So when you watch him, that's why he has a hard time even getting a hand on him there because he's not really supposed to be ideally in this dealing with him like that. But this is what Mike McDonald's scheme does a lot of times, which is leave offensive linemen like this left guard basically through a lot of the rep doing nothing. He eventually comes down here and picks up the looper, but you're able to create the space to the other side of the formation. You disguise it really well. You ran this, I could pick any one of these plays and call it the play of the week, quite honestly. There's about 4 of these that you ran in this game that were run to just sheer perfection. This is probably the one that you'd want to give above all else because you ran it to the best perfection here. And that's, of course, again, timing. So when you look at this play from the jump, you've got the leg, Drake May. Watch the leg there from Drake coming up, signaling that we're going to hike this thing, meaning I just tell the defense with that leg, we're going on silent. Should go on silent. I'm telling the defense with this leg, snap's coming. I've got no more protection checks I'm doing. Protection's locked in. This tells Devin that when I go now, they're not going to have a guy there for me to pick me up. I should have a free run at the quarterback, especially if we don't keep chippers in there. And so the chipper is going to be the tight end. Tight end's just kind of there, kind of hanging on Mafe. Mafe's dropping in space to the top side of your screen. And because you're overloading the blitz to the left-hand side and you're bringing it just at the right time, you're getting the free rusher. Part of this, too, is Leonard Williams' impact. Leonard Williams is the guy you come into this play from a Patriot standpoint. You say, we got to double him on this play. And this is where, when you give Mike McDonald, I think, players that are going to be doubled by the offense because they're such disruptors, that's where now his scheme can really be set loose. Because if you watch Leonard here, ends up eating up the 2, ends up eating up 3, really. And look at Leonard right here. There are 3 offensive linemen on Leonard Williams here. That's the kind of attention he takes. And this is how unprepared the Patriots were for the blitz in this game. But this gets to occur because this Witherspoon's looking at the leg indicator. As soon as Witherspoon sees that leg come up, see how Witherspoon's driving on that leg? As soon as that leg comes up, I'm coming downhill. Because the ideal is when you don't want to show your blitz hand before the snap. You want to have it to where it's hitting just as you're getting that forward momentum, just as the snap happens, and after the protection's been locked in. Because if you're trying to already show this, and he has a second to go, okay, hold on, they're coming for the 2, slide protection this way. You've got the numbers with the tight end and the running back here to be able to still pick this up. But well designed, perfectly run by Witherspoon, who's just a blur on this play, and Uchenna Nwosu there to pick it up and go run in for a touchdown. Fantastic call from Mike McDonald in his system at the time in this game. You can't underrate the game plan that he brought out there. It was a lot of like modeling to the opponent, utilization of the cover 6 stuff that had given them problems coming into this game. But it was then also understanding and thinking about what your opponent was going to anticipate from you. You are a team that didn't blitz very much this year. You're a team that, if anything, trended downwards in the amount that you were blitzing as we were leading into this game. Like, you hadn't been getting in the playoffs amping up the blitzes. You had been kind of dialing it down. So from McDaniel's standpoint, the offensive coordinator for the Patriots, you're thinking they're probably going to continue to do that. And they know that we're not bad against the blitz. So they're probably going to continue to do that. The perfect time to strike, the perfect time to bring out these kind of shock blitzes is when your opponent's not preparing or thinking you're going to run that. And that's the important part about blitzing, really, is not that you got to blitz 24/7 or be a hyper blitzing team, but it's got to be something you've got built within your identity to do so that you can utilize it as a method of attack, especially when you can catch the opponent unaware, which is what the Seattle Seahawks were able to do, of course, in this football game, and which big part of what led to the defensive success on this day was being able to bring that out at random times and completely catch the Patriots in a position where they just did not have anything close to an answer at play. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Love how we're making teams legit cry. Yeah, I was thinking about wanting to do it, and it started out as a little bit where I was just going to feature that little short video that I presented and have it be the, McVay screaming into his play card and Lynch up in the press conference, and then the Patriots. But then I was like, let me see what I feel like we've had a couple moments this year of catching some coaches on the sidelines, and you're catching them with pretty frustrated looks and pretty like downtrodden. And I thought it would be a good little succession of videos to kind of put together for that. So I had a lot of fun doing that, but we're definitely making a lot of teams out there have a hard time of it. They're going through it a bit this year. They did. Hopefully we can do more of that in the future, HHG. That would be nice. All right, let's get over to you guys here a bit in the chat. We won't go super long today as we've already gone just about 3.5 hours. But if you got any questions or comments you want me to respond to, if you can just put Hawks Nest, Brando, B, I'll be happy to try to see if I can respond today. We'll be doing another stream here this week as well. So we'll be still cooking it up throughout this whole off season, but might be a little bit more in and out on the shorter span of things with streams when we get into the off season like we are right now. Yeah, Riley Mills is very impressive on that sack, and that's not something you see happen to guards very often like that in this league where they get walked back like that. He's very much kind of a bit of an X factor to this defense as we move in the future, because if he can arrive at a place of where he has true upper end ability and that he can be a bit of a difference maker, he can be like Allen is for the Denver Broncos, just even that kind of player, that'd be a huge addition into this defensive line. Yeah, Brian, there was definitely some worries, with Josh Jobe and that punch. Pretty remarkable that he didn't get kicked out of the game. pretty wild that they didn't do that. Every time a guy, throws a thing like that, you're going to get, probably pushed out on that. I just don't know Maestro. Yeah, big shout out to Don Mata and Zilla for big old donations today. Young Bido loves really felt here. Sorry for any time in the past, been negative, but 100%. Oh, no doubt, man. Hey, we all have our moments of negativity, I myself included. So that's all good. We can handle that here. That's no big thing for us. But it's a great part to have you a part of this community too as well here, Young. Appreciate you. What do I think about her? Oh, you're asking Brian. We did get a new OC. The San Francisco 49ers tight end coach, Ola Greasy. Brandon, have you checked out how Dafe Owe has played with the Chargers on the back half of the season? I think he could be an upgrade from Mafe for around the same contract. Yeah, it's kind of like that'd be a guy like in that sort of Arnold Ebiketie kind of place of things where, when you're looking at, that's that quality over quantity thing. Where does the quantity have you go, okay, we're moving on from a Chetna Nwosu and a Boye Mafe for an Adafe and an Arnold Ebiketie combination instead, where we give those guys like a low end, prove it, 1 year contract kind of thing. I could see that as being a way that they do go. Adafe's never been super impactful. He is a fit to the defense. He can be a power edge for McDonald. Probably a lot of similarities, in fact, to what you really get with Mafe, if you really want to get down to the brass bottom tacks of it. So it is a little bit more lateralish, but maybe lateralish will be enough, or a marginal upgrade, would be more than enough, Yeah, Nicholas, you just don't do that to players in this league, dog walking them like that. You'll see edges do it at times where, an edge can just catch a line, a tackle setting a little too wide or not getting their anchor down well enough. But those guards are more, they're ready for that stuff. They're looking for you to try to throw them back that way. It's not easy to be done. And I think he's just a guy that's really, really strong. He made the Nate Feldman's freak list back in the day. So he has got, true ability. And the guy that this team had is a top 50 grade when they took him. It was not for the injury. He would have been probably an early second round guy if he didn't suffer that ACL at the end of the year. Thoughts on possibly trading for Jonathan Greenyard? Greenyard's an interesting guy out there. His contract is not going to be super expensive. So makes some sense on that side of it. Had 12 sacks and 12 and a half sacks, 23-24, and then last year down to 3 sacks. Vikings are right now in negative money fake, so they're probably going to have to make some decisions and calls in some spots. They're going to have to basically let go of players for financial reasons more than the players not being good enough. You've got a Dallas Turner there as a possibly readily available replacement for the Vikings. Not a tremendously old player, just came in the league at 2020. Good all-around player from run defense to how he rushes the passer, though this was a little bit of a down year for him in rushing the passer. But it could make a lot of sense as a functional move that's not, going to cost you a ton. And you're then making the trade and not having to sign him. What are they going to get back in return would be kind of the question from a Viking standpoint. Because he still does come in at like $18.39 million as far as his base salary goes. So the one thing then becomes that fake is like, well, we're getting a guy in a down year who's not coming in cheap for us. What are you wanting back as a draft return exactly? Like, we're third round pick maybe, is it kind of one of those places where you're sort of dangling in that area? Because you're not going to maximize your return back for Greenyard coming off a down year like that. Not that cost. But he's a possibility. He could maybe make some sense. Daniel says, the more I look at the draft, the less I want to trade two first plus for Crosby. There's going to be 5-year starters available at our pick, whether corner or guard. True. I understand that thinking. And I do tend to think with Crosby, my instincts on this is you go through some of the stuff. Boy, my instincts just do feel a little bit like there's going to be a bidding war there for Crosby, and I don't really want to be in a bidding war. Like, I was going to be willing to give up some good draft capital, but I don't want to get into crazy town. Town Biz. I'm having a tough time hearing team mantra, we play for each other, and these guys are not taking less money to stay together. That's false advertisement. Well, not included with this. I think playing for each other and taking less money are kind of two different. I think those are just two different things that don't necessarily have to interrelate to each other. So when we talk about them playing for each other, it has to do with when I'm in when I'm on this team and I'm in that facility, and when I'm away from that facility, and when I'm practicing, and like, I'm all for the team. But that doesn't mean you don't try to still make as much money as you possibly can make when your contract's up. So I don't know, at least from my perspective, I don't think those two things are necessarily inherently up against each other as two concepts. I think you can feel that way on one end and want to be paid really well on the other end as well. What's the timetable for the team to be sold? It seems like this offseason it's going to happen. This is reading tea leaves a little bit because Seattle denied the reports that they were even up for sale when those reports came out. But I think that those reports leaked for a reason, and I think the reason is that this is probably a process that's already been undertaken as it stands right now. Dan says, I don't think Spoon's worth $40 million, maybe hot take, but drafted corner, sign Marlon Humphreys, figure Spoon's contract out next year if it's worth or not. He's not elite in coverage. I'm not sure where you're at on the $40 million a year for Woolen. That's not where the cornerback contracts are at right now. So, here's our sports track contracts right now as it stands. So highest average per year right now is $30 million. Then the next one below that's 20. We got 25, JC Horn, 19, 24, 30, 22. So Woolen's not going to be any place, Daniel, where he's going to be making $10 million above what the last highest cornerback contract was given out to be. Can he make 31 on a new extension? Possibly. Yeah, he potentially could get up as high as 31, but that would be the ceiling on it, Daniel, would be as high as that. It also doesn't have to guarantee that it goes up to that amount, because you do have, where from a team standpoint, still 2 years of club control plus franchise tags over him. So there's a way to find a middle ground on this, Daniel, to where you get a new deal done. He gets to be paid high amount, but you can really make the numbers work to where it's not really going to hurt you or harm you. I'll have a lot of takes this offseason, Daniel. I'll have a lot of ones where I'll say, I think this happens, or I think that doesn't happen. I think I could say with ultimate confidence, the thing that I believe will happen above all else is that you're going to have Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith-Njigba both signed to new contract extensions by the time we get to training camp. The other thing with the Humphrey thing is that it's not a matter of just you get one guy, you got a Humphrey, and you're going to need to have Spoon locked in, and probably still need to find another corner beyond that. I get the wanting to wait thing, but the man's been a 3-time Pro Bowler. He's a great corner, and there's a lot of teams in this sport. There's a lot of front offices in this sport that I think that would look at him as one of the best, if not a top 3 corner in this sport. And at that point, you're worthy of making that amount. So it's going to get done this offseason. I wouldn't say this with such confidence as I didn't think that they were going to get it done, but I think he's earned that extension from their perspective, and he's a foundational piece by their outlook of things. I also think you got to be careful, Daniel, where there's a lot of teams out there that play this game of trying to wait till after year 4. We'll wait till after this year. Let's give it that. I don't know if it always works out well for those teams when they do that way. I don't know that it doesn't end up meaning that those teams don't end up paying a much higher price than a year from then than what you would have had to have paid if you just got the deal done a year early. And that would be a little bit of a factor for me on that. But they're going to probably get it done. Chris says, B, who are you interested in edge-wise in the draft? We picked between 32 or traded back at 64, or would you go cornerback guard? I'm all over the place with it, laughing out loud. I'm not big on the edges in this class for what you're going to have available to you when you pick a 32. I think you're more picking for need at that point if you take an edge at 32. I think cornerback is the one that likely has the value. But I would honestly be at a place, Chris, where it's so hard to predict right now, 32-64, the player that will be available for you there. These would be two spots that when I look at Seattle and recently what they've done, it has been, and this is again kind of a crap answer on my part, but it's what I truly believe, which is that rather than getting locked into a particular position, I'm much more driven to that. Who's the highest valued guy I have on my board when I come up to pick at 32? Who's the highest value guy I have on my board when I pick at 64? I think that you've been so good about doing that, even when you've had positions really well stocked up. I mean, you took a Riley Mills last year when you already had Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed on the roster at 3 tech. And you still said, oh, we're taking another one just because he's that highest guy we have on our board. And that's where you've got to operate from. I think in general terms, to your point, your question, I would think corner would be like the highest value you might have up there. But look, it could be off-ball linebacker. It might be safety. It might be guard. I don't think that's likely to be the position that's there just because it's kind of a weak class for guard. But I would really want to see the team beyond an individual when I'd look for really, really lock in on trying to find who's the highest valued guy we have on our board when we pick. Who's number one up on the top of our board. I think this draft isn't the best for us when it comes to edges for where we'll be picking. There's some guys from Bailey to Bain. Reese is interesting. There's some good edges in this class, but I don't think where we'll be picking at that, there's going to be a guy that's going to really elicit a lot of excitement at those two positions. That's where I much more think that the edge addition comes into more of like the lateral move. I'm kind of relating this to that. Somebody else brought it up earlier on this where it's Odia Duafe and Arnold Ebiketie. You're grabbing a couple of these guys that have been highly drafted in the past and maybe never quite realized that draft potential, but still haven't been bad players. Maybe you're hoping you can do some things to get a little bit more out of them. Maybe a little bit more of the direction you're going to probably be going here rather than looking to in the draft. Only just because I'm not sure. I think there'll be a little bit of a run on edges, Chris, in the first round, and that you'll be left with like at 32 or 64, you're reaching for need at that point if you go with one of those two spots. But again, this is kind of early in the process, and I'm a big value guy early in the draft, especially because that's part of where I think John corrected himself and fixed where things have been going wrong for so long. I don't know, King. I think if, I think from the perspective of Spoon and he's coming to these negotiations, what does he say? What does he say that Ahmad Gardner wasn't able to say in 2025? And if Ahmad Gardner's at $30 million a year, why does he take $5 million less? Ahmad doesn't have more interceptions. Ahmad isn't a better tackler. Ahmad isn't a better blitzer. Ahmad's more zone-centric than he is able to play man and zone. Ahmad doesn't have nickel versatility. I think he's at 30 minimum. Yeah, Rob, I could see him going with a away. There's not a lot of options out there. So you are kind of just, again, I think picking through more of that lateral hopeful thing. It's a lateral move, but maybe has some hopeful upside to it. And that's what you'd be doing with that one a little bit, which makes a lot of sense. Bomber Brennan, any thoughts on the Fleury hire? No play calling experience, but at least we're not taking the Eagles' path of internal promotion with no due diligence. I think you probably touch on kind of the bottom line how I see it, King. I think they did due diligence. I think the fact this guy wasn't a front runner candidate, but kind of came out of left field at the end speaks to that they went through a very exhaustive process of hiring and tried to get the right guy. And that does encourage me to it. You stay in the same scheme, that encourages me. You're keeping a lot of your coaches that were very important to what you did last year on the staff. That encourages me. There's a lot of question marks to his hire. There's a lot of unknowns to his hire, but I think some of the base fundamentals to this are okay. That this should be one where you shouldn't see a high potentiality of failure here. We'll see at how much of a success it can be based upon how bright he is as a candidate. But you've got a lot here setting him up for success, King. The coaching staff, the Super Bowl championship you just came off of, the fact you're going to be returning almost all your starters on the offense. He's coming in with a lot to help him out. But admittedly, some of this is a bit of a guessing game, kind of to the heart of some of what you said, even in your post there. But due diligence is a good word. And I think the team did that. Can't forget here, man, you're late in the hour to be hiring a coach. You don't get to pick through necessarily the bright and the best right now. That happened 3 weeks ago. You got to take what's just kind of left a little bit. Is what it is. HHGB, if we extend in JSN this year, can we pick up his 5th year to push out the extension even further? Or does it kick in on after year 4? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, you can make the numbers work however you want to make them work there, HHG. So it's, you can move whatever you want to do. You can work off those numbers as a base and just have them as a year of the contract that comes through. You can convert it down to a base minimum, turn it all into bonus. You can do whatever you want to do with that 5th year option on it. So yeah, you can have a kick in after the 5th year. I think you're more likely to just, the 5th year gets kind of torn up like you did with the Charles Cross deal. You tear up the 5th year, you pull it down to a base minimum, you put him out on a 4-year extension, and you call it a day. I think that's probably the route they'll go. Yeah, King, if Oweh definitely gets a massive contract, I wouldn't want to necessarily do that. I don't know if he's going to get a massive contract, but again, there's not a lot of guys out there. Maybe he does. You never know. Like, Mafe might get a little bit. It could get really too expensive really fast on that, to your point on that. The real Alakan, would you let K9 walk and instead go with 2 free agent running backs on 1 year to fill in deals and hope to get a Chris Carson type drafted player? No, I would more sign K9 to an extension. I think he's a difference-making talent at the position. I don't think that the free agent offerings or the draft offerings give you a comparable to this. You're going to take a step backward if you take that approach. And I just don't think that he's going to make the kind of money that is preventative. I don't think he makes the kind of money that makes it too rich for you to sign him to that deal. Running backs are still a depressed position in this sport. So if anything, it's kind of a market opportunity to add a difference maker at a little bit of a lesser price. I'd rather go that direction of it. I'm not so sure there's a Chris Carson in this draft. It's kind of for my money, this is a little bit of a weaker draft for running backs. It's not god awful, but it's a little bit weaker. Rundall, Hawks Nest helped me this past season. Amazing. Thanks, Brandon. Well, thank you, Rundalls. Very kind of you, man. Happy to do it if I'm potentially able to do that, but love what I get to do too. Yeah, Chris. I mean, it's a very isn't it? It's a very unexciting guard class, right? It's just kind of like Dunker's it, kind of for me too with that. And I still think he's going to get taken somewhere in the first round. Yeah, Chris Johnson the second sounds about right, Chris. Yeah, Manny. Options were dry. Can't look at this OC job as saying, well, we should add this. Well, who should we have had? Who was the grade A candidate out there? There wasn't one. You had to kind of pick through what was available. And Seattle went for the best guy they thought that can work. And I think that the fact you're able to retain Ben, the fact you got out in here, Jake Peets is still here, a couple other coaches still remain. You got to keep the continuity in place, which should be a helpful factor. I mean, this is as good a landing setup spot for a new offensive coordinator who's never called plays before as you could ask for. Same offense, same personnel, Same collection of coaches that existed here prior to your arrival. He should have a good chance to find success here. Banker, will the Raiders sign more Hawks players from the D? I mean, I can see Woolen going there, Banker. I can see Mafe going there. Certainly. Kubiak having some of the knowledge on some of these guys will probably cause a little bit of that. They'll all say the Raiders never took any of really former Seahawks outside of like Lockett went there and Gino. Manny is a power edge. We would add him and Khalil. I would take both. Khalil is getting older, but he's still a very good player. Yeah, in general terms, he's not as pure power as like a DeMarcus Lawrence, but he's power-ish. He's got enough of the vibe to make it work in the scheme, and he's fit to the scheme in the past very well. It's not a fun draft, Nicholas, that's for sure. It leaves something to be desired. Yeah, Rob's and Mari Kite definitely he played well this year. Team seems to be pretty high on him. I think they want to bring back Jones too, but it'll be about what's the cost. Josh Jones gets $15 million on the open market. Good night. I can't see him getting that. Maybe. That'd be crazy. But you never know, man. Donnie, how you doing, man? Hope all is well with you, brother. Damn, Don Mata with a $500 donation. That's amazing. Don is amazing. He is amazing. Thank you for that, Don. Yeah, I don't like this draft either, Nicholas. I still got about 150, 200 guys to scout, and I'm not looking forward to the process based on the guys I've looked at so far. It's tough. Yeah, I think that Kubiak's going to draft Mendoza. They shouldn't, though, Banker. They should be moving Crosby, and they should be moving that first-round pick for somebody that loves Mendoza, and they should be stacking the draft picks like the Jets have been doing. Jesus, can you guys teach our coach how to win a Super Bowl, please? What's up, Jesus? James, do you think we should try and get a right guard to give Anthony Bradford some competition in the draft free agency? I wouldn't mind seeing it. I'm maybe a little bit skeptical. Maybe it's just the last few free agents periods being so empty as far as any possibilities out there, James. And so it just has me kind of like scratching my head thinking we're kind of stuck with what we got. It's a weak draft for interior offensive linemen on top of that. Bradford's pretty cheap to keep him back in here. And then you still remember you got Christian Haynes still here. So the team maybe still has some hope behind Bradford for Haynes' development within all this. So I think the arrow more probably points to another year of Bradford, and that they'll get around to maybe trying to deal with this a year out from now as far as maybe draft or putting more significant resources. I think that they'd be open to grabbing a guy that could be an improvement, but I just don't know if there'll be an improvement available. Seems like it's just kind of bare. Robs, Brandon, you have any cornerback free agents you'd be interested in that could fit the defense better than Woolen for the same cheaper, other than Humphrey if he gets released? I mean, Humphrey is the big one that I look at for the most part. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't looked at a lot of guys with this. There's nobody that's really exciting. It's a little bit like looking at the edge group. Like we could talk about some guys, but they don't really do a lot to elicit much excitement from me, nor do I think that they're going to, like you say, they're going to be improvements off of what you had prior. Jamel Dean is a guy that they're not going to pay the money for him. He's at 29 too, so he's getting a little bit up there. Trayvon Diggs, no. Jonathan Jones is 10 years in the league. I don't think they're looking at him. Eric Armstead's more, I think, slot corner. That's going to be a no. Eric Stokes is maybe a possibility, but it feels like he's earned himself a lot more money than we're going to be willing to spend on him this offseason. Greg Newsome, no. Tre'Davious White, no. Benjamin St. Juste, no. Jeff Okudah, no. Roger McCreary's a slot cornerback. That's a no. Josh Jobe might make a decent amount of money, and partly because of these names I'm talking about, where there's just not a lot here at the cornerback room. I mean, what do those names sounds exciting? It's a lot of underperforming guys or busts or guys that had their better days long ago back in the past. Or it's guys that are going to be way overpriced for what, you really want to spend. It's also a draft that's got a lot of solidity to it, to as far as the cornerback position. I have a lot of guys in the first, second, third round at the cornerback room, outside corners at that, complete corners that would fit to the scheme. I'd more look into the draft, Robs. You try to make a run at a Josh Jobe if you can. You get Witherspoon on the extension. You have Nehemiah Pritchett coming back. Maybe you go out there and sign a Rasul Douglas who has familiarity with McDonald's scheme as kind of an aging, free agent that you can bring in for depth, and then go make a run at a guy in the draft that you hope can maybe round into becoming a starter for you quick. But that's where Humphrey could really work in well. In addition to this, we're bringing a Humphrey. Now you can bring in the drafted guy, and you've got the solidity of Humphrey, but you got the guy developing with Nehemiah Pritchett back there, and see if one of those guys can kind of rise up on this. But it's a paper thin Robs. Just look at these names, man. I'm not lying to you. Look at these names. D. Alford, Marco Wilson, Cam Lewis, Chris Boyd, Adoree Jackson at 30 years old, almost 10 years in the league. Lante Taylor, more inside-outside guy. It's just not a great group. Cable Dude could be a guy the team feels really good about, man. Yes, sir. Watch the Rams sign Woolen. I can't. There's no way. I think the Rams maybe make a run at Jamil Dean a little bit, but hard to say. They need some help there in that secondary. I'll say that. Jack Maloney, did you see that Boston radio guy getting salty about us celebrating, yet Pats fans still post the pick from 11 years ago, laughing out loud? Yeah, I did. Like, give me a break, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's wild how you get fan bases that will go from Niner fans were a little bit like this, where it's like they're telling me all week how they're just going to pound us into sand as we're approaching the final game of the year. And you're like, you guys are beat up, man. You're injured. It don't gonna matter. We got the brilliance of Shanahan. That supersedes injuries. Okay. Then you go through and you beat them. And they're like, well, injuries. Injuries. And you have these Pats fans in the same way. They couldn't even remotely understand how their own mystique wasn't going to be enough to just knock us off in itself. And now they come back and they're making all the excuses and they're like, you shouldn't even really celebrate this kind of Super Bowl against a team like this. What'd you really do? It's like, I've got that injury a couple times this year, so I'm a little bit used to it, but I did notice it. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. IOW, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, how much money would you be willing to throw at a Dafe Owe? Well, if he's making $15 million per, I ain't doing that. I'll tell you that. There's like 10 guys that are averaging. There's like 12 guys that are averaging more than $20 million a year off the edge in the NFL. There's probably another 10 guys that are averaging $10 million, $10 to $20 million on average. He probably is a guy that's going to get probably into the $15 million per year range. I don't really want to be in that place of things. That just seems like $27 years old. So, I mean, with Baltimore, he had 2023, he had 5 sacks with McDonald. The year after McDonald, 10 sacks, 0 sacks, and an injury-filled year in 2025. Came back last year, 12 games played. He got 7.5 sacks. So, a lot of production for a little bit of time played. Is there a health risk there, having missed now, 17 games over the past 2 years? Maybe. But I still think that's the $15 million money per year is probably about what he's going to expect to get. And I don't know if I'd be comfortable wanting to spend that money for Odafe. I don't know if I've watched a game with Odafe and felt like that's a guy worth $15 million per year. I think I'd be more in the boat of thinking when it comes to these edge rushers, to me, more of my thinking on this is that you can tend to find guys that are more than that 30 years old, and I bring you in as a rotational guy at a kind of a cheaper rate, more than I got to break the bank on the guy in the mid 20s to late 20s who's kind of had just a good year, but has always been kind of struggling to quite find it. I mean, you go 2021 through 2025, here's his sack reduction. It goes 5 sacks, 3 sacks, 5 sacks, 10 sacks, 0 sacks, 7.5 sacks this last year. It's not exactly other world production for what you're going to be paying for to do that. That's where I go to like, can I get a guy that's a vet, that's ring chasing, that's like, a Khalil Mack, for instance. Can I get him on a 1-year, $10 million deal? The Adafe, I've got to give him a multi-year deal and maybe $15 million per year. How about a Khalil Mack on a 1-year 10, coming in as a rotational guy? Can I get another guy like Mack that's a Kyle Van Noy type that I come in as a rotational guy that's on a, can I do a combination of a Van Noy and a Mack for the cost of an Adafe, essentially is what I'm saying. I think I kind of could. Not exactly those two guys, let's say per se IOW, but along that vein. I think you're kind of slight overpaying for what Adafe is going to probably bring in. So the highest I'd throw at him would probably be like $12 million on a multi-year deal. But I don't think that I really want to go much past that. Thank you for the donos, though, man. Appreciate you. Baker, who don't you want to see the 49ers or Rams draft? Good question. I'll say this about the 49ers. I think if Shanahan ever got his head out of his ass and realized that he's a team that first and foremost wants to run the ball, and that he's going to need the dogs up front to run the ball, I think that they're going to always have a little bit of a hole in their strategy. And that's been their approach here in recent years, Banker, where at times they've gotten too wide receiver obsessed. I think they need to get back to getting offensive line obsessed. So who would I not want to see them if they were to go get one of the better offensive linemen in the first round? Spencer Proctor type guy, or the kid out of Utah, Banker. And start to really rebuild up that offensive line. I think that's a scary proposition for Shanahan. From the Rams' perspective, it's a good question. I think making a trade up for one of the two of Ruben Bain or Caleb Downs would be the scariest proposition for me, Banker, because I think that you guys could draft a really solid guy in the first round, be it one of the better corners, maybe one of the top 2 corners in this draft where you're picking. You could take one of the receivers that are really nice, and those guys will be solid for you. They'll be steady. They're not going to be bust guys. They'll be good. But if you got Ruben Bain, you got the chance of a difference maker, and you'd have 2 pretty incredible power edges on either side with Verse or him. And then with Caleb Downs, he gives you the guy that really gives you that piece that so many people are going to be looking for in their secondary now as we move through the next couple of years. Having like a Nick Emanwari back there, being able to bring that guy up that can play in so many different positions and spots on the field. Those would be the 2 guys that stand out that would, to me, be real scary propositions for the Rams adding. And maybe you could move up and go get a Bain when, people aren't as high on this draft. But he'd be, I think, a pretty phenomenal add for you guys. Those would be the only real 2. I don't think there's been another guy that's jumped out to me that's really like freaked me out. That could be added in there. Part of this, though, Banker, comes back to this draft just not being, I've got no blue chip grades in this draft. I usually got like 6 or 7 guys that are blue chippers. I got 0 this year. I think I've got like 11 first round grades as it is right now. It's tough, bro. It ain't good. I don't know what happened this year, but Brian's at the Hawks Nest. Patriots would probably take Josh Jones and start him at this point and move Campbell left guard. They might. Team wants to run the ball. And I think you could, from the Patriots standpoint, find a left tackle answer, move Campbell into left guard, then move Wilson into center. And it gets a lot easier for them. They transition all those guys in the right positions. And with Campbell, I mean, he can maybe overcome the short arms. There are players out there that can overcome short arms. But it's going to be a process for him. They're not going to play. They're going to play a much tougher schedule next year. Yeah, I'm not guessing much for Vera Tucker to his injury history. Yeah, been a good player when he can play, but that injury history is rich and deep. Who do I think has the better year, Jets or Raiders, if Raiders don't get Mendoza? If they don't get Mendoza, probably the Jets because they're just in a worse division, I guess. I don't have both of them are going to be probably contenders for two of the worst organizations in football next year. But Raiders actually have a good amount of money to spend. Jets have a decent amount of money to spend too. Raiders just kind of feel like they're almost starting from square one, though. Jets aren't that far away from it, but at least the Jets have a plethora of picks that they can kind of throw at the problem. Jack, Brando, will the JSN and Spoon extensions eat into the $7 million of cap hit this year, or can we spread the money out? It's a bit of both. It's going to eat a little bit into the money, but it's not going to collapse the money this year. It will eat into it. You got Jackson Smith and Jigba right now due to be on a cap hit of $4.5 million for next year. And you have Devin Witherspoon on a cap hit due to be at $10.13 million of next year. Jackson still has the $1.87 million of bonus money. Devin Witherspoon also has $5 million of bonus money left on the books. So whatever new money you add, whatever new bonus money you add, adds on top of that. You can't just erase that and start from square one there. So, is there cap? I think between the two of them, you can probably count on it being something in the neighborhood of like, you do put them on two extensions that are big extensions, JSN around $40 million and probably Witherspoon around $30 million. So $70 million between the two of them as far as new money you're adding. But as far as how that hits the first year cap, you're probably from the $73 million, you're probably going to lose about $18 to $19 million on those extensions. So yeah, it's gonna eat a little bit there, but there's still plenty of money beyond those two extensions for you to do a lot of other work. It's not going to completely implicitly put you in the can or behind the eight ball as far as the rest of the contracts are concerned. HGB, I was watching the YouTube Pat's commentary, what a-holes they were. It's kind of the East Coast vibe thing you sometimes get, HHG. It's just a different thing over there. They got a different way about them. They're wound a little bit more tight. A little more got a little bit of the dickish element to them. King Humphrey would be an excellent get. Doesn't hurt the comp game. Familiar with the system. Would be cheap. Amen, man. And I don't think he's only 29 years old. It's not like he's older than dirt. And I agree. I think it'd be a great addition. Man, he says, B, what do you think of Logan Brown? I remember he was a decent player last year, but he was UDFA. Could he potentially slide in at right guard? I mean, maybe. I haven't seen a lot of his play. I don't think I had a chance to do a ton of scouting on him, partly because he was a tackle and I didn't know if he was going to go to guard or not coming out. And he's a back end guy in the draft. So I haven't done a real deep dive on him. I think the team released him and added him and released him a couple times this year. So I don't even know if they're 100% in on him in that way. Probably not. Y'all can take our corners. So we just hope Humphrey gets released. It seems like a pretty open thing right now that it's going to happen. Ravens are in a little bit of a tough cap predicament situation right now. So it's a bit of a cap cut move where they got to make it to make some other things happen. Like I think they got to get a Travis Jones extension done. They got to get I think they got a couple other guys that are coming up right now. The real ALO Con drafting Brandon Cisse seems good given Josh Jobs similar in build and style. Would you opt to sign Woolen instead because of the physical traits? No, I'd struggle to sign Woolen at this point myself. You're on the right point. I think Brandon Cisse is a guy that makes a lot of sense. He's my highest rated cornerback in the top of the second round as it stands on my big board right now. So I think you're right on it. I think that could make a lot of sense to add him in. And yeah, you can find some similarities between those two guys. I think with Woolen, I'm just not as sure as that he's as much a fit for this team. And I also think that he's going to make a lot of money on the market that the team does not want to spend on him. King wouldn't be surprised if Oweh gets Draymond Jones time money. He might. You got a weak free agent class. You got a lot of teams needing edges. 27 years old, former first round pick, coming off one of his better years. You could see it. Definitely could see it. Very, very possible. Baker Jake wants Rams to get Jamel Dean and sign Mike Evans on a 1-year deal. Yeah, I don't think Mike Evans is getting released by Tampa Bay. I think he's going to be a buck for life. Dean makes, I guess, some sense a little, Banker. I don't know with that. I'm trying to make the case to Jake. I've been trying to make the case pretty heartily that go for one of the corners in this draft. I know you guys need corners. You guys could double down on the corners in this draft and come away really solid. I don't like the draft a lot, Banker, but I do like the solidity, the high floor nature of the corners in this draft. You got guys that should be good, just both man zone, run defenders. Maybe they don't give you star power, but they're going to be solid and definitely can make an argument better than kind of what you have in house already. The Warhammer Guy, thank you for the $2 donation. Dunker, Thieneman, or Sissy at 32. One will be there. Agreed. Probably one of those guys should be in that spot. Thieneman's been a hell of a single high safety out there, Oregon, man. That guy he can cover some ground out there when you put him in single high situations. Dunker's one of my just faves in this draft, just kind of regardless of anything, just love the guy. And Cisse makes a lot of sense. I mean, he's at the head of that stack at times in the way of like, there are other corners that are going to be higher rated and go in the first round ahead of him, but he is a guy that's a dog out there. He can play man zone, off coverage, press coverage, solid as a run defender, solid as a tackler. Not a lot of major holes to his game. A lot of high floor kind of cornerbacks in this draft. It's well situated in that manner. Missing ceiling, but good floor. Yeah, you kind of wonder about the vid aspect on these kids coming out now, right, Chris? Like you're kind of intimating here a little bit of like, is there a little bit of reverberation here? Is this part of contribution to this class a little bit? You wonder. I don't know for sure. I just wonder. Yeah, interesting. Kubiak, Frank Reich came out of nowhere to take that Jets job. I was kind of surprised by that too. Chris B, thoughts on wide receiver Bryce Lance, Trey Lance's brother? Haven't had a chance to look at him. I'm definitely behind on scouting prospects and stuff for this draft, though, Chris. I definitely last couple of weeks kind of dumped it for just, even during Senior Bowl week, I was kind of deep in the mix of just content creation for the Hawks and covering the Super Bowl stuff. So I'm definitely late on it. I'll try to get around and take a look at him. Yeah, I'd love to hear what Pete's thoughts are on the Super Bowl II HSG. That'd be cool to hear. Mike Evans is a free agent. Yeah, but I think he comes back to Tampa Bay. I can't think that they'd let him go. I'd be so surprised to see them let him walk. He just feels like kind of an institution down there. Jesus, given what you've seen under McDonald, how long do you think the success can realistically continue before a significant dip occurs? I mean, the guy's gotten this kind of success and he's made it happen in year 2, Jesus. You know, it's not like he's a guy that's 8 years into a run and things are going to start getting stale around the corner. I mean, he's kind of just getting warmed up. If he can have this success out the chute when he's still just learning how to be a head coach, when he's still just assembling a roster to fit his system and scheme, shouldn't he be all that much more better as we move into the future? You know, I think we're so early in the process where there doesn't seem to be an impending dip right now at this point. Part of what makes McDonald a really great coach here too, Jesus, is culture building, but also that his system is one that evolves and changes and can do a variety of different things, which means that it's not one that like our prior system here, which was all cover 3 all the time, and get an offensive coordinator who can come around, who can attack your stagnant coverage style pre to post snap and your stagnant use of coverage, just leaving and living in cover 3 all the time. And that makes it very easy. And then you don't blitz and you run a front 4. There's there's a solution to be found there by a very smart offensive-minded coach. Going up against a guy like McDonald, where week in, week out, you don't know if he's going to blitz you heavy. You don't know if he's going to drop 7 into coverage. You don't know if he's going to run corner blitzes off the edge from this side or safety blitzes. You don't know if he's going to start to use his slot as a linebacker or his safeties as corners post-snap. It's got a lot of unpredictability and a lot of ability to kind of customize itself to the opponent. So I think he's due to be in the midst of having a long run here, man. And because your cap situation is set up so well right now, and remember, Jesus, you're coming off of the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL that just won a Super Bowl. So it's not like you're graybeards, not like you're long in the tooth. Should be a while. Rob, Brando, am I just being a homer? Could Holani be a legitimate number 2 running back with all the extra reps he could get this training camp? I don't see a gap between Sharps and Holani. I think Sharps is pretty good. I think Sharps was having a hell of a year when he went down. Holani was pretty solid coming in, but I think there was a little bit of a dip there from one to the other. He'll be in the mix. I guess I could say on that. He'll be in the mix. But so will McIntosh and Sharps. I mean, he could find himself quickly. He's 4th on that depth chart, depending on how those guys can recover off their ACL. Chase Stern, thank you for the $10 donation, Chase. That's very kind of you. Hey, B, interesting hire at OC. I really like the Orr hire. It's also nice to see a fellow Stern on the staff. Who's your favorite free agent you want to sign besides Linderbaum? Here's mine. Didn't have, you can put it in the comments. You don't have to do a donation. You can just drop it in the comment. I'll read it because it cuts you off there. My favorite free agent. I don't know. Good question. I'd probably go with the Khalil Mack, because I think in Khalil Mack you can get the guy there that's, okay, he's almost 35. You bring him in, you have him run in, and he gets in the rotational reps. You can really control that. You don't have to overload him at that point. Still a productive player, just coming off of just playing in the McDonald scheme last year, and with the Chargers. So he knows what he needs to do within the scheme. He's a power type edge off of his skill set and the way he works. I think you can get him in on a 1 year, $11 million deal, $12 million deal. I think that definitely seems like that could make a lot of sense. We can get him on just kind of the 1 year contract. I mean, it really just comes down to when I look at the free agent class, I just don't see a lot of names that make sense to me. I don't have a lot of guys that just are popping off. And admittedly, I think what the problem with this comes into Chase is that I got to go look at kind of those lower end kind of signings and try to find those guys that are more of who's the value guy that I can find here that, that could fit, who's the guy here that's got a little bit of that. And that's still a bit of a process for me to kind of figure out, because my eyes just haven't been on the free agent market as much with that. But I will say it's just a free agent class that's much like the draft class, and this is not going to be great for content. Unfortunately, it's just not. I wish I could say it opposite, because it would make it funner for content to be able to turn around to you guys and be like, draft's going to be awesome and the free agent class is spectacular. Unfortunately, kind of the bottom line on this is that they both kind of suck a little bit. They're both kind of in a down year right now. You're wading through a lot of aged players here in free agency. You're wading through a lot of okay production at different spots. Not a lot of clear answers out there that like that's where Linderbaum, I know you said besides that's why he stands out, is here's you got a guy that's still very young. It's a difference making type player at a position of not need, but a position that you could definitely stand to upgrade. But you do find yourself getting a little bit stuck here by the level of there's just not a lot of great options. Not a lot of, Hassan Reddick, Danico Autry, Leonard Floyd, Joey Bosa. This doesn't do a lot for you. You know what I mean? See where you got though. Maybe you got one on here. It'll put down low that I'm not thinking about. Thank you though, Chase, for the $10 donation. And Orr's a great hire, man. Bringing in Orr, guy that's worked with Mike in the past. Guys, they have a great relationship. I love that hire for them. I think that's big to be able to bring that guy in. He wanted to bring him here prior. Ravens kind of came in there and said, no, we'll make him a DC to keep him from going with you. And then an interesting hire at OC, man. It was the best. There wasn't a lot of grade A options. You had to go a little creative with this. They got creative with it, and we'll see if it works. You know, Calm Popcorn. Hey B, would like your thoughts on this? With this dominating win similar to our Broncos Super Bowl win, do you see whether we keep Shaheed or Woolen, similar to keeping either Browner or Harvin? Well, that kind of wasn't the case with the Super Bowl, because when you traded for Harvin, the first thing that you did is you gave him a contract extension. So he was already on the extension and Browner was going. So it wasn't where you had to kind of a pick at that point. You'd made your pick. You kind of had already decided that you were going to get by. And part of that was that they thought they could get by with lesser talented cornerbacks out there because the system didn't require as much from the corner position with a lot of zone-based centric nature and off coverage. No, I don't think that the team's in a very hard-pressed spot as far as Woolen goes. I think that they made their peace with Woolen moving on. And his cost and some of, I think, a little bit of the spotted play that you get from him, that kind of comes back and forth, just doesn't make it worthwhile for them to keep him. I think they'd love to keep Shaheed, but Shaheed very well might come out there and break the bank. There's a couple of receivers that'll be paid higher than him, but he's not going to be far off of them. And I don't think that this team's going to want to pay him $20 million per year. I don't think they're going to look at that as a worthwhile cost. I think they'd like to get him more into the low teens. Really determines upon whether or not he's going to make it at that price or if he's going to make more of the higher price at that point, which will probably determine whether or not the team actually keeps him. What do you agree this new hire for OC? What do you grade this new hire? It's a good question. B plus. I'd give it a B plus, and I'd say as well automated AI. There was really not an A to be found out there. There was not an A candidate to be had. And I give it a B plus because I think the process was exhaustive more than I know that this guy's going to be a fantastic OC. I think that they did apply a lot of the similar process that brought them Mike McDonald and that did bring them Clint Kubiak last year. And I think that that's going to be a recipe for success. But solid. Didn't have a lot of grade A candidates to pick from at this point. King, what free agents would you want to bring back, Brendan? Play the comp game this year? Do you think they should sign anyone in free agency? What I would look to do is I would look to play the comp game this year. I would re-sign. I'd get Kenneth Walker in-house. I would make a run back at Josh Jobe and see what that would cost to bring him back. I would, it sounds like Marlon Humphrey. Marlon Humphrey was part of the Super Bowl parade. Seems like a foregone conclusion the team's going to make a run at him. So boom, you got your Woolen replacement right there. I signed Devin Witherspoon and JSN to contract extensions. I then try to go out there and find guys that have been released and bring them in, or I look for trades as a way to then upgrade the team. I wouldn't really look too hardly at free agents, or I'd look at more of like lower cost free agents if I'm going to try to go kind of play that game over there. But I would try to play the comp pick game because I think if you re-sign guys, you make trades, you target guys that have been released. Now you're losing Woolen for maybe at 13, 14, 15 million per year to a team. Maybe you're losing Jobe on top of that. Maybe you lose a Shaheed on top of that. Maybe you lose a Kobe Bryant on top of that. You got a good number of guys at that point that could return something back to you on the compensatory sides of this. So that's where you could really kind of maximize out the compensatory game on the other flip side in the return. But Jobe and Walker and Shaheed are the three guys I'd look at, but it's got to be at the right price. I'm not Walker, I'll franchise, but I'm not breaking the bank for the other two guys. I'm not giving Jobe 15 million or 13 million per. He's got to come in at like 10. Shaheed's got to be down low teens, not high teens. Baker, a dip can happen if crappy teams keep on stealing your coaches and McDonald has to scour for replacement. Certainly. That's the thing that can be upending. It doesn't have to be. And a part of it has to come down to Banker. Do you have a great process for hiring coaches as replacements? Or do you have sort of a lazy in-house thing? Or do you just kind of just look for the first guy that just kind of shakes loose and how about that guy? And our process has been pretty good about being exhaustive recently, which will help you. But that can be a process that can definitely be a process that trips you up. For sure. Brando, being that our new OC has never called plays, what can we expect next year? I'm worried someone with little no play calling experience can really hold us back. We need that offense to beat the Rams. It's a real concern, Koken. I can't tell you what we can expect other than we're keeping the new offensive scheme. I've never seen the guy call plays before. I don't have a track record of him calling plays. So I don't know how he calls a play. I don't know what his intent is going to be. I don't know if he's going to seek to feature tight ends more. I don't know if he's going to be more of a hardliner and run the ball. I don't know if it's going to be more of a collection of the coaches and him that are going to kind of determine the play calls. So we'll just have to kind of see on that part of it. But that was what you had to pick for at this point, Koken. There wasn't a guy that you could go out there and select that had called plays prior at this point. So it's one thing to have the intention to want to go find a guy that's like that. Is that guy exist out there at this time of the process? No, there wasn't, So yeah, Rob, I think you touched on this a little bit. I understand completely the love for Holani on this point, but again, if Holani's better than him, we trust in the coaching staff, right? It's a coaching staff that just took you to the Super Bowl. You trust in their process of it. It's not you blind trusting a coaching staff that hasn't given you the returns for a reason to trust them in what they do. So do we really think this coaching staff's been sitting on a better talent than Sharps, who they haven't been playing, right? That doesn't make any sense, especially for a guy in Sharps that was a former second-round pick. That's not going to be enough to draw that in itself. So that's where, to me, it doesn't stack up. Sharps was your 5th highest graded player by PFF at the running back position this prior year. He's a very good running back. I'm not saying he's a difference maker at the position, but not chopped liver as well, I would say. And Hololani's fine, but again, Robs, there's a reason one guy's second-round pick. There's a reason the other guy was an undrafted rookie free agent. And it's kind of significant difference in the two on that a little bit. Yeah, love Okada, Rob. I think there is a bit of an argument with Okada and how he developed through the year that you could find him to be an upgrade, especially if he can continue to progress and continue to get better as a player with the more time he gets to play. He's definitely earned the right to be the starter out there next year. And I expect him to be so. B, what about Hall or ETN if Kenneth Walker leaves? Either is a possibility. Hall would be a bit more my preference. I think he'd work more to the system a little bit better. I'm not a big ETN guy myself. Plus, I think ETN's going to probably make a little bit more than Hall with Hall's injury history and the recent production. Baker, I've seen some mock drafts having Rams drafting Ty Simpson pick 29. I'll cry if I see that. I'd be crying too if I saw that, Banker. I think it's smoke on this. I think Les Snead is dropping hooks, lures into the water. And what he's trying to do is get a team probably with your first round pick there at the top of the draft, the Falcons' first round pick. He's trying to make teams that he think he's going to take Simpson, hoping one of those teams behind him now will trade up in order to prevent that from happening, specifically with the Rams. So that this feels more like that to me. I can't see them taking. I don't see how you go from Goff, go to Stafford, see the improvement there, and then go back to a guy that's lesser than a Goff. I can't see McVay making that choice. Just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, please no Joey Bosa. It's just kind of, that's a representation of what you're looking at in free agency, kind of. It's like, Like, how can be when we're going to start seeing roster moves, extensions, releases, players signing, etc. Right before the start of free agency, it'll start happening. You'll get some extensions here and there a little bit. It'll trickle in, but it'll really pick up as we get about a month from now. OEL, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys have been amazing and kind as ever here on the channel with all the support again this show. I really, really, really thank you guys for everything you guys do, including you, OEL, on this. If they feel Fleury can do the job, then he can do the job. Is it just me, or does he look like a discount Triple H? Time to play the game. He does look a little bit like a Triple H, discount Triple H. He's a Temu Triple H. And yeah, I'm okay with it. This team's earned the right. Not every front office and not every coaching staff earns the right to say, in them we trust. We'll blindly trust them on this choice. If Mike McDonald hasn't done enough over these past 2 years, if John Schneider over the past 3 years and his time here in Seattle overall hasn't done enough to earn the trust in these kind of moves and these decisions, I don't know who does. So this is one where we don't have the information, but I think there's a lot of reason to fall back in line with the fact that the team has a smart process they're applying to this one, that they really loved what this guy brought to the table as far as the interview process, and that they have a lot of faith in him to get the job done right. They know they got a Super Bowl made ready roster. I don't think that they're just taking a fly-by-night approach to how they hire coaches, knowing that what's at stake and what's at play here with this team. Agreed, OEL. Agreed in full. And thank you, man, that donation. Very kind of you. You guys are cooking along as ever here on the chat. All right. I want to put a shout out if I can here. Good time. I'm probably a little overdue for doing it today. I want to put a shout out here over to sponsor the show. Sponsor the show is, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper right now has got your freebie $20 entry. Don't have to put any deposit in. Just put a $20 entry in there. They'll give you a free $20 entry on this when you use the Sleeper app. Sleeper's been sponsoring yours truly here throughout the course of this year. They've been so kind to do so. They've got some new cool little items brought into play. You can go in there and you can pick, like we did on this last Super Bowl, the championship for the MVP here in the Super Bowl. You could pick that. I was able to take Kenneth Walker and was able to make some money on that one, which was kind of fun in the Super Bowl with that. So they've been able to add more than just the over-unders. You've got the actual, you can pick the MVP things, or you can actually pick the teams themselves, which was kind of cool too. So they had that as well built into this to where you can, you actually pick the team. We were able to, could go with New England or Seattle in this last game and say who you thought was going to win. Go out there and make some money on that. There are some terms and conditions that do apply to this. Please do see their site for details. Of course, when you are gambling, there is a risk. I always say, be very careful on this. Don't bet money that you don't have. Don't put money down that you can't put into play. But a big old shout out here to Sleeper for sponsoring the show throughout the last couple of years or last year here, I should say. And then again, I think it's really cool, as I've said with this app. What I love about the app is they've got so many different options and selections you can go through to kind of build what you want to build. And likewise with this, having a chance to now get in on the games themselves like this with this is a very helpful way to just continue to have more options readily available to you to take advantage of. So please do use Sleeper today. Take advantage of getting that free $20 entry. Just put login in there. I know there are some terms and conditions that do apply here to the state of Washington as far as restrictions go. It's supposed to be opening up in full, the app in full in the state here as soon as they're figuring out how to tax it. If you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full on their network when you're on their Wi-Fi, essentially. But a big thank you to them for sponsoring the show. Big shout out to you guys for a great show today, as we've gone over a little over 4 hours today on the Roundup. Exciting news here with our Hawks bringing on a new coach. We'll get in here the last couple of comments. If there's any other last few questions here, as I'm getting a little hungry and I need to go get myself some food. Yeah, you're on the right case, Rob, with Humphrey. I think a 1 year, $5 to $6 million deal is about the right cost at his age and where he's at. Maybe it's a 2 year, 18 or something, right? Maybe it's that, but you're in the right territory. Khalil Mack's my guy on this one, Board Skyler. That's the one guy where the value is right to the cost, to the production. That's what we're looking to do. Let's find value signings. Let's find deals where we get the bang for the buck, not the deals where you bang the buck. King, you'll know Marlon Humphrey's getting cut before you have to make a decision on Joe, so that should be helpful. Indeed. It does seem like a foregone conclusion when the guy's already hanging out with you at the Super Bowl parade, doesn't it? Will, hey Brandon, do you see Riley Mills having a breakout season this year, and is he a potential hidden gem, or was that sack in the Super Bowl a one-off situation? No, he's a hidden gem. He's got a lot of possibility to what he could bring to play here, no doubt about that. It's a little bit the problem here. Will Valdez comes into the place of he's stacked on the depth chart. Leonard Williams is coming back. Jaron Reed's coming back. Byron Murphy's coming back. He's the fourth guy on that totem pole. It's going to be hard for him to get the kind of snaps to allow him to have a breakout season. But yes, he absolutely can be a hidden gem. He's a guy that came to you in the fourth round last year because he came off an ACL injury that he had with the Notre Dame in like the last game of the season or the second last game of the season. And so teams just didn't draft him as high as he would have gone if he would have been healthy leading up to the draft. And that's what allowed him to land in your laps in the 4th round. But he's more of a second round type talent, second round type ability. And yeah, definitely a hidden gem on this team. But unfortunately, good problem to have. First world problem. You're so stacked up on the depth chart. Just doesn't have the space for him to get out there on the football field and give it a rip. You know, he's going to have to kind of wait through the process. Probably a year out from now, I expect Leonard Williams to probably be playing his last year next year. More with him, you're probably looking at year 3 being the year where there's a, chance he has that kind of breakout at that point. No Tutu Atwell, or as I used to call him, Poo Poo Atwell. No. King definitely agreed, Brandon. We should be playing the comp game and trying to sign guys to get released. That's where I want to go. If you got a bad free agent class, don't dive into the free agent waters. Let somebody else do that. Go into a different place to find the value. And there's a variety of different ways to find other value at that point, be it looking through trades or looking for the guys that get released. And the one thing that stands out to me, King Bomber, is that you have about like 10 teams that are currently negative in the money standpoint of things. So beyond looking at just purely the free agent class itself and saying, well, this is what we're going to have to pick from. What if we look at it like this, where you're looking over at this and you're saying, I've got the Chiefs, the Vikings, the Cowboys, the Dolphins, the Bills, the Jaguars, the Lions, the Saints, the Bears, the Texans, and the Packers, who are all in negative territory as far as their cap space heading into this offseason. Is one of those teams going to release guys through that I can go pluck up that won't hit me on the compensatory system? I think maybe. For sure. Stone Cold Sam Darnold. I like it, Brian. Got my Darnold shirt coming in the mail. It's coming. Start of a new dynasty. Are we going to get new uniforms to mark that? Yeah, we're about to, aren't we, Ty? I wouldn't say no to it. I'd go for some new jerseys. Mickey, thanks, Brandon. Aloha from Hawaii. Aloha to you too. About halfway through the season when we lost the Rams but called the 49ers, I knew we were going to the Super Bowl. After we win the NFC, I knew we were going to take it all. Let's go, Mickey. Love it, man. Love it. Bubba Younga, love you, Brando. If we miss out on Max, you think we'll still try to move a first or two? If so, who? I can't find a guy that's worthwhile to do it, Bubba. I can't. Is there maybe a Trayvon Walker with the Jaguars? They're about at the spot where they've got to decide whether or not to pay him. He's heading into his 5th-year option. Kind of had a little bit of a down year for him. That's maybe not a guy that's going to take a first-round pick. Maybe he does take a first-round pick because you are picking 32. It's kind of almost a second-round pick at that point. That kind of guy is the only kind of guy you have maybe available to you, a Bradley Chubb with the Dolphins. But right now, unfortunately, we don't have as many super prime edges out there to be had. Number one, there's just purely the sport right now is a little bit in a dip as far as really top end edge production. And there's just not a guy available on top of it. So it's kind of like it was a max or kind of bust situation because of that, the way that plays out. But those would be two other alternatives that would maybe be a possibility. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, do you think the team is better suited for sustained success than the 2006 Super Bowl team and the 2014 and 2015 Super Bowl teams? Yes, I do. When you came off the 2014 season, heading into past that first Super Bowl, you were in good shape, but you did have some big contracts on the books. You're already going to have to start making some tough decisions to lose players that you didn't want to lose. Red Bryant, you would have preferred to bring him back. Chris Clemens, you would have preferred to bring him back. You'd kind of like to have Josh Jobs back, but you're okay if you got to lose Moffitt. You're okay if you got to lose Woolen. You're okay if you got to lose Kobe Bryant. They're not devastating impacts. And indeed, you could bring him back if you really wanted to do so. You're sitting on more collective cap space right now than you were when you came off the 2014 season. And while you have a couple of contract extensions to give out here, you can give those out and still be able to spend way more money beyond that. I think that the team's also not looking down the barrel as they were after 15 of having to sign Russell Wilson to his contract extension, which, as we saw with the Legion of Boom teams at the end, really did impede your ability to stack those rosters up at that point. So it's very close with 14. I would give you that to it, but I think you're in a little bit better shape than 14 because you're just as young, you're just as talented, but I think your cap space is even in a better suited spot than it was at that time to go out there and get this done again. That was a young team too. That was a very young roster that won that Super Bowl as well. So that makes them very close, but I would give the edge to this team by just a little bit. Jose, are you going to buy one of those Sam Darnold middle finger shirts? I not only bought one, Jose, I bought two. So when the first one wears out, I got the second one in the kitty. Have a good one, Brian. Go Hawks, brother. Baker, would you rather trade picks for Crosby or Garrett? Is the price exactly the same? Kind of hard on that one, Baker, because different contracts and maybe different draft capital. If we were saying that the draft capital and the draft picks were equivalent, note for don't, then I would probably take Garrett at this point still, but it would be close. I'd give Garrett the edge, I think, a little bit. If we're just talking purely true all the way down the line on that. Is Daniel Stern a quarterback coach, Brando? I don't know the exact place he's coming in here to serve as, to be honest with you. They got him as a passing game strategist is what they're listing here as far as what he's due to come in here and do. It's kind of nebulous, some of these offensive roles, a little bit with that, you know. So kind of unsure on that exactly of what that role fills out. What does that entail really, you know? Okay, Bomb, we're going to head out to? Yeah, we're going to call it. Now's a good time to call it at this point, I think, as well in this. If you guys could do me that favor and please do hit that like button, I would really, really, really appreciate it. Helps out the channel grow throughout this offseason. We just got past 22,000. Yesterday, we cooked past 22,000 subscribers. So a big shout out to all of you guys out there that have donated, hit the like button, subbed up to the channel. Really, really much appreciated. We've got a lot of ground we covered here today with new coaching hires, a little bit of look at the prior game in the Super Bowl, a little bit of a look to this offseason. We'll be getting a little bit more concentrated, and I'll be doing a little bit more research on this free agent class as we get into the next couple of weeks here to dive into this a little bit deeper. But we'll be rocking and rolling throughout the whole offseason here as we got the roundtable cooked up on Tuesdays for you guys. We'll be keeping the B&B show going here. Got the Seahawks Syndicate rolling on for a little bit longer here, at least on the every probably 2-week thing goes. We got that going on. So a lot more here ready to go with you guys on that. I want to thank all of you guys for all of the many donations today, as you guys were super kind. Big huge shout out to Don Mata, who dropped a $500 donation. I said a $500 donation. That was very kind of him, but very kind of you guys, as your support here is just second to none. And it's much appreciated. You guys allow me and let me do what I get to do here, which is chase my dream and have the best job in the entire world. So appreciate you guys for that. Very much do. Thank you, Robs. Appreciate you too. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say exactly what he might, part quarterback coach, part passing game coordinator. Do some of these kind of intersect job-wise? I think we're going to get a little bit more of clarity on this when Mike gets talked about these coaches and he kind of more segments out what the roles are going to be and how they're going to fit exactly. You know what I mean? Can we put a 20-word limit on Jake for the roundtable? He might spontaneously combust if we did that, man. You know what I mean? Thank you, Kagai. Appreciate you for that, man. Appreciate you. All right. Well, the Patriots Championship merch will be donated to third world countries. Well, putting it to some good. Putting it to some good. Tim, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Jose? Oh, yeah. I got 2 of those shirts coming, Jose. It was a must, man. It was a must. I had to get 2 of those. When I saw that shirt, I was like, I'm getting that. That's a perfect for the channel. Well, thank you guys today for watching. Really appreciate, again, all the donations throughout here, man. Just unbelievable, your guys' support. We're going to be going hard as ever this offseason, so lock in, get ready. We're going to see what this team's going to be doing. I know we're talking about a lot of potential free agents and cuts. I think John's always going to be looking a little bit outside the box, thinking about options that we haven't even considered here. A lot of interesting coaching moves with the team. Yes, Kubiak goes. Yes, you're a little bit untested with this new coach, and you just don't know what you're going to have in that exactly. But it doesn't mean that this has to be negative or we have to be skeptical about it. There's a lot of reason to believe that this new coach is going to have a lot of opportunity for success here with this team, the staff that returns, the talent that returns, the continuity on the offensive line. all 5 starting offensive line starters on that line returning. You got a coach, you got Sam Darnold, year 2 experience, which should be improved with his continuity and chemistry between the skill position players out there, hopefully returning Kenneth Walker back into the fold and maybe even getting a little bit more talented. You never know on that side of the ball. So a lot here to help him out as he tries to learn the ropes and figure out what's what and who's who and how to call a football game in the NFL. But it's going to be very exciting to follow this team throughout this year as you're coming off, as I tried to make the case early in this stream, a historic football team and what they put on the field this past season. Can they improve upon that even more so? Can they make it even better now as we go through this offseason, as you're sitting on $73 million of cap space, as you're sitting on an ability to pull a lot of different levers and push a lot of different buttons as far as activating base to bonus in your contracts to be able to even free up even more money to do even more damage if you just want to go over the top. And then we've got the potential sale of the team and how that could impact everything over the top of that, which is just going to make this offseason all that much more interesting, if you can even believe that. I really thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to do what I get to do here, support and watching and donations and doing likes and subbing on up. And it's so much I ask you guys to do, but you guys do it in full and you do beyond and above and beyond in every way for this channel as you guys have. This was an amazing season to be able to cover this team with you guys because we built up to this. We went through the struggles. We went through the darkness. We went through the low times to really be able to now savor this great place we find ourselves as Super Bowl champion, as not only Super Bowl champions, but as a young roster with a lot of hope now moving into the future about what they could be. Maybe dynasty, maybe back-to-back. Hey, maybe just getting back to the Super Bowl again here in this next couple of years as they are set up to do so. It's going to be fun to cover this team. Ride with me as we move on in the future here throughout this offseason to see what the Seattle team does to set the stage once again to try to do the thing that is one of the most hardest things to do in all the professional sports, go back-to-back in the NFL. I thank you guys for watching. Again, please hit that like button on your way out the door. But beyond all else, don't you ever forget, don't you dare, after a Super Bowl win, I shouldn't have to remind anybody out there. I should have everybody checked in. I should have everybody tapped in. But just in case there's a last few out there that aren't sure about this next year, well, we won it once, now we cannot get it again. Certainly we can't go back to back. Certainly that's not possible. They're not going to let us do that. You keep the faith. You keep the faith and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.